Hi, this is Faith, and you are watching The Faith Factor. Holla.
All right, here we go again. I'm going to try this one more time, guys. I had to switch to a totally different browser. Apparently, on my computer, my screen share does not like to work with Google Chrome. So I tested it on Mozilla Firefox, which I haven't used in, Lord knows how long. And for some reason or another, the screen share works perfectly fine with Mozilla on StreamYard, but not with Google Chrome on StreamYard. And it has something to do with the laptop that I'm using. So hopefully I'm able to have my stream without any snafus or interruptions. But as I was saying, Happy New Year to everyone. We are in 2024. We have to learn how to add the 1 to the 3 and write 2024 now. I don't know how many people have made the mistake. I know I've already done it. I've already put 2023 on something and I had to be corrected. It's that moment when you're really embarrassed, but you're kind of not because the year just started. Okay. So for those of you who are still writing 2023, it is no longer 2023. Please remember that it's 2024. Save yourself the embarrassment. All right. So I didn't think a lot of us was going to make it. I mean, throughout all the battling that we've been doing in 2023, there's a lot of YouTube battles on here, people going at it. And I'm so happy that we all made it to 2024. Nobody uh, died of embarrassment on YouTube. Thank goodness. Well, at least I hope you didn't, because this is just YouTube, people. It's just the internet. So if you ever feel yourself taking this stuff a little bit more seriously than it needs to be taken, I would highly suggest taking a hiatus, take a little break, step away from it. And what happens when you do that is that you begin to realize what's really important. Take time to spend time with the real people that matter in your actual life that is not online. These people online, you'll probably never meet them in real life. When you go online, it's really like the land of make believe. Like if you're old enough to remember Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood and the land of make believe, that's what this online world is like. You probably never meet these people in your day to day. So, I want everybody to go into 2024 with this one thing on their mind. It's just social media. It's just the internet. It's just YouTube or Instagram or whatever social media platform you like to frequent. And it's just for your entertainment purposes only. So take a deep breath, exhale, deep breath, exhale. Okay, it's going to be all right. It's going to be all right for all of us. All right, so what did I do? How did I ring in the new year? My family and I, we went to go and we saw that movie, The Color Purple, together. And I would say that it was great timing. We went to the AMC out here and we went to the 9:30 show, the 9:30 p.m. show. And I purposely picked that time because I saw that the show would be ending right when the theater would be getting ready to close at 11:50. So that would give us exactly 10 minutes to get outside because the AMC theater that we went to is outside of an entertainment area where they have like a little town square. And so as soon as you walk out of the theater, you see the town square and that's where they have the fireworks. So it was timed impeccably. So when the movie was over, we stepped out of the theater and we were greeted to the countdown an amazing display of fireworks. So it was just beautiful. It was the best, one of the best New Year's that I've had. And I was sober. This year I was sober. I was not falling down drunk. It was actually a very good feeling to have. All right. So yes, welcome, Demetrius. I see you there. I see you there. So all of the people, I don't know if you were here before when I was trying to stream, but it was a shit show, and I do apologize for that. I did fix the glitch, so we'll be able to actually play the videos that want you guys to see, and you will be able to hear the audio that I want you guys to hear, and we're going to be able to have the conversation because there's a lot of woman on woman crime going on that we don't talk about. We like to talk about how violent men are. So we're going to talk about the headliner program, but we're going to do that last. And this is a young woman who's telling her story about being brutally beaten by a guy that she was dating. Okay, she had only been dating this guy maybe a month and a half. And come to find out, he had a girlfriend, and the girlfriend called her and said, "Hey, well, since you touched my man, or I guess maybe they did something, I'm gonna have to beat your ass." So, it went down, and I'll let her tell the story because it was brutal. It was brutal. I might can take one, maybe two people coming at me at one time when I was young. Like she was 20 when this happened. So when I was 20, I remember I fought two or three girls at once. Okay. I won some and got my ass tore out, but you have a chance. But this woman was fighting five females and two grown men. She didn't have a chance. And they beat her so badly, she almost died. So, I really want to go into woman on woman crime, because we want to, always be victims. Shout out to Crimson Cure. I was at her channel yesterday, and she was also going over a video that Kendra G had put out. She does the dating show. And she was talking about a woman who had divorced, and her husband wanted her to be a stay-at-home mom and not to work, but she said he was boring and she wanted to have fun. So that's why she was over at Kendra G's show. So, eh, Crimson Cure, shout out to Crimson Cure. I always want to give credit where credit is due. So shout out to Crimson Cure because she always comes with the hellfire and the brimstone for the women. She holds the women accountable. And, a lot of times, ladies, we do need to be held accountable. So shout out to Crimson Cure for always, always standing on her square with Black female accountability. However, there, I love watching content creators that may have somewhat of a difference of opinion that I might have. Now, there isn't a whole lot that I disagree with Crimson Cure on. However, I don't agree with everything. And you're not supposed to agree with everything that someone says. Now, I agree with everything that she had to say about the woman's accountability. But Crimson, she's only going to, talk to the women. And that she says this on numerous occasions. She doesn't talk to men, even though 90% of her audience is men. There really isn't a whole lot of women there, but yeah, I don't know who she would be talking to, but the men, about the women, so it's just kind of like she's kind of talking to the men about the women at this point. But, I'm not going to, split hairs on that. You know, if the women refuse to go over there to listen to her, then, that's their loss. But, all she has is men over there. So, she's just basically talking to the men about the women, and that's what they go over there to hear, another woman putting, women down on a regular and consistent basis. Now, it would be different if she had more women in the audience. It might be beneficial, but it is what it is. But, for me, I like to call it down the middle, because I do believe that that woman that was on Kendra's show, she did need to be held accountable. However, there should also be accountability for the man that was involved. See, I get so sick and tired of these men. Every time you guys get into these relationships with these three old foes, we know what that is, hoes, right? Every time you guys put a ring on a whole finger and try to snap your fingers and click your heels and hope like hell she becomes a housewife. Every time you guys do this, you go running to Crimson Cure channel. There's one channel you guys like to run to. You like to run to all of the channels where the women only hold other women accountable. They never tell you guys this one thing that you need to hear. Stop trying to turn a hoe into a housewife. You cannot domesticate a wild animal. But yet I see you guys doing this all the time, and then you want to run the Crimson Cure so you can hear her put down the woman or a woman that fits the description of the woman that hurt your little boo-boo. Y'all do this all the time. And it's not helping you. It gives you no accountability. Now, while, Crimson and Six and, Danica and Courtney, they're all, focused on female accountability without any, not one time telling you men what you're not doing right. Maybe you wouldn't be running over there crying and complaining if someone told you, stop entertaining hoes. So at the faith factor, like I said, I call it down the middle. I'm going to tell you some of this woman's story. I listen to what she says, and then I listen to what she didn't say. And what's not there is when that man met her, there are a few things that this woman said that stuck out to me. And the first thing was that he gave her rules like she was a little kid. Simple rules that any lady should know. Don't be out showing your ass to everybody. Dress like somebody that got some sense. Act like a lady. Those were her rules. Don't be wearing your nails, so goddamn long, you can't hardly wipe your ass with them. Those are the type of rules that he was giving this woman, his wife. Fellas, anytime you got to tell a woman how to be a lady, if you didn't meet her already as a lady, and you have to set up and make a rule about her having ladylike attributes, she didn't already come with that, what the hell are you doing? Why are you entertaining this? But time and time again, just like I would see some of the male YouTubers, they would do these videos where they would clearly see a woman walking down the street with all her behind hanging out her shorts, all her titties hanging out from under her halter top, everything jiggling and jaggling for everybody to see. But he gonna run up to that anyway and then try to question her about, what type of woman she is. She's showing you. When someone shows you who they are, why don't you believe them? It is not that hard. If you meet the woman like that, this is what you get. But, once again, it's always the woman's fault. When you bring home a bear, that's just like someone bringing home a bear or a wild lion, and they don't think that the animal is not going to try to attack them and eat them. That's the nature of the beast. So you bring home this wild animal and you expect it to be a housewife. Make that make sense. But anyway, I don't want to go too far into it before I play the videos that I have to present to you guys today. I really hope I get I really hope that I got my whole life, my whole act together, guys. Cassandra B. Oh, yes, Cassandra. She says you're not for women if the majority of your audience are men. Exactly. And like I said, I give Crimson her props. So she does hold women accountable. And like I say, I don't disagree with a lot of what she says, Cassandra. So, be aware that Faith does not disagree with a lot of stuff that I hear Kendra and a lot of the others say. Because some of the stuff that they saying about us is true. It's just how they're saying it that I disagree with. But I can't say that there were any lies detected either. And we as women, we have to understand where true accountability comes from. If you can listen to someone, even if you disagree, and you can still see the truth in it, then that is you knowing what true accountability is without being offended at everything. And that is something that we as women do need to work on. But without further ado, I did want to play some little funny one little funny clip. This is from the previous video. So if you guys saw this before, once again, I have to restart everything. I have to redo and restart everything. But I just wanted to let you guys see this funny clip of his father. He's like moving some stuff in the house, and the daughter, she looks like she's about maybe 4 or 5. She's standing in front of the camera. The camera's just going, and she's just rocking and shaking and trying to twerk her little behind off. She ain't even got no booty to twerk, but she trying to twerk. And the father walks past and catches her doing it, and he quickly pops on her little behind. And I thought it was just the cutest thing, and she just jumped, and the look that he gave her was like, I mean business. So I just wanted to show this little clip real quick to just let you guys see how important fathers are in their daughters' lives. I thought it was so cute, guys. I thought that was so cute. But she just over there, she was just doing her thing, boy. She just knew she was doing the damn thing. Now, I want to say this though, while I do approve of him being the parent, because that's what you call parenting. Sometimes you do have to, pop a little bottom sometimes. Some of you people out here, I don't never whip my kids. I never hit my kids. Oh, you soft parents. You will pay one day for your soft parenting. All of you soft parenting people that sit up here and let your kids talk back to you, curse you out, hit you, and you will not discipline them the way they need to be disciplined. You won't pop they behind. You will pay. You will pay for your soft parenting. So, every now and then you do have to pop that little behind, let them know, hey, I mean business. You're not going to be doing that right there. Not that, not here, not now. But the problem I have with this, though, is that the little girl is doing this dance. And clearly she's not old enough to have picked up on this on her own. This is not something that she's just, doing on her own. This is something that she saw somebody else doing. Maybe big sis need to be popped. Okay, maybe we need to go find big sis. The 14-year-old in the house. Maybe we need to go pop her too. And then where did the 14-year-old find out how to do this? Oh, well, do we have to go find auntie? Do we have to go find auntie and go pop her behind too? And then where did auntie find out about this? Oh, do we have to go get the mama? Mama, you is setting a bad example for the women in the family. We're going to pop your behind too. Or maybe we got to go and just haul mama, auntie, sister, and all the friends. Everybody get popped. Everybody just line them up, pop, 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 pop. But it was, stuff like that. It makes me think, ladies, what kind of example are we setting for the younger generation? This is the reason why I've always stated we need a better class of women, because the younger generation looks up to us. They mimic everything we do, everything that we watch on television. They're paying attention. The music that we listen to, they're listening to it too. They're hearing the garbage lyrics the same way that we're hearing it. But I don't know if they're interpreting it properly or putting it in the proper context. So we have to be very, very careful of how we carry ourselves around the little ones. Or else you'll have something like that, and then daddy's going to have to come up and pop that behind because you failed. But moving right along. Hash Dragon says, I remember the father got criticized for correcting his child. He was right. The internet is crazy. Yeah, yeah, we got all these soft parenting people out here. The all of a sudden, after generations of black people growing up under a big mama, everybody had a big mama, but all of a sudden we got all these people that ain't never had their butt whooped. No, I ain't never had my butt whooped. And nobody never popped my behind. Lying ass mofos. Knowing good and damn well you had a big mama. Knowing good and damn well you know what go get the switch off the tree mean. But y'all want to come on here and act brand new. Like you don't know what corporal punishment is. And there is a way to do it where it is productive corporal punishment. And then there's a way that people do it where they go too far. Now, those that go too far, yeah, I don't believe in, hitting kids in the face or, anything above the waistline, I think is off limits. But, pop, hit the little legs, hit the thigh, hit the butt, but anything above the waist, I think is off limits. To me, when it goes above the waist, it becomes assault. So that's all I have to say about that. But back to that Color Purple movie. I absolutely enjoyed watching the Color Purple movie. I believe that I'm going to go ahead and do a separate stream about the Color Purple and break down the movie as I saw it. I just want to give people more time to see the movie, but I would highly recommend going. I would highly recommend going. Demetrius Higashikata says, soft parenting is a hoax. I watched a video of a young black girl pull the tablecloth off while everyone was eating and wasted the food. And I watched people say that they would help them clean. Yeah, her little behind needed to be spanked. There's nothing wrong with a good spanking. We all had a nice little spanking when we were kids. Some of us needed those spankings. So, soft parenting, I don't know. I don't know where we get this from. But back to the Color Purple. I like this movie because it went more in line with the book. And now I do understand that it's a musical. Faith don't really like musicals. I was very skeptical going into watching this movie because I thought it was going to be a medley of songs, but it wasn't that much singing, guys. And when they did sing, it did go perfectly with the storyline. And for once in musicals, every goddamn body could sing. I was really, really impressed with Taraji P. Henson in this movie. I had no idea that she could sing the way that she did, and she harmonized beautifully with Fantasia. She absolutely blew my mind, and to me, she stole the show. She really did. Now, with the original version of The Color Purple, it deviated from the original book a lot. There was a lot of stuff that they did with the original Color Purple that to me did not capture the true story that was in the actual book. So when I look at movies, I always am very, very critical, especially if I read the book, to see how close to the original story it comes to. Now, the original wasn't bad. I mean, it came somewhat close to the original story, but there were a lot of caveats there. Whereas the musical, the remake, it was very closely correlated with the actual story. So I liked how they did that. I'm not going to give away key things in the movie, but I will say this. I will say that when you watch the musical version of The Color Purple, it complemented the original movie. This was a compliment to the original movie because the first half of the musical was kind of like a how can I say, it was basically a condensed version of the first Color Purple. So you had everything that happened in the first Color Purple all the way up to when they were sitting at that table and Suge Avery made the announcement that she and her husband were leaving and they were taking Celie. And that was the pivotal moment where Celie told everybody how she really felt. And Mr. sat up there and told her that she was black, she was ugly, she didn't have no talent, no skills. And so, all of that, all the way up to that point is where the musical brought you up there. And that was like halfway through the movie. So they kind of sped through the first movie with a few caveats. And it was more closely correlated to the book. And then the rest of the movie, it kind of showed you what happened after the point of where Celie left Mister. So if the musical actually filled in a lot of holes and answered a lot of questions as to what life was like for Celie when she left Mister. So when you go into the second half of the movie, you get about another hour or another 40 minutes of being able to delve into the life of Celie, how she started her tailor business, making these pants, how she was able to, become a businesswoman in the town, and she was a pillar of the community. And you saw her friendship develop with Mister, just like it did in the book. In the book, she developed a friendship with Mister. Now, I heard a lot of people doing um, their, they're criticizing the movie. They're talking about the Color Purple movie. And what they're saying is this was a movie about lesbianism and a love affair between Celie and Suge. Once again, just like in the original movie, they showed brief scenes where Celie and Suge kissed, but the entire movie did not dwell on that. So I don't know why people kept dwelling on that part of the movie. As a matter of fact, Suge Avery went on to marry someone else. And in the remake of The Color Purple, you got to see the dynamic between Suge Avery and her new husband, whom she doted on quite a bit in the movie. So, and Celie, her and Suge, Suge went to go live in Memphis with her husband. Celie went back to start her business and take over her father's shop in the town that she grew up in. So her and Suge didn't end up together in this lesbian romance that everybody's talking about. I don't know what these people be seeing when they go and watch these movies, but I will say this, none of that happened. Like I said, just like the original movie, they showed a little bit of a romance between the two of them with the kissing and stuff like that. And that was, I guess, Suge Avery's way of getting Celie to broaden her horizons or whatever. I to this day I don't even know why the lesbian stuff was necessary, but it is what it is. But that was like the gist of it. Just like in the old movie, they briefly had that lesbian moment, and then Suge went on to live a heterosexual lifestyle with her husband, and Celie was happily single. Demetrius says, I'm pretty sure Suge was bisexual. Probably. I don't know. All I know is she ended up married and, living a heterosexual lifestyle in marriage with her husband. And you got to see a little bit. They put a lot of more depth into each of the characters with the remake. That's another thing that I really, really like. They put more depth into it. See, with the original film, a lot of things were happening. There were a lot of events occurring, but because they didn't really put a lot of depth into the other characters, like you didn't understand why Celie just had to spit in Mister's father glass, in that scene. But in the remake, they put a little bit more depth into the father's character, and you find out why Celie spat in the glass. I'm not gonna, give away the movie, but they developed each character a lot better in the remake. Just like with Harpo, his father, and his grandfather, they showed an evolution of black men who were brought up being misogynistic towards women, and they thought that this was right. And you saw from Mister's father how he just had no regard for women whatsoever, to Mister, who followed into his father's footsteps. And Harpo, you got to see him having a coming of age moment when he married Sophia because she was pregnant. Harpo and Sophia were very young. They were still teenagers. And Harpo was grappling with becoming a man. And he kept searching and asking, how come my marriage isn't working? How come this? How come my woman isn't doing this? My woman isn't doing that? He's grappling with his manhood. And I believe that Harpo began to realize that his grandfather and his father and himself, they were all participating in a toxic masculinity that needed to die off. And so you begin to see Harpo evolve as his own man, and he broke away from his father and his grandfather's teaching. And this is a part of the story that a lot of people glossed over because it was also in the book. And they did not capture it good enough in the first Color Purple, and they did a little bit better of a job capturing it in the remake. So like I said, you guys have to really, really watch this movie. It answered a lot of questions. It filled in a lot of holes that the first movie failed to do. I will say that much. I will say that much. Demetrius says the Color Purple book was written by Alice Walker, a very famous and infamous Black womanists who believe that you weren't free unless you have been with a Black woman, even if you are a woman. I don't know, Demetrius. That may or may not be true. He says so that's why they included that lesbian stuff. Maybe Alice Walker's a lesbian. I don't know enough about her lifestyle to come to those conclusions. But I will say this: in the last stream, someone asked me a question. I had to take that stream down because of the snafus that I was having with my screen share. But I will say this: I did not like the Suge Avery character in the original Color Purple. In the original Color Purple, Suge Avery was depicted as this drunk, loose woman that would just sleep with anybody's man, and she was just disrespectful, and I just didn't like her. I thought she was ignorant. And I was like, no wonder your daddy don't want to have nothing to do with you. Just look at you. But in the remake, they did a better job of giving Suge Avery's character more depth. So in the remake, I will say that Suge Avery was more of a feminist in the remake. I will say that. And because it was explained a lot better about her feelings about the color purple as she was walking in the field and she was talking to Celie. And Celie, you didn't know this if you didn't read the book, but Celie had given up on God. She had given up on herself and she had given up on life. Celie was essentially an atheist because she didn't feel like God could love her. And she told Suge, she was like, how could there be a God? How could God allow things like this to happen to me? My children being taken away, my mother being taken away, my sister being taken away. If there's a God, why did he allow these things to happen? And it was at that moment that I knew Suge Avery was a feminist because she looked Celie dead in her eye and she said, your problems were not because of God. She said, honey, majority of your problems came because of men. And she was so right. She was so right. And Celie had to reflect back on it. See, you guys, you all love to talk about the good old days. When women of the 50s and the 60s, your great great grandmamas and your great great grandma and your great grandma and your grandma, they all were able to keep men and all this other stuff. But none of you ever stopped one time to consider that these women didn't keep anything. They were stuck. Where you gonna go when you don't have a choice? So with these women having very few choices, the only thing that they could do was stay and suffer. And so movies like The Color Purple do a great job of illustrating women's suffrage, especially the suffrage of Black women during that time. You get a good insight as to why grandmama and granddaddy stayed together. Grandma was getting her ass beat and she couldn't own property. She didn't have her own money. In the book, Mr. had to vouch for Celie's sister and her children citizenship because Celie was a woman and she was not allowed. So that puts a lot of things in perspective. And it wasn't cheap to do that. Mr. sold half his farm. because he wanted to do right by Caesar. So, we all know this because we read the books. I'm not giving anything away, but I just want to give you a different perspective about the women's suffrage during that time and what a slap in the face it is to modern women when you compare them to women who were essentially enslaved. It's just like if the white man were to come up to you and say, "Oh man, boy, I remember back in the good old days when good help wasn't hard to find. All you had to do was just get you a slave. Oh, those slaves work so good. I wish we can go back to them good old days." How offensive would that be? Yeah, I remember when people didn't complain about their pay and all of this, and they worked from sun up to sundown and no complaints and da 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 da. I sure wish we can get back to them good old days. You all would be offended. And that's how black women feel when we hear you all talk about them good old days when women, just let their husbands cheat in peace and, they whatever goes on in the house stays in the house. And yeah, them was the good old days. Women were enslaved during that time. We didn't have any other choices. What are you talking? This is what women are thinking whenever we hear you say this about them good old days, about how your great great grandmama could keep a man. Your great great grandmama was trying to survive and didn't have anywhere else to go. But anyway, I wanted to get into a couple of film clips. I just wanted to go ahead and do my commentary first. And then we're going to talk about these clips. The first clip that I want to show to you guys is going to be a Kendra G dating show clip that Crimson Cure, who I mentioned earlier, and I gave her a shout out. She talked about this on her show, and I want to give you a little bit of my take on it as well. So let me go ahead and get my screen up. And guys, do let me know if you're having problems hearing the audio. Okay, so the first thing that I want to point out here, Jenny from North Carolina comes up on the stream, okay, and she can't really get in the camera right away because she doesn't have any clothes on. So this is red flag number one for me. She's coming in all wrong from the get up. Now, everybody knows that when you're okay, wait a minute, Demetrius, you're saying you couldn't hear the audio? Okay, hold on. Let me try this one more time. I don't know what is going on, but let's try this again. Okay, can you guys hear the audio? Okay, put a one down in the chat if you can hear. Two if you cannot hear the audio, but it's playing right now. They're talking. One if you can hear, two if you can't hear. Okay. All right, so I'm back up. Hold on a second. Can you guys hear me? Are you able to hear me talking? This is really just mind-boggling to me. Now, first, I can't play the video. Now I'm able to play the video, but there's no audio. This is just, you know what? I can't win for losing. I really can't. Let me go on. You can hear me, but just not the video. Okay. Okay. Goodness. Let me go into my settings and see what in the hell is going on now. Okay. What about stereo audio? So all I have, okay, so I did some things in the setting to see if this works. Let me know if you can hear anything now. Yeah, it's still not working. Hold on. Okay, so I tried changing the settings here. All right, I'm going to change my settings back because, but you guys can still hear me, right? This is crazy. I hate this. I really hate this. Okay, so I'm going to have to do some bootleg stuff and I'm going to have to just play it through my phone. I'm going to have to do the bootleg, play it through the cell phone. Cause my computer and my audio just don't never want to act right. Never want to act right. I promise you. Okay, so we're gonna do this. We're gonna. All right, hold on. I gotta get it on my cell phone now. I tell you, every time you think you got something figured out, there's always something else. All right, so I'm looking for the exact video. You guys, bear with me. You're gonna have to just basically listen to the audio. See if I can get it going at the same time. Green watching me, huh? I don't want no clothes on. No clothes. No, no clothes. She had no clothes on. No clothes. He called me Wheeler. And I'm Jenny. You, Jenny, where you live? North Carolina. So what Northern North Carolina? Not like I could be walking around your house with no clothes. Well, because I have my heat on and I'm comfortable naked. So you were completely naked? No, I had a bra and some clothes on. But that's okay. Just take time. Five for myself. But no, but take wrong. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Well, I really in the mindset because I'm like, how do you push a show that over 5,000 people and more watches if I make you a highlight? But they won't, but I would be nervous that if you get selected, they're going to see me bucket. So you I'm 30, 34. What you do for a living? I'm a nurse. You have any kids? I have a 2-year-old son. Why you know today? Um, I was a house. I was wanted me to be a housewife when we first met. I decided to kind of change and wanted a career, and he didn't want that for me, so he gave me an ultimatum, and it's to stay at home and be a housewife, or and have a career for my life. So, sure, Matthew is right now. So let me ask you, what's the thing on the bill? Do it. So when you guys got married, that was the plan. Yeah. So basically, you had him, your husband. He was your husband. So he was your husband. Yeah. You guys had a family. You were free to be a stay-at-home mom. What made you want to get a job? Um, when I had to constantly ask for a couple of dollars to do stuff, when it was no, I can't do certain things that I wanted, when it was no, we don't have enough money to do activities because, one income. And I'm like, well, this is not the lifestyle that I want to live. Like, I just don't want to sit at home and fold clothes and not actually date and have the extra money to do stuff. Like, I just didn't want to fold clothes all day long. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I understand why other people will like. Okay, so I'm going to stop it right there and come in with my commentary. So basically, Kendra is asking her why, her and her husband, didn't work out. Because, Kendra, if she's going to ask you about your previous relationships, and she's going to ask you, okay, well, why the hell didn't it work out with the person that you were with? Demetria said basically she was tired of being broke. But I think it's a little bit more than that, and it'll come out, as you listen to more of what the young lady has to say. But the first red flag was her coming up there. And that's the reason why I let a little bit of the video play, because if you notice when she first came up there, she didn't have the camera focused on herself because she was walking around butt naked. Now, anybody that knows how Kendra G shows work, you have to be cammed up. You have to be presentable, even though some people get on there and they're not presentable. Like she got on there, she couldn't get on the camera because she was naked. She knew that it was a possibility that, Kendra is going to turn on, the live. Kendra does not warn you before she turns on the live stream. So some people have been caught cooking. Some people have been caught, out eating with their friends. You never know when Kendra is going to click on you and boom, you're live. And I like that she does that, because it kind of shows, I think that she does it on purpose actually, because she wants, her show to be, comical, exciting. So I think she chooses certain people, you know, just to see, what type of reaction she's gonna get, online. So I think she saw that this woman was probably walking around naked in the background. And so she's gonna put the camera on and put her on the spot just like that. Demetrius said, right. Like, why join if you're gonna be naked? Exactly. Eugene Steele says, Faith, here's what happens. StreamYard would let you share audio when you are sharing a tab or screen, but not when you are sharing a window. Did you try to share a window? Yes, I did. I did try to share a window. Oh, that is crazy. Okay. Hash Dragon says the streets are lawless. If you got a good marriage, then maintain it. Exactly. But I'm gonna stop right there. I just wanted to point out the red flag immediately, because like I said, the last stream that I had to take down, if you as a man have to sit up here and make these rules for this woman, 9 times out of 10, if she don't come to you already a woman and a lady, and you got to make rules for her to be a woman and a lady, what the hell are you doing? This is where I have to put the onus and responsibility on some of you guys. But let's hear more of what she has to say.
Like it, stuff like that, but after like 8 years, it just wasn't for me. Christine, I think women should have their own coin to some degree, right? I guess, was there a conversation about maybe you going to work eventually? Wait, is your child by here? Yeah. So, when did you guys get divorced? A year ago. You got divorced when your baby was 1? Yeah. What? Well, my son, he's going to be 3. He's going to be 3. Got you. So, do you guys co-parent well? We'll leave it at that. So I guess, why was it an ultimatum for you? Why didn't you want you to work at all? He just one of those out wanted to be. He was just one of those types of men. And I, like, in the beginning it was cute, like, okay. And then after a while it's like, can I have $20? Like, I didn't have a credit card. I didn't have anything. It was like, and he wasn't so to you. You would have have a credit card that you just go. It was a limit. It was a limit, and the limit was very low. Once again, and I understood why, but it just wasn't for me. It just wasn't for me.
So basically, she got with her husband, and she said in the beginning, she could go spin crazy. She could, he didn't give her a limit. He didn't set any boundaries with the spending. And so what I think happened, and this is what I'm not hearing her say. I'm not hearing her say, I started overspending the money. I started dipping into some of the household expense money. I'm not hearing her say this, because see, it looks like in the beginning he did not set a limit with her spending. Then she says after a while it became, can I have $20? Can I have this? Can I have that? He started limiting her spending. And see, She's not going to say what she did to make him get to the point where he was limiting her. She's just going to make it seem like, oh, he just started limiting my spending. But also, I have to put the onus on him. When you got with her, was she needy? Was she paying her own bills? Did she have her financial self together? And see, later on, you guys are going to hear it all, because there were a lot of red flags that her husband overlooked. And see, you look at her, she is a very attractive woman. She stands up later in the video. She's slender, she has the body and the shape and the booty and all that type of stuff. So this is what her husband was measuring her by. He was not measuring her by how he met her and what situation he was meeting her in. So let's go ahead and continue to listen.
Interesting, because I have so many women that are praying for that life. They come on this show, they want a provider, they don't want to work, and that's what they say. And I like to hear this version to the side of the story. Listen, I come from a career woman. Now I'm an entrepreneur. So I believe in having your own money personally. Um, so I think the challenge becomes, when you get married is what you agree to, but at the same time, you got to honor how you feel. And I wish you guys could have figured out a way to work it out, but I guess you couldn't. No. Okay. Oh, let's keep going. So Jenny, you became a nurse when? So I was originally a medical assistant in California, and then we moved to North Carolina. And then when we first came out here, maybe about a month into it, we realized it was like a no-go. And then that's when I just started to do like all the programs and certificates and stuff like that. So I've been on it for about a few months now. Okay, a few months. Okay. What's the zodiac sign? I'm on Aquarius. My birthday's February 7th. Aquarius. All right. So this is Jenny, North Carolina, mom to a 2-year-old by her ex-husband. You're officially divorced, right? Okay. She's a nurse, 44, Aquarius. All right, well, what kind of man are you looking for now? Don't hate me for this, but I want somebody that's a little bit lit and turned up. My husband was boring. I know, don't judge me. Don't do that. He was super boring. We didn't dance. He didn't like music, like a little ratchet music. He didn't let me wear tight clothes or anything like that. So I kind of want to be a little ratchet with my next week. A little ratchet. I want it to be fun. I want to go out. I want to be the couple that where we laugh at the dinner table, we hug all night, kiss all night. Like just have fun. I didn't have that. I didn't have that affection in my last marriage. That's what I want now.
Okay, did you guys hear that? So she asked her what she's looking for in a man, and she knew that she was getting ready to say something fucked up. She already knew. She was like, oh, don't hate me, but uh, okay, I just want to have fun. My husband was boring, and I just want to be a little ratchet. I just want to be just a little ratchet. I want to have some fun. He wouldn't let me dress ratchet. He wouldn't let me just have fun. Y'all heard her. So as I'm sitting here listening to her, she had a good man that was working, paying all the bills, stopping her from spending all the money on nonsense. He was basically, reining her in like he was supposed to when she was on her bullshit. And yet she didn't like it. She said, man, I don't like structure. I got to be with a man that's gonna let me just run amok, be wild, have no structure. I don't want to sit around folding clothes all day. That's boring. This is boring. Mind you, she not working. She not paying no bills. But her man was too boring. He didn't cheat on her. He wasn't beating her. He was just boring. She got bored. Once again, though, I can't help but think that wasn't she like this when dude met her? Wasn't she already like this? That is the question. And I bet you when dude met her, he probably met her. Let me know if you guys hold on a second, because I'm going to try to see if I can share it in the same tab that I am using. Oh, hold on a second. Let me see. Let me remove this and stop sharing, because someone kind of gave me an insight on what might be the problem. But see, now I'm trying to share with the Mozilla Firefox, and that's not working. So select window or stream. Let's see here. See, now it wants to share the entire stream, which I can't allow that to do. So, Mozilla's just messed up, for the screen share. It's just really messed up. Yeah, because it's like I'm trying to share. It wants to do the entire screen, and that's just. Eh, yeah, anyway, we can just deal with it the way that we got it now. You guys are gonna have to just listen to the audio. Let's see what Hash Dragon says. Conduct is a uniform. Believe the truth when you see it. Exactly. Demetrius Higashikata says, so she wants a wallet. Go get a job. Yes, she did. I mean, if you listen to her later on, she did. But let's continue. Eugene Steele says, yeah, I was playing with my StreamYard and I played this stream on another tab on a recording and I heard the audio. Of course, I deleted the recording. I did not upload it. Okay. Hash Dragon says there's a difference between wanting leadership versus sacrifice. Wanting leadership equals listening to wisdom. Wanting sacrifice, just taking. Exactly. And that's exactly what she was doing. She was taking in the relationship. And they do have a child. And she's going to go into that as well. But they have a special needs child, which makes it all the more worse. But let's get back into this interview.
Spirit is speaking so loud right now. Yeah. So here's what my spirit is saying. Go ahead. So we talk sometimes the men be boring men, right? And when did you get married? 2020. I'm sorry, how old were you when you got married? I was six. I was 34. I was probably like, I think I was 30. 30, okay. So prior to that, did you date a lot? Not really. Not really. So you had this good ass man. Might have been born, but a good man, married to, was your husband, took care of the bills, probably wasn't that lit. Got divorced, now y'all here in the streets. And you about to meet these rats. Let's hold on, let's I want to be clear about one thing. He was extremely controlling with when it comes to like, so one of his rules was I can't have long hair because it reminds him of strippers. Another rule was he gave me a rule on how far I can drive away from the house. He also said no social media. He also said no tight clothes, no long nails. He gave me like he gave me rules. Okay, so now that you give me more context, I'm gonna take good man out because that's crazy shit right there. That's some crazy shit right there. So hell no, can't nobody agree to any of that. I had to fight something. I had to.
Yeah, so now here's where I have to jump on her side. Now, him telling her how to wear her hair, how to wear her nails, no tight clothes, like the type of rules that this guy gave her, the reason he gave her those types of rules is because that is how he met her. Understand, if he meets a woman and she's already a lady, he doesn't have to give her a rule. If he meets her already and she's already, dressing appropriately, acting appropriately, wearing her hair appropriately, he doesn't have to, say it because this woman comes already representing this that he likes. But what a lot of you men do, you go and you are attracted to the strippers that wear their hair all the way down to their ankle. You are attracted to the women that walk around and their booty cheeks are hanging out of the jeans. You're attracted to that. So you go and you get that and then you sex it up and you like it. And so like Beyonce said, if you like it, then you put a ring on it. So you put a ring on it. But now you don't want any other man to see it the way that you saw it. Now you want to cover it up. Now you want to start giving her rules like she's a kid. And you're dealing with a whole grown ass woman that make her own decisions about how she dress, how she wear her hair, how she wear her nails. And when you met her, she was wearing long nails, tight clothes that showed all her skin, hair down to her ankles, and you liked it. But the problem is you don't want nobody else to like it. Now you want her to put a little damper, dim the sexual light. Because you don't want no other men to get sexually aroused like you did. And see, like where I love that Crimson held her accountable. And if you want to hear accountability for this young lady, go to Crimson Cure's channel. But I got to do the other side. I got to hold the fellas accountable for even getting with this in the first place. She let you know from the gate what she was. And you see a lot of them. There's examples of this woman on YouTube. The get the bag women. That's who this is. This is the level up chick. This is the chick that is listening to Shira 7. This is the chick that then heard Shira 7 say that she did not marry her husband for love. This is the same chick. And Shira 7 sits up there and says if her husband tells her that he don't like her hair, she wear it that way anyway. She says if my husband tell me he don't like something that I'm wearing, I wear it anyway. This is that chick. This is that chick. So if you meet the woman and you like her the way that you met her, and this is what turns you on, this is what gets your juices going. If you cannot take her home to your family, if you're going to feel embarrassed holding her hand or taking her to a business luncheon or any of that type of stuff, then she's for play only. See, what you guys do is you take women that's a plaything or a placeholder until something more suitable comes along. Y'all take the playthings and the placeholders and you try to make wives out of them. Why? And I'm going to tell you all a secret that a lot of women don't want me to tell. But I'm talking to the men today. Ladies, I'm not talking to you guys. I'm talking to the men today. I talk to the ladies, but today I'm talking to the men. Every woman wants to be married. Everyone. I don't care who she is. How do I turn off the sounds for these notifications? This is I wish they had a mute notification. You know, these electronic devices really get to me. Yes, Eugene. Yes. I'm not gonna say every woman. I would say maybe there's a small percentage, maybe 5%. But let me tell you what goes on in the psyche of a young girl. When we're little girls, we're told all these princess stories. When we're little girls, we're given the little play white wedding gown with the play white wedding veil, and we're always taught how to play like we're a bride. So from the time we're little girls, we are conditioned to want to get married, with emphasis on married. But we are not taught collectively how to be a wife. We are conditioned to want to be married, but we are not taught how to be wives. So you got a lot of little girls in grown women bodies running around here, wanting the marriage ceremony, wanting the title of a wife, but they have not been taught how to be a wife. Now, especially in Western society, where anything goes, there is no, how can I say, culture for teaching girls a rite of passage into the responsibilities of being a wife. Now, you have this in other cultures where the gender roles are very, very apparent. Little girls are taught not only to want to be married, but they're also shown by the examples in their own homes, by their mothers and their grandmothers, how to be a wife. And they have specific rituals, they have specific cultural things that they do that prepares the little girl to be a wife. But here in Western culture, we don't have that. And I know a lot of ladies are going to be listening and they're going to be mad at me for saying this, but I'm just stating the honest to God truth of the matter. We don't have that over here. There's no structure. And I will also say similarly, because I have to also tell the other side of the story, because I got to call it down the middle. Boys in other countries understand that becoming a man and being a husband and a father is a rite of passage. And they understand the benefit of having a wife. And they also understand what their responsibilities are as a man and a husband to their wife and their family. And they're taught this by the examples of the men that they grow up under and watching. And they know what is expected of them in their dealings with women. We have no culture, period, in this American society. So when I hear this woman on Kendra G show talking, saying that her husband is boring, saying that her husband is boring, when I hear this young woman sit here and say that she had a good husband, y'all, I'm just going to tell you right now, she had a good husband. He was working, he was paying the bills, he was keeping her from spending up all the money on her shopping expenditures. And she thought it was boring because she grew up in American society and she does not understand what her responsibilities are as a wife. She did not expect to be folding clothes all day. She did not expect to have to be cooking meals for her husband who had been out all day working. She did not expect to be a mother to her child all day. Her expectation of being a wife is probably something that she saw on City Girls, Sex in the City, Girlfriends, pick a show. But this is what American society is teaching women. We do not show the responsibilities of motherhood and being a wife. So these women are growing up lost. And I know somebody gonna be mad at me for pointing this out. But this is what it looked like when you don't have any culture. Let's see what you guys are saying. What's up, BMT? Business Minded Talk in the house. Thank you so much for being a subscriber. He says, uh-oh. Demetrius, no, that is not hating you here. I'm not hating. No hatred here at all. Demetrius also says, well, boys in other countries aren't considered children. They are treated like little men. True. But still, there are actual gender roles that you can identify in other countries. They have actual, how can I say, cultural things that they do with the boys and the girls to teach them what their gender roles are, what is expected of them when they get married. They already know. There's no guessing. But over here, we're guessing because anything goes. We say, hey, anything goes. Whatever you want to do, you do, I do me. We don't have no defined rules. We don't have no defined culture. There is no status quo. So this is the reason why this woman is on Kendra G that had a good husband that was paying the bills and taking care of her, talking about she was bored. And this is the reason why this man erroneously chose her to become a wife. Because he don't even know what a wife is supposed to be about. Because we don't teach that here. So you got people running around here partnering up, and they don't know what they're supposed to be doing. They don't even know what they're supposed to be looking for. Demetrius said, "Oh Lord, here comes that's a good man, Savannah." I'm going to do it. Yes, Demetrius, I am going to do it. And DBMT, yeah, the stay-at-home stuff is outdated because in this day and age, it does take two. I would definitely say in this day and age, people need to be sharing resources in order to make it. However, the basic, how can I say, the general gender roles of a husband and a wife, we still don't have a blueprint. At least other cultures can pivot and share resources and become more and more modern, but they still don't give up their blueprint of marriage and what is expected. We have no blueprint here. These people don't know what give and take is. They don't understand what cooperation is, compromise is. They don't understand none of that. So without the blueprint, we can't even pivot. We just go into these marriages wrong. Exactly. Men can change diapers. But what this woman is talking about is more than just her husband being controlled. Because that's what she wants to make it sound like. She wants to make it sound like he's controlling. But he had to become controlling because of things that she was doing. See, for every cause, there's an effect. There's a reason why he gave her those rules, because that's how she was dressing when he met her. There's a reason why he went from not giving her a financial, how can I say, not limiting her financially to limiting her financially. There's a reason, because she was overspending. And as he saw her doing things that was detrimental to the family, he had to become more and more and more controlling. And this is what I'm seeing here. I'm seeing a good man that was probably at the end of his rope trying to hold his family together because he had a limited income. And so, exactly, Eugene Steele, he said, this is not Build-A-Bear. But that's exactly what he tried to do with this woman. He tried to build a wife. So as things started coming up that were problematic, and she was unable to listen to reason, she was unable to compromise, she was unable to be a wife. And so he tried to enforce rules on her, becoming more and more controlling in an effort to build a wife. Just like women be trying to build a man, he was trying to build a wife. See, women are not the only ones that's over here trying to build a mate. Men be over here trying to build a mate too, all the time. And how you guys do it is with trying to enforce rules on women, loose women, trying to domesticate them, trying to bring the animal out of the wild and tame them. Eugene Steele says a couple has to build with each other, but both of them must have a foundation to start with. Exactly. But let me go ahead. Let's get more into this because she's going to reveal more about herself. Yes, she is.
Like to be friends with my best friend because he said I can't have any friends. I wasn't married. And I'm just like, that's crazy. Like, he thinks everybody that's not married is just the wrong type of crowd to be with. I don't know. It's just, okay. Yeah, that's too controlling. What I was going to say was sometimes women leave the good guys for these ratchet men, and the ratchet men can come with a lot of shit. You know, so the ratchet man, he might be kissing up on him, and then he might be kissing up on somebody else. Yeah. You want to be out here lit with it. But I will say, with more context of your ex-husband, no, I don't think anyone wants to be married to a person like that. Right, right. So I feel for her. That's crazy. Yeah, it was just super fun to me. When I say ratchet, I really mean that loosely, like in a sense of just someone more fun. That's it. Just more fun. Don't give me crazy rules. And just want to get to know each other. Like love is for me. Like that's what I meant. Like I don't mean like I don't want to be naked on top of a table and you cheering me on. I don't want that. But I do want somebody that grabs my hand, let me get up, and let's dance in the middle of the floor. Like, let's enjoy life together. Okay, you know, that's all. I understand that. But what's up? Why did you get married? Was he controlling at the beginning? I got married, honestly, to be honest, I was depressed and I was going through a lot. So he kind of like saved me from that. And I fell in love with that. When I stopped being depressed and I got on my feet and I want a career and I wanted just to do something other than being a housewife, that was the biggest no. And we kept butting heads. It was times where he just he just didn't like it. He just did not like it. And he just told me, flat out told me. And it's just like, well, I gotta go. Where is he gotta go? So we were in your requirements. Do you have any more requirements before we go to your deal breakers? I just
Okay, so I have to stop it right there. So there's a lot that she kind of revealed right there. And I just want to kind of hop right into it. Oh, I'm getting hot. Turn the air on. Whew. All right. So, first of all, she sat there and she said that she wanted somebody that's fun. Now, I don't fault the sister for this. You know, she said that, you know, when she says that she want to be ratchet, she says she's saying it loosely. You know, she just really wants somebody that she can let her hair down with, somebody that's going to love her for her. And, you know, somebody that, you know, that she can just, you know, paint the town red with, you know. And I get that. I get that. However, you can't paint the town red if you all don't have your finances together. So just like we as women, if we as women, we don't feel in a sexual mood if we don't feel secure. You know, like if we feel as if we're going to be evicted any day now, and our husband come breathing up on us, talking about some let's get it on, we're not going to be in the mood, right? Right? And it's the same way with men. If a man feels as if his finances are not on point, but you want to rub on up on him, talking about, "Ooh, honey, let's go out and let's go eat, or let's go out and let's go shopping." He's not going to be in the mood for going out to take you to anything that costs money when he's trying to stay on a budget and catch up on bills. It's the same it's the same concept. The same way you're not in the mood to have sex if you don't feel that, you know, you're going to have a roof on your head, or if the lights are off, or if you don't have running water, you're not going to be in the mood to have sex. He's not going to be in the mood to take you out to have dinner or take you out to a nice outing or plan a trip if he doesn't have extra money to take you out and plan trips. He's not going to be in the mood to do that. So the same way that, he has to warm you up and make sure everything is right for you in order for you to want to give him, some affection, is the same way that you have to let that man prepare, save up his money so that he feels confident in going out and spending. It's a two-way street. It's really easy. It's really simple concept. But for some reason or another, we as women, and I'm talking to the women now, we drop the ball on this. Make sure you know that the finances are good before you go making these types of demands on your man. I'm talking about your husband or the person that you've been living with forever. If a man is a little bit squeamish about, taking you out whereas he wasn't before, that right there is a sign that the finances are not doing well. It's not that he doesn't want to, but something's going on with the finances. And so that's when you need to be asking, honey, how are we doing with, money? Is there anything that I can help? Anything we need to cut back on? What's going on? That's when you need to jump in and be a partner. And I guarantee you that once the finances are right, once he feels confident that, he's not going to have anything or anybody calling him, no bill collectors, everything's paid up, and he has extra money, then he won't feel so bad about taking you out, and painting the town red or taking you on a shopping spree or planning a trip with you. But you have to know exactly what's going on. Eugene Steele says that man and that woman were not ready for marriage to begin with. And BMT says, get hot. I rebuke the ratchet spirit. It's nothing wrong with wanting to have fun. I don't think that she said anything wrong when she talked about her wanting to have fun. It should be fun. There's nothing wrong with that. But in your wanting to have fun, you cannot be selfish. And there's something wrong with a person that may see that you're in a financial peril and they don't care. There's something very wrong. That person is not a team player. And it sounds like this is what might have been the case with this situation. Hash Dragon says plenty of known broke dudes get played with women. The financial security point isn't universal. I could be wrong. Most women want to be financially secure. When you find a woman that don't care about the financial security, she got a lot of things going on with her that ain't right. And you will both end up soon in the poorhouse. You definitely want a woman that is also very financially astute. So she had better care about financial security. That's the type of woman you do want. Eugene Steele says, also to me, it seemed like the man was chasing PUSSY instead of really staying in his square. Steve the Dean, K. Zagan, Mr. Lucario, Mr. 1950, and Miles warned us about that. Shout out to those guys. All right, thank you, fair hashtag, and he said fair point. And that could be it too. Like when a guy, if he had been taking you out If he had been planning trips with you and the family, and if he had been spending money on you, and then all of a sudden that stops, one of two things might be going on. You guys might, you guys just might have some financial issues that you both need to, work out, and that's totally workable. You just need a little bit of communication as to what money can be spent and what money can't be spent. And guys are, I don't know why, but men are really, really bad communicating when, the finances are not, doing all that well. Men are really bad about communicating this. But also, you have to be receptive to hear no sometimes as women. You have to be receptive to the point where, things happen like inflation. Things become a lot more expensive. Rent goes up, mortgage goes up. And so you might not have the money that you used to have to splurge. So what he's doing is he's budgeting, but he just hasn't communicated that to you. So that might be something that you both need to sit down and have that talk. Or if he's cutting back all of a sudden and there's no inflation, rent hasn't gone up, he's making the same salary. Okay. Now I got to think, what are you doing with your money? Because if you're not spending it in the house and you're not spending it on me and you're not spending it on the kids and I haven't seen you buy yourself anything, well, where's the money going? How come, you know, we can't take this trip? How come we can't go to this restaurant? How come I can't go on this shopping spree? Now you're going to have to answer, where does money go? Hmm? Might be like Eugene Steele says, might be chasing some other poonanny out there. So it's one or two things, ladies. Not saying all the time that he's chasing the poonanny. It could be the first thing. It's just that things have gotten more expensive and you might need to tighten up a little bit, which is understandable. And that's where you have to be understanding and meet him halfway. But if he's out there chasing some other poonanny and some other woman is benefiting from the household funds, that's a problem. That's definitely a problem. But let's continue. I think she's almost done, and then we can go into the main event.
Don't. I really don't. Just like the basic what we all want, nice teeth, dress, have your own swag, whatever that is. I like the guy that leads. I want to lead. I want to lead. Don't always tell me to make the dinner plans. Don't always walk in front of me. I like that sweet guy. That's it. Let's do the kids again. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Okay, so she's about to do the Kendra cam. I'm about to share my screen so you guys can see she's a great looking girl. Let me see if I can get this up for you guys to see. You won't actually be able to see the audio, but you'll be able to see. Okay, now. Okay, here we go. All right, so let me go ahead and get it to 11:07 in the video. Okay, so I guess you guys saw the Kendra cam. So I'm gonna stop sharing the screen right here. So that's where she showed her little shape. And she has a cute little shape. She's, no tummy, don't look like she had any kids or anything like that. So she's very, very attractive young woman. So let's go ahead and hear more of this.
Well, I do want a three. Let me make sure my so okay. Crash it. Oops. So look, it's like this. This. I know. That's what it's a bad habit. I so naked. I walk around with no clothes on. That's why it's a family have problems. No, that's like pretty well. All right, here we go. This is Jenny, North Carolina, 34. What's the case range you were dating? Oh, Jesus. I want to say 29 all the way down to like 45. Maybe 29 and 95. But okay, 29. My ex-husband was 45. Those were perfect. Okay, do you want more kids? Don't hate me for this, but
She keeps saying,
no,
"Don't hate
no,
me."
first one. Love my son, but I said no to the first one. So I don't want any more school. You don't have to. I can love them like they're mine. Okay. So you don't want any more kids. Okay. Um, marriage or last relationship? What? Okay. You don't have to answer.
She's 34, Eugene.
Like 3 weeks ago. We can. I don't know. But I think we both was good. You don't know who the man was? I know who he is, but I think we was just like, I think we fed off of our loneliness. Like, he was complaining that his wife died 2 years ago. I was complaining I was lonely, was nice to each other. We had a good time. So it's your house. Like, we're something more just like real? He, okay. He can be an option for something real. When I stopped by his house, he still had all of his wife's stuff, like uncut, still everywhere. And I was just like, I'm not going to do that to him and put that type of pressure on him. So maybe he's not ready to really transition over to really good. Okay. Bring the phone up. I hear like it says, grandpa the little girl. So, so that's why you can't do nothing real with him. No, I don't think he's ready. I don't think he's ready. And I don't want to put this type of pressure on him in a sense of like, you know, pack up your wife's shit. How do you say that to someone who wife? I know, so I don't want to say that, and I don't want to do that. So I'm like, you know what? It was nice, and when you're ready, call me when it's gone. Call you when it's gone. Okay. Oh, okay. All right, Jenny. What are 3 flaws you have to work on? Oh, 3 flaws. Okay. One of them is okay. Um, if you want to go there with me in arguments, I would take it there. So I don't know how to walk away. Like, if you're like this, I'm like your mama. And I know. I'm working on that. I'm working on that. My second one is if I can pull up my work schedule, I work 16 hours, 16 hours, 16 hours. I try to stack, I try to save, and I want to participate in my next relationship. So that can be a flaw, I guess. And then my last one is I'm a little materialistic. A lot materialistic. Yeah.
A
I
lot
can get
materialistic.
that materialistic. Oh, okay. And why would a guy be like to be with you, sweetheart? Um, I mean, I got a kind heart. I will give you the world. I will participate in our relationship. I will be as loyal as you want me to be. And I can meet you halfway. I can meet you halfway and I can get to know you and know what you like, and then try and be that perfect person for you if you give me a chance. Oh, okay. Let's do it. You want to get married again? I do. I do. I do. Please, okay? Get in the DM, cause yes, let's do this. Let's see what it looks. Let's go get try it. Sorry.
See, she want to be married. I told y'all, damn near every woman want to be married.
I want to fun. I want to fun. Please be relaxed. Please don't give me all these rules. Can we meet in the middle? Please give me time to adjust. Just give me that. That's all I'm asking for. Okay. I love it. That's good.
Want to be married, don't know how to be a wife.
But I will say this. Where she get, where she get her man, she has the hot girl summer, but it's extended. So second thing, gonna be controlling. Yeah. Okay. She gonna wear her hair the way she wanna wear her hair. She gonna have her money. She gonna have her friends. And don't have a wife that passed away. Yeah. Because she said, I'm not here for the ghosts. Right past. Okay. Okay. Right passed away. I'm in present. Come to me. Appreciate the present. And please like kids. I have a 2-year-old son about to be 3. He's artistic. And I need that. Like sometimes I need somebody to talk to. I do have bad days, so just listen. Please don't let it just be only about fun. Be that person that I can talk to. Okay. So we know you have some autistic son. So have come with a caring heart. Let's do it. How could the guy reach out to you, bro? So I don't know my Instagram name. It's like, hold on, these are L. It's like LLO. No. Love life. Love life. It's like.
Okay, I'm done. I'm done. She on the show. She don't know her Instagram name. She can't. She put all these heart emojis and all this other shit in her Instagram name. I don't know. It's just a hot mess. But there's a lot to unpack here. So on the one hand, when she asked her, if she wanted to have children, she said, "Well, actually, I said no to the one I got." So she don't even want the child that she has, the autistic son that she just said. She don't even want him. She just had that boy because her husband wanted her to have that boy. And once again, I have to look at the husband with the side eye. Now she was already not budgeting the money. You had to put all these rules on her about the spending. Then you had to cut back on her allowance, and because she was probably spending up the household bills. And you're telling her, hey, don't be out here all ratchet. You're a mother, you got a son, and all this other stuff. And she want to be out here running around ratchet and all this other stuff. And just she for the streets. She is for the streets. And I have to ask, dude, when you saw that she was already not budgeting the money right, what made you say, okay, now I'm going to put a baby in this? What made you say that you want to have a baby with this? This woman gave you so many red flags that she was not wife material. Not wife material. You guys were together 10 years and you all have a 2-year-old. So that means that you must have had this 2-year-old towards the end of that marriage. So you tried to trap her with this baby and it didn't work. She still left. She still called you boring. And she took your autistic son and she left you. This is all his fault. I'm going to have to put it on that dude. But not all of it is his fault, but he had to take some responsibility. Clearly, something is going on with this woman mentally. Just listening to this phone call. I get the gist that something's going on with this shit. I know my phone is making all kinds of noise and stuff. What the hell? Okay, I get system valve. There we go. Now, all that goddamn noise. Something clearly wrong with this woman. What's up, Mella? Let's see what Mella's saying in here. She said, does she have a therapist? Mella, she needs a therapist. She really do. Because, she's dealing with an autistic son, and clearly she has some mental issues of her own. She definitely got some arrested development issues. To me, I don't even think that she's fit to be a mother. Let's see what else you guys are talking about. DMT said, hell no. Said, hell no. She can't be seeing the therapist. Eugene says, I'm surprised that marriage lasted this long. Eugene also says the man's vetting process was messed up. Yeah, because he was only looking at her cute little body and her pretty face. And she's a gorgeous woman. She come in a cute, pretty, little crazy package. Some of you guys are getting with women that come in these cute, little crazy packages. And you're trying to build a wife. Like Build a Bear Workshop, you over here trying to build a wife. Oh, all I gotta do is just put some rules on her. Tell her she can't wear no tight clothes. Tell her that she can't put no weave in her hair, and don't be putting this long nails on, and cook for the son. And yeah, I just give some rules. I'm just gonna pull back on her allowance. And then when she says she got tired of that and she went out and she got a job, her husband didn't like it. And you want to know why he didn't like her working? That control piece. He wanted to continue to be able to control her. She didn't like being controlled. So that forced her to go out and get a job. She said she liked to stack her money. She worked 16 hours because she liked to shop. At least she knows. At least she knows. But now she don't have no time to play. So she's working to shop. And if she's working 16 hours, who's with that little boy? She ain't got no time. She sat up there, and what I love about Kendra G's show is she asks all the right questions. She said, okay, well, what are some of your flaws? Name 3 of your flaws. And I have to give it to this woman. She was honest. She said, yeah, I might have a little bit of a shopping problem. That's the reason why I said earlier that husband had to kind of rein her in, from spending up all the household funds. She was probably shopping her ass off. And he had to rein her in or they would have been bankrupt. Because they're only dealing with one income and that's his. But then Dum Dum didn't want her to get a job. Now, everything could have been, settled if he had to just let her work and buy her own stuff. Because if she had a job, then, she wouldn't have time to be going out, having her hot girl something. Because she's working all the time. Because she's working to, spend. So maybe I thought I turned this system volume stuff down. This goddamn phone making all this noise. No, that's not it either. Huh? Oh, notifications. That's what it's okay. So I got to turn that down. Well, I tell you. Hash Dragon says this is a girlfriend, not a wife. Exactly. BMT Business Minded Talk says, listen, we not going back to the 1950s. Give that ideology up. Ain't nobody mentioned nothing to the about the 1950s, BMT. What are you talking about? If you only make a certain amount of money, like say for instance, you bring home $4,000 a month, you paying out $2,500 a month in household expenses. That leaves you with approximately $1,500 to spend and save. Okay, so you'll be comfortable, doing something with your family. But what if you have a wife that takes that $1,500? She's spending $1,500 in purses and clothes and shoes and jewelry. One bag costs $800. One outfit costs $600. That's the whole $1,500 right there. What if you got a wife that don't have a muzzle on her spending? See, we're not talking about the 1950s. We just talking about everyday economics. So we're not trying to relegate her back to the 1950s. We're trying to relegate her to budgeting like an adult. If you are the only person in the household bringing in money, like I said, you got $4,000 coming in. $2,500 of that is for the household expenses. And she's sitting up here spending up a $3,000 surplus. That means you $1,500 in the hole. That's not going back to 1950s on a motherfucker. That's saying, bitch, you need to do something about your spending. Exactly, Mela, juggling credit cards and stuff. Every goddamn credit card is maxed out to the limit dealing with this chick. So I can understand why dude was like, okay, we gonna put you on an allowance. I got 400. I get $4,000 a month. 2,500 has to go here. We got 1,500 to play with. I'm gonna give you 500 of this 1,500. And if she goes over that 500, oh well, that's too bad. That's all you got. That's all you can give. Cause 500 for you, 500 for the baby, 500 for savings, 500 for him. So you guys, you have to figure out how to split up that last 1,500. But all of it can't go to her. All of it can't go to her not knowing how to spend and budget. And see, this is where you as a man have to step in and you have to, be like, no. And that's what he did. But he should have gauged that prior to putting a ring on her finger. She said some things that led me to think that he knew she had problems. She said that when she first met him, she married him because she was depressed. I can go back and play it, but that's exactly what she said. She said, oh, Kendra asked him, well, why did y'all get married in the first place? She said, oh, I was depressed and I was going through some things. So when a person tells me that they married somebody because they were depressed and they were going through some things, that means you were broke and you were depressed about your financial situation. Let's just call a thing a thing. Let's tell the truth and shame the devil here. She was broke and depressed about her financial situation, and that's why she married this guy. He paid all her bills and saved her from her financial struggles, which was probably her running up all the credit card bills she had. And she said, and then once I got up on my feet, so once your husband help you get up on your feet, now he boring. This is what she's saying. He boring and he don't like to have fun and he got too many rules. Exactly, Mela. He was a come up. That's exactly what this was. She did not want to marry him. She did not want to have that baby. But she needed him. This is what I'm hearing. And like most of you guys, he led with his wallet. He did not take time to get to know this woman. He only took time to get to know her exterior. He liked the physicality of the woman, but he did not like her mentality. And he was in that marriage trying to build a wife, and it was never going to happen. When they got married, she was in her 30s. Once you hit 25, you're pretty much the person that you're going to be. There's not going to be much, changing around anything. He met her and she was a financial mess, but he liked what he saw. And this is his fault. He was trying to push something, he was trying to push a square into a round hole. He kept trying to jam that square peg into the round hole. And it just didn't fit. And hell, she was the one that was sensible enough to leave, not him. Yes, Demetrius, I'm going to condemn him for trying. Sure enough. Now, I'm going to go ahead and get into the other clip that I wanted to play. Let me see if I can get this. I don't know. This StreamYard is something else, y'all. I'm not going to be able to play the stream, but I am going to play the audio. So now this is the headliner of the stream. Young woman brutally beaten by love interest, his girlfriend, and all of his friends. So she was beaten by 7 people, y'all. 7 people. To the point where she almost died. And, there's some things that I want to point out about this woman, too. Because, like I said, I listen to what a person isn't saying in addition to what they are saying. And, every victim isn't a full victim. They're not fully innocent. Every victim is not completely innocent. I'll put it that way. And we learned this early on last year with the whatchamacallit Russell girl lying about being kidnapped. Let me see here. I gotta go into is it in my messages? I believe it's in my messages. Hold on. I'm gonna play the audio because I can't get the video to work on YouTube. My video tools are not working for whatever reason. My Google Chrome want to hate on me. Okay, here we go.
I was set up to die and survive. He was my step cousin's friend. I just turned 20. He was 27. Other people that we knew who went out was like, oh yeah, he has a girlfriend. I'm like, that's not what he told me. I get a call on my phone and it's some girl like, yeah, you're dealing with my man just because you touched him. Now I want to move sure. He calls me. He's like, can we hang out? I'll just get a car, we can talk and I can explain myself, things like that. And so I go to meet him and he's like, come upstairs. This is my friend's house and we're going to hang out. I didn't think anything of it. He leads me upstairs. He opens the door and out walks a bunch of females I've never met before. My stomach dropped up on the ground. What is happening? One girl walks up and she just pulls her arm back and punches me right in the face. Then they all basically attacked me, pounced on top of me. I'm backed in the kitchen and my back is against the stove and they're punching, kicking, stomping on me. I just kind of crawl up like this. But at one point, the guy that I was talking to come in and he kind of stands next to a girl who I later found out that's the girl that called me on the phone threatening me. And they had a weapon in their hand. It was like a wooden pole and they start beating me with the pole. At a certain point, guy whose house it was supposed to be that was sweeping up when I walked in. He comes in the kitchen. He's like, yo, 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 stop, stop, stop. Nobody touch her. Nobody touch her. You know, everybody stop. And he walks up and he grabs my arms and he's like trying to pull my arm down off my face. He's like, it's okay. It's okay. It's fine. Nobody's going to hit you anymore. You can go. You can go. Nobody's going to hit you anymore. So he pulls my arm down off my face. And at this point, I'm thinking, like, okay, fine. At least somebody in here has some sort of sense. And he full force punches me dead in my face and knocks me out completely unconscious. Just did that so they could stop up.
So I'm gonna just stop it right there. So far, she's saying that she's dating this guy for a month and a half. And people around town were trying to tell her, hey, this guy has a girlfriend. But she goes, that's not what he told me. Now, I'm going to stop it right there because she going to make it seem like she ain't know he had a girlfriend. She don't know where this ass whooping came from or nothing. And I'm not saying that she deserved to get jumped on or anything like that. She's still a victim. There is no way at all whatsoever that this girl should have been stumped on and pounded on over a man at all, period. But I can't help but think when I see situations like this of Princella and how she always talk about how violent men are. But me growing up in a city where I saw nothing but violence from both male and females, I have to, kind of disagree with her a little bit because women can be just as treacherous and just as violent too. Demetrius says, so does she have a perfect victim complex? I don't think so. Now, the thing about it is there is no such thing as a perfect victim. No such thing. However, in this situation, when she first comes on, and I don't know if you guys heard her, but she says people were trying to tell her that the guy had a girlfriend. Listen to it again. I'm gonna go back.
Die and survive. He was my step cousin's friend. I just turned 20. He was 27. Other people that we knew from the town was like, oh yeah, he has a girlfriend. I'm like, it's not what he told me. I get what he.
Y'all heard that? Other people in the town was like, yeah, all right, he has a girlfriend. And you know what her response was? Yeah, well, that's not what he told me. So people were trying to warn her. And see, it gets to the part where, she's saying that the girl calls her. Finally, the girl calls her and says, hey, you with my man. And I know that's my man because people been telling you this is my man. I sent them to tell you this is my man. And you still don't care that you fucking around with my man. So now since you fucking around with my man, you got to get a beat down. I'm telling you how this shit went. I'm telling you because see, she trying to make it seem like, she didn't do nothing wrong. She kind of glossed over the fact because she said it real fast. Like in the beginning of her story, she said what the problem was, but she glossed over it really fast. Oh, people around the town were saying that he had a girlfriend, but I was like, that's not what he told me. Like she was confused. Yeah, I know men lie, but if your sister telling you that this guy you dating got a man, this is your stepfather's cousin or something like that, or somebody, I think her friend's step cousin or somebody, but somebody in her family told her that, hey, he got a girlfriend. You got family members saying that this guy got a girlfriend. You got your friends telling you this guy got a girlfriend, and people all around town. Why would these people be lying to you? Why would these people be lying to you? Really? Hash Dragon says violence doesn't have a gender. Both genders have their own methods of violence. Exactly. And see, with women, when we're violent towards each other, there's 99.9% of the time is a nigga involved, a man involved. Eugene Steele says, if the town tells her he has a woman and he doesn't, that's a red flag. Hash Dragon says, World Star Hip Hop is full of videos of both genders being violent. Yeah, I've seen it too. So I don't understand where Prince is coming from with this whole, it's just the men, it's just the men, it's just the men. Because I grew up in Chicago South Side. Bitches getting stabbed up in the bathroom by women. So I don't know where she came up at. It's some violent ass women. Now I know she probably gonna find an excuse why the women violent. Oh, the women is violent because of the men. I don't know. I think, there's a study that I gotta pull up that study. I'm gonna do content on this study. But there was a study that said women that had more male friends than women friends live longer. So not only do we live longer if we're single, but we also live longer if we stay away from bitches too. So make that make sense. Make that make sense. There's a study that say we live longer if we stay away from each other. They got a study on everything. Demetrius Higashikata says, when I moved into my dorm every year, they always say the guys don't really have this problem, but they always have to tell the ladies to be nice and don't fight. He says, with emphasis, every single year. I believe you. I believe you. Jones Commercial was an all-girls school that I went to. Now, granted, it wasn't as ratchet as the school that I had come from, but it was nothing but girls there, and every day there was fighting, like little girly fights, not nothing that and see. I come from a ratchet ass school, and I knew how to fight, so those girls never bothered me because they would get the shit knocked out of them. I come knocking down teeth and breaking noses and shit like that. That's where I come from. We don't stop until you're dead. That's how we fight. But those girls will sit up there, doing the little windmill fighting and shit. It was cute. It was funny to me. But anyway, yeah, we fought all the time. We fought all the time. Hash Dragon says lesbian couples domestic violence report numbers are crazy. Yes. And that's the other thing that we don't like to talk about, the other elephant in the room. And you get away from these men, then you get with a woman and you're still getting your ass, still getting beat, still fighting. So I mean, what is it? Is it the men, or what the hell is it? But let's continue to listen to the story.
Told me, I get a call on my phone and it's some girl who's like, yeah, you're dealing with my man just because we touched him. Now I want to feature. He calls me. He's like, can we hang out? I'll just get in the car. We can talk and I can explain myself, things like that. So I go to meet him and he's like, come upstairs. This is my friend's house and we're going to hang out. I didn't think anything of it. He leads me upstairs. He opens the doors and out walks a bunch of females I've never met before. My stomach dropped up on the ground. What is happening? One girl walks up and she just pulls her arm back and punches me right in the face. Then they all basically attacked me, pounced and attacked me. I'm backed in the kitchen and my back is against the stove and they're punching, kicking, stomping on me. I just kind of crawl up like this. But at one point, the guy that I was talking to comes in and he kind of stands next to a girl who I later found out that's the girl that called me on the phone threatening me. And they had a weapon in their hand. It was like a wooden pole and they start beating me with the pole. At a certain point, guy whose house he was supposed to be that was sweeping up when I walked in, he comes in the kitchen. He's like, yo, stop. Nobody touch her. And everybody stopped. And he walks up and he grabs my arms and he's like trying to pull my arms down off my face. He's like, it's okay, it's fine. Nobody's gonna hit you anymore. You can go, nobody's gonna hit you anymore. So he pulled my arm down off my face. And at this point I'm thinking, okay, fine, at least somebody in here has some sort of sense. And he full force punches me dead in my face and knocks me out completely unconscious. He just did that so they could stomp on my face better because I was blocking and they weren't getting in the hits they wanted to or whatever. I'm unconscious and when I wake up, I'm like being like really beaten. I felt like they were trying to crush my skull. Like that's how the force of all these teeth and like weapons and I don't know what else they were hitting me with. I can't even be honest, but something said in my head like, oh my God, they're trying to kill you. Because eventually something's gonna break, you know. You can't keep stomping on somebody's skull like that and face like that. I decided that okay, well I have to fight it. I kinda like mind you, all these people are on top of me. I just kinda like pushed up and kinda like stood up and I reached back at a stove burner and I just felt for what I could and I grabbed the stove burner, the thing that goes on top with the pot on top, and I just swing. Oh, and I hit one of the girls, she goes down, and I swing again, and everybody like they kind of like parted like the Red Sea, and I just ran. I get to the door, I open the first lock, click, second lock, click, then third lock, the one that was on the doorknob, and then I turned the doorknob and I opened the door and I am literally lifted off my feet by my hair and slammed on the ground. Boom. By the same guy that just punched me in the face. And like then he grabs the door and slams it back shut. Then I tried to like get up again. The girl that I hit comes around the corner with the same stove burner and whacks me in the face with it. Boom. And I fall back and every time like I fall back somebody like grabs me and holds me up. Then I like push them up like I'm like semi-conscious and I run towards the window because at this point like I'm gonna just jump out the window. They grabbed me and stopped me from jumping out the window. Someone told me to be holding me up. The girl picked up the bottle that was on the table when I came in and she like bashes me over the head with the bottle. All I remember is like woozy. I just felt my face get like really hot and I just touched my face and when I looked at my hands, that my hand was completely covered in blood. Like it was just like spouting out in my head at this point. And then I looked over and there was a girl on the wall. She looking like straight ahead. She's not looking directly at me. This is the only person in there that I knew from school. I kind of reached out the same hand towards her and I said her name. And as soon as I said her name, boom, I just passed out. At this point, like fighting to wake up, fighting to stay awake. I just kept saying like, get up, in my mind, like open your eyes. And my eyes are like, there's blood all over me, my face. What else am I going to do? I'm being hit by like 5 females and bottles and stove burners and grown men. At one point, the guy that punched me in the face had his foot on my head, construction, steel toe work boots. I was unconscious and then I like woke up like because I felt this burning sensation on my back and I popped up. One of the guys had put his cigarette out on my back. The girls were back in the kitchen running around talking, trying to figure out what to do. At one point, these are the men grabbed my pants and started pulling my pants down. One of the females was like, what are you doing? He was like, oh, well, you know, and she was like, nah, not here. I guess that was his girlfriend or something like that. And apparently assault and attempted murder is okay, but rape is not. Obviously, I can't fight 7 people. So I decided to just start praying. I wasn't very religious. I only knew like one prayer, and that was the Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come. So I start saying that, and before I could finish it, every time I pass out, and then I'd come to again, and I just kind of tried to like pick up where I left off, but I know I finished it. And at one point, I'm laying there, I'm trying to say the prayer, and these people had to be like possessed or something because here I am, there's a bloodied, half-naked girl who's bleeding everywhere, mumbling on the ground. She was so disturbed by it. She bent down. She said, what the? And you say, that's one of the parts that sticks out to me the most because why do you care what I'm saying? I'm your prisoner at this point. And she was just like screaming and yelling and pacing back and forth. And at one point, I felt something cold rubbing up and down my back. And I'm in and out consciousness at this point. I'm still trying to finish the prayer. And all I hear is, I don't know about the rest of y'all, but I'm not going to jail for this. If you're going to kill this. So then she like starts pressing the knife into my back. And one of the girls grabbed the knife out of her hand. And she was just like, calm down or like, wait, just wait. And then they start discussing how to kill me and what to do with my body. One of the girls was like, oh yeah, let's strip her naked and we can dump her in the ditch. I'm hearing them talk about what to do with my dead body. So I just continued praying. What am I going to do at this point? I'm probably going to die. You know, they'd already said, might as well kill her because we're going to go to jail. So I remember getting to the end of the prayer and there was a knock at the door. I saw this like whispering and rushing around, and they go outside. Whoever came in the door was like freaking out because he was a...
Okay, so I'm going to stop it right there. So she went through a horrible and horrendous ordeal at the hands of 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 females. It was the girlfriend, the girlfriend's sister, the girlfriend's sister friend, and the guy that she was seeing, his 2 sisters. So there were 5 women jumping on her, plus the 2 men helping them. Now, I know a lot of you in here have gotten cheated on before. A lot of you in here have gotten cheated on before, right? I've been cheated on before. Now, the only thing that would make me want to go at another woman is if the other woman was talking shit to me. Now, see, I listened to what's said, and like I said, there's no justification for what these women did to her at all. She should not have been in this situation, period. However, it's not making any sense. Like, there's a lot of stuff left out of the story as to why the rage was to this level. But it takes me back to when the whole town was trying to tell her that this guy got a girlfriend. And then it takes me back to when the girlfriend called her on the phone to tell her, you fucking with my man. And she never said what she said to the girl in response. See, you guys, this story is very sad because I cried when I first heard it. But, the realist in me, the woman in me, the person that, that kind of looks at all angles and all sides of the story, it's like, okay, there's always a cause to an effect. Now, no matter what she said to this woman, those women had no business putting their hands on her, period. I just want to make this perfectly clear. I got to say it 99 times, but I have to look at what is said and what is not said because it's not making sense. Because she had the conversation with the girl, and the girl just says, just because you touched him, I got to get you. That's a huge jump from you getting your ass stomped out in somebody's kitchen. That's a huge jump. So I wonder what else was said on this phone call. Because we gonna make it seem like we totally the victim. We didn't say nothing. We wasn't talking shit. And I'm thinking to myself, because y'all can't see her, but this a black chick with the blonde hair. And, she liked to date the guys with the tattoos on the face, and she's 20 years old. She trying to make it seem like this all the conversation entailed, that the girl called her and said she was just going to whoop her ass. Now, I know there's some critical thinking people in this audience. We all know she did not deserve this ass whooping. But how many of you think that that's the only thing that was said in that phone call? I want somebody to put a 1 in the chat if you think that she was talking shit on the other side of that phone call. I want you all to be very, very honest with yourself. Do you believe that this woman got a call from this other woman about her man, and she was not talking shit on the other side of that phone. Because I'm gonna tell you, I done seen so many situations like this play out in real life. I know she was talking shit. All of y'all putting ones down in the chat. Thank you. Thank you. At least we being honest. Because I don't think that she was being completely honest. See, I have to look at people sideways when they tell these stories and they know the people involved and they gonna try to act like they were purely innocent. You didn't do nothing. You mean tell me you didn't say nothing to that woman that made her want to stomp you out like that in that kitchen? Exactly, Eugene. This woman said something savage to get such a savage response. Exactly. She's talking like she's the perfect victim. I think there was a lot of shit talking going on. There had to be. Because it's not making any sense. There's a lot of areas of this story that she's telling, like she glossed over the fact, like in the beginning of the story, you see how fast she just, I was dating this guy and we were dating for a month and a half, and people in the town was saying that he had a girlfriend, but that's not what he told me. But anyway, then never mind that. She just kind of glossed over it. I'm like, wait a minute, because it was like in the first 26 seconds of the video. And if you blink too fast or if you cough, you would have missed the part where everybody was trying to warn her that guy had a girlfriend. And they probably told her, and she crazy too. They probably told her, and she crazy too. And she was probably around town talking shit. I'm telling you how shit like this happened. And she probably had her set of friends, and she was probably, talking big, bad, and bold in front of them too. Because I used to be 20. People used to come up to me talking shit, popping their mouth, and I'd be talking shit too. Like, what you gonna do about it? Bitch, I do this in real life. What you talking about? I will send you to the motherfucking corner. We would say shit like that. We would be talking big shit. And so that's how the shootouts happen. That's how the game jumping happened. And so they caught her when she was by herself, when she had all her friends and relatives around, and they beat her ass. I'm going to tell you what this was. So, it's my job to listen to what she's saying, but also I'm hearing real loud what you not saying. So these people told you the whole town. She sent people to tell you. She was trying to, be nice about it and be like, yeah, I'm gonna just warn this bitch that she fucking with my nigga, and you didn't care. It's like, well, if that's your man, he wasn't yours last night. I'm telling you, that's what she said. Hey, if that's your man, he wasn't acting like it last night. But let's go ahead and hear the rest of the story.
Naked, bloody girl on the ground. All I hear is boil some water, go out the back door, a lot of whispering and running around. I heard doors open, doors close. I tried to get up, and one of the girls was like, don't move, don't move. The people that came through the door were just sitting there talking for a second. They were like, don't move, the ambulance is coming, the ambulance is coming, something of that sort. And I kept trying to get up, and they kept pushing me. The girl kept pushing me back down, like, don't move, the ambulance is coming. Then I hear sirens, some more doors open, and some more people leave, and the police come in, and literally the police officer is like, oh my. And he flips me, helps, makes me sit up, and he's like, oh my God, are you okay? What happened to you? What happened to you? I'm like, I can't talk, because the girl that just attacked me was standing right there. The people that came in and told her to call the ambulance were gone. They put me in the ambulance, and they take me to the hospital. And it was almost like I didn't feel anything. that happened in that house. But as soon as like I got in the ambulance and they put me on some stiff board, like I felt like my head was just going to fall apart. It was the most excruciating pain I'd ever felt. At this point, my mom was working at the hospital that they were taking me to. We get there, they do x-rays, the CAT scan, they like gave me like a IV pain medication. I like was screaming, I was shaking, I was just really in bad shape. My mom came and she's like, "Oh my God," she's like, she was trying to stay calm because she knew if she started crying that I would flip out. They were like, some of the people, the nurses taking care of me, knew my mom. And so they were just like, "Oh, I can't believe this is your daughter." I didn't want her to be like embarrassed. I don't know. That's why, that's the way I was thinking of it. Like, how embarrassing for her. And they were like, "Oh, you can take her home now." I mean, I don't have any clothes because my pants were torn and they like, the ambulance cut them off me anyway. My shirt was already ripped off. So I would have to leave and the hospital got her and the nurse like helped me go to the bathroom. I get into the bathroom and I look at myself in the mirror and I just started screaming. Like I just started screaming because like I did not recognize myself. I was so 3 times the size it was. I looked like that horrible picture that showed Emmett Till in the casket. That's like the type of swelling we're talking about. I was staying with my aunt because I was in college at the time, so she takes me to my aunt's house and they help me upstairs. I'm like heavily medicated, so I like pass out or whatever. The hospital calls the next morning and they said I had multiple hematomas. I had a fractured skull where I was hit in the head with the bottle. They had put 2 or 3 staples in there. They had like shaved that area where they stapled my head back together. And that facial x-ray, they said that I was hit so hard in the face that my nose was broken, but it wasn't even a fracture. An entire piece of bone from here to here in my orbital socket was just shattered. Like it was off. It was free floating. It wasn't attached to my nose anymore. Cigarette burn on my back and like little cuts all over my back. I guess the girl had started like cutting or scratching my back with a knife or whatever. My hair was so matted with blood. I used to wear my hair short, but I let it grow out that year, and it was like down here and it's curly, and it was just like it was so matted with blood, and my head was so swollen that my aunt just took the clippers and just shaved all my hair off. I had the staples in my head and they had to keep that clean and they had to monitor the hematomas to make sure they didn't get bigger. They were like blood clots or whatever. The police had gotten my purse. When I was in there, they rifled through my purse, and at one point before they had started talking about killing me, they were like holding my IDs like and reading off the dress and like, "This is where you live. Okay, we know where you live." So they had all my credit card, whatever cash I had in there, it was gone. And they had my car keys. Mind you, my car was still parked on the street in front of the park where I pulled up. But had the spare key. So she goes and gets my car and canceled my credit card. I was incapacitated. My phone was still there. So my phone rings and my aunt, she grabs it, she answers it. She's like, "Who is this?" Like interrogating the person on the other line. Like, "I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't help you." So she puts it on speakerphone. I'm like, "Who is this?" My lips were also like busted and swollen. And July 4th,
Oh shit.
2020 is the day of my own.
I accidentally went to another video.
All right, so I'm
Hold
wrapping.
on, y'all. Hold on. I gotta get back to it. Sorry about that. I got a little fidgety.
I was set up to die and survive. He was my step one's either too afraid to press charges, they don't show up for court, they just want to forget what happened, and or they're too afraid of him, or they don't at any time and stopped it. Her came out and helped me. That she was so afraid that or scratching my back with a knife or whatever. My hair was so matted with blood. I used to wear my hair short, but I let it grow out that year, and it was like down here and it's curly, and it was just like it was so matted with blood, and my head was so swollen that my aunt just took the clippers and just shaved all my hair off. I had the staples in my head and they had to keep that clean, and they had to monitor the hematomas to make sure they didn't get bigger. They were like blood clots or whatever. The police had gotten my purse. When I was in there, they rifled through my purse, and at one point before they had started talking about killing me, they were like holding my IDs like and reading off the dress and like, "This is where you live. Okay, we know where you live." So they like and all my credit card, whatever cash I had in there, it was gone. And they had my car keys. Mind you, my car was still parked on the street in front of the park where I pulled up. But had the spare key. So she goes and gets my car. They canceled my credit card. I was incapacitated. My phone was still there. So my phone rings and my aunt, she grabs it, she answers it. She's like, "Who is this?" Like interrogating the person on the other line. Like, "I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't help you." So she puts it on speakerphone. I'm like, "Who is this?" My lips were also like busted and swollen, and my speech was like not the best. So I'm like, who is this? And when I got hit in the head and I saw that girl standing against the wall that I knew from school, that was her. She was apologizing and saying that she's so sorry for not helping me and that she was so afraid that if she tried to help me, they would turn on her. Now it's like, well, now you need to do the right thing. Because at this point, I had no idea who these people were. I didn't know their names. I didn't know where they were from. The only person I knew was the guy who set me up. She and her mother go down to the police station. She tells them everything. If it wasn't for her, I wouldn't even know their name. After she did this, then the police had to, my aunt took me down to the police station to pick out their pictures out of the lineup. It wasn't like it's not like any movie. It was like a book of photos, and I was able to identify them. I don't think I'll ever forget what they look like. And as I identified them, they'll be like, yeah, that's so and so. Turns out two of the girls was the guy I was talking to's sister. The other two was his quote unquote girlfriend and her sister. The other guy was his friend. Throughout the investigation, I found out that they were more people in that house than I knew. Apparently, they were having a party before I got there. When I pulled up, everyone went in the room and hid. When I came in, I thought it was just him and his friend there. Turned out during the entire assault, there were 2 or 3 or 4 other people hiding in the room, absolutely afraid to come out. They could have came out any time and stopped it. They could have came out and helped me, and they did not. The days following that, they were on the run. I'm trying.
Okay, so I want to stop it here. So there were a lot of people in that house while she was getting jumped on by those 7 individuals. People that had nothing to do with the situation whatsoever. And some of them she knew, some of them she didn't know. Like she knew the girl that was standing against the wall, and she was just kind of scared watching the whole situation. So, this tells me a lot. This tells me a hell of a lot. You got people in the situation, probably everybody got a cell phone. And it's something that Mela wrote earlier. She said that this reminds her of a gang activity or something that she wrote earlier. And that's exactly what it sounds like to me. It sounds like everybody in there was on some type of gang code. Because for there to be that many people at that party, hiding in rooms and just standing casually by as somebody is getting beaten and almost raped like this. And there were more women there. So as another woman, seeing another woman get beat and drugged like this, you're not going to do anything. You're not going to say anything. At the very least, slip into a closet somewhere and be calling the police. I don't think it was a gang initiation. That she was just getting her ass beat. And I think she was getting her ass beat by some gangsters. Because, she was probably about that life herself. Demetrius says, no, some people just want to fight, and that's the bandwagon effect. I agree, Hatch. When you listen to the story a little bit further, she did pursue criminal and civil charges. Eugene Steele says, definitely not a gang initiation. Exactly. It's more like a angry mob, but some of those people, were involved with the people in that situation. Like she was probably talking shit to the guy's girlfriend, and probably the girlfriend's friend was there, and probably the brother's 2 sisters were there, and they're all friends with the girlfriend, and and her friend was there. And so all the girls that were there listening to her talking shit on that phone call, they were probably all there when she was going ham on the phone, talking about how she got the best wop in the world, and if your man wanted you like that, then he wouldn't be over here trying to talk to me, bitch. And she was talking shit. That's the part that she left out. Now it don't matter how much shit she was talking though. that did not warrant them doing what they did to her. But I'm betting you, this is exactly what happened. Everybody want to start calling. Anyway, I'm betting you this is what happened. And so now, after her mouth and wrote this check that her ass cannot cash, not one, not two, not three, not even four, 5 angry females beating you down, and the guy that you talking to helping them and his friend. And here's a funny thing too. If you see a picture of this guy, because I wish I could have showed the video along with the audio, but they showed a picture of the guy. This guy got tattoos all over his face. Now, me personally, I'm not really a fan of tattoos. I'm gonna just be honest with you. But even more so, I'm not a fan of face tattoos. There's got to really be something wrong with you to put a tattoo on your face, something mentally disconnected with you. Like, I think Mike Tyson is crazy. I actually think he got some mental issues. Put that tattoo on his face like that. I got a cousin. He got a tattoo on his face, and I know he crazy. Usually people with them face tattoos, the elevator not going all the way to the top floor. But that's who she was, trying to holler at. That's who she wanted to talk to, though. Make it make sense. Because he damn sure not getting a job in any type of industry worthwhile with a tattoo like that. This is not a guy that you can say is going to give you a bright future and a cushy, soft girl life. But here we are, getting stumped out over a dude with a face tattoo. We getting stumped out over a dude with a face tattoo. Let that just sink in. And Hash Dragon, don't miss me. Please miss me with the whole cultural and traditional bullshit. We live in Western culture. We don't have no culture in Western culture. Anything goes. There's no tradition, as I mentioned earlier. We have no foundation, no structure. We just doing shit just to be doing shit. Mela says, agreed. Face tattoos are a whole other level of crazy. It is. I would not be arguing back and forth with nobody. And this guy got a tattoo on his face. First of all, he wouldn't even got my number. Like, how the hell did he even get your number, girl? Let alone you getting stumped out over this guy. But let me press play.
She eventually, 3 weeks or a month later, had to have facial reconstructive surgery. The police called me, or they kept catching each one after the other. And whenever they caught one, the other one would snitch on another person. Then they would come and update.
They all snitching on each other.
There are more people in that house. The step cousin, who I wouldn't even know this guy if it wasn't for this person, because I went to show this person my car. He was in that house before I got there. And when I pulled up in my car, the girl said that he looked out the window and said, "Oh yeah, there she is. That's her car." That him and his girlfriend left out the back door. It was more than one person I was set up by. All we would have taken was a text message. Didn't even have to call me. Anyone had to say was, "Denise, don't go in the house. Don't move up. Nobody stop me." I had black eyes for 3 months. Everyone at work sent me cards and like gifts and stuff like that. I was a receptionist at a retirement home. They assured me, like, whenever you're feeling better, your job is secure, leading up to the first court case. So it was me, my mom, my stepdad. We get there. I didn't want to see them. I didn't, the victim's advocate person that was there. She like, oh, I heard about you, what he did to you. And she took me aside and this lady starts telling me how this guy that I've been talking to for a month and a half was a diagnosed sociopath with psychopathic tendencies. And then she shows me his rat. I'd never seen so many charges in my life. It was like 30, 40 charges. Like he had a lot of domestic batteries, like does harm to women, things like that. And then he used this charm to like convince them to drop the charges. And I was just like, are you serious? She's like, yeah, everyone's either too afraid to press charges. They don't show up for court. They just want to forget what happened and or they're too afraid of him or they don't want to be bothered with it. And she said, I'm the only person, the only woman that followed through, the only woman that pressed charges. How do they just have these people just walking around? And she was just saying, usually it's just him. So there was one incident with the mother of his child where his two sisters beat her up and he was there. And he basically set her up too. Like, but what he did to you, this is the worst charge he's ever got. Like 6 months after this happened, I go to my doctor because I kept having like this pain in my head, this throbbing pain. And my doctor examined me, did x-rays. He said, physically, there's nothing wrong with you anymore. I'm like, so what is this pain in my head? And he said, hold out your hand like this. So I held out my hand and my hand was just like this. And I'm like, why is my hand shaking? He's like, because you have PTSD. He never left me alone. Like he wasn't supposed to be contacting me in prison. He had people three-way calling me. I had to change my phone number. I moved. He's never actually left me alone. Three of the girls got 3 years. We sentenced to 3 years in prison. His friend got 8 years. He had a longer rap sheet. And the person that set me up got 5 years. One of the girls was a minor, so she got like a slap on the wrist. He served his 5 years and then got out. And they notify you every time each person gets out. And then my car window was busted out. My tires were slashed. Every time I try to report it, I'm like, I know who this is. That he's a career criminal. He would bust out other people's windows in the same vicinity, so it looked like a random thing. This has happened to me 3 times. At one point, when I was living in Skokie, I had parked my car on the side of the building because it had already got the windows busted out. My car was set on fire. When the fire department came, put out the fire, everybody in the building had to get out, and they said, when your window was cracked, somebody poured accelerant on the inside and set it on fire. It was real an arson. It was set on fire. He used to send me Facebook friends requests. I blocked over 30 or 40 different fake accounts he's made to stalk me and comment on my posts. Part of all of their sentencing is to never contact me ever again. Like, it was just, the judge said, if you come within like a certain feed or if you contact her via phone in any way, shape, or form, you're in violation of this order, court order, whatever. So it was already in place. I just could not prove it was him. Every time he called me from prison, it was him calling me. It was his friend because he would call them and then they would three-way call me. And I cut that off by changing my number. He created a fake account to pretend to be his sister, and then he posted a picture of himself or a video of himself like, oh, this is really a good guy. I wrote a book about him making him out to be the bad guy, but he's really a good guy. And it doesn't matter because the book didn't sell anything anyway. And the whole time, he's acting like he's his sister, saying this about himself. He's out of his mind. First, I was grateful to our creator God because I was supposed to die that night and I didn't. One of the most important things I take away from that is that human beings have 2 brains, like the one here and the one here. I remember feeling that night, like felt this feeling in my stomach, and that was my intuition telling me something was wrong, something was off. But here I have this person smiling in my face, acting nice, like everything was okay. So I literally ignored my own intuition. I literally ignored my own intuition because I didn't want to think bad of people. Never ignore your intuition. There for a reason. It's there to save me. Through therapy and through like my own spiritual awakening, I came to the conclusion like maybe I made it out of the house just so I could tell this story. Maybe I made it out of the house just so I could let people know that they're not alone. I'll never get all my questions answered about why me and not this, why not somebody else. I come to the conclusion that God and the devil are separate people. No one's sitting up in the sky. No one's sitting down there. They're all within us. God is within us. The devil's within us, and we have to get up every day and make the choice of who we want to be and who we want to listen to, who we want to follow. So when I prayed that night, it was the God in me that saved me. And those people that were surrounding me, that were trying to kill me, that's the devil in them controlling them. And that's when I realized that we are powerful beings. If only we knew. Our words have powers, our thoughts have powers. And I'll never forget one of the females bending down over which completely livid that I was laying on the ground praying. And this is from a non-religious person. There isn't a human being on this planet that strikes fear in my heart. I will never be afraid of anyone ever again. Whether you're religious or not, or spiritual or whatever, the universe or God didn't put all these tools on this earth for us not to use them. Therapy is one of those tools given to us by God, given to us by the universe. Yes, prayer changes. I'm proof of that, but also putting in the work and going to therapy can really change your lives. And do not let anyone make you feel ashamed of going to therapy, of bettering yourself, of finding your happiness.
All right, so that's the full story, guys. And I think that's about it right there. I'm gonna go ahead and open up the panel to see if anybody wants to talk about anything that they heard today, whether you want to talk about the Kendra G situation, whether you want to talk about this situation. I just put the link down into the chat room for anyone that wants to come up. If you have anything that you want to share, any thoughts or any opinions about either one of these cases, because they're both out of this world. Like I said, anybody with a tattoo on their face got to be crazy. Gets to be. Like, not saying that she asked for anything, because she didn't. Nobody deserves to be beaten the way that this woman was beaten. I think that 3, 5, and 8 years was not enough for these individuals. They should have gotten more time, in my opinion. And, the mere fact that he even had the nerves, galls, and audacity to be getting out of jail and still harassing this woman, and they act as if they can't do anything about it, is unbelievable to me. It's unbelievable. I wish I had a screenshot to show you, but before I go any further, I want to acknowledge Robert Benjamin's $5 super sticker. I just want to say thank you so much for supporting. It really does mean a lot to me. And in the spirit of that, I'm going to go ahead and give you your respect. All right. Yeah, so she had so many different red flags. So many different red flags. And see, I don't understand why we as women don't pay attention to the red flags. People coming up to you and telling you that this man has a girlfriend. The tattoos on the face. The girlfriend calling. What's up, Mella?
Child, I only came up because it's you. I mean, I don't even want to touch this because it screams ignorant to fuck. Okay, it's like you so hot in the ass that you got to pick a guy with tattoos on his face, thinking that I can change it. Like what the fuck? What was she thinking? He was gonna. I'm not trying to shame the victim. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying there are signs that indicate caution. Okay. You know, like, you know, this is the cautionary tale, is what I'm trying to say. Like, ladies, don't think you can change an already deranged MF. Don't ever think that. You cannot change an already deranged MF. Now, what you said in the last part, Faith, about how I ain't never seen a rap sheet like that before. And I don't mean to make fun of the lady. I'm glad she's alive, and hopefully, she's going to thrive past this, hopefully. What I'm saying is, duh, a
Right.
person with a tattoo on their face most likely has a criminal record, okay? If not on drugs, a combination thereof, in a gang, all that shit. This story reminds me of something that I was told by somebody. who is, I guess, in GD or BD, one of them gangs in Chicago. But this it was a pretty Caucasian girl, right? And I guess she had enough going for her where she was a lick for him. I guess that, you know what I'm saying? Like he was able to capture her attention for whatever reason. She's one of them suburban Caucasian girls, and he was able to capture her attention, and 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 she was with him, right? And next thing you know, he bringing her around, you know, the hood, right? And
Hmm.
these chicks got a problem with that. They're like, who the fuck
Yeah.
she's supposed to
Who
be?
the fuck is this? Yeah, yeah.
You
I
know,
see how it is.
and,
And that
and
that's
so
that's what lets you know that women, we are capable of being, hyper vigilant and hyper, we can be violent.
very much so, like a, I don't want to label us as animalistic, but in these gangs, these women are animals, okay? And and when somebody and I guess what I'm trying to convey is that when somebody warns you about a situation, keep it in mind because you said it best, Faith. They ain't got no reason to lie about that shit. You know,
No.
there was like, did you really think somebody was just gonna make up? Oh, he got a girlfriend. It's like, okay, you can't tell. Anyway, I don't know why the child didn't understand fat meat is greasy. I don't know, but let this be a cautionary tale to anybody who's ignorant, or even your own child who might be infatuated with somebody who has all this pizzazz and charisma and gang affiliation obviousness. You know what I'm
But
saying?
I don't understand what is the draw to guys that are gang affiliated.
It
Like
it
I
it I think there's this perception that if I can get him to be devoted to me, I ain't never got to worry about nothing. I think it is the attempt of possession. I just need to possess something that's going to guarantee me for life that I will be forever protected. What they don't understand is the nature of a psychopath. You cannot gamble with that shit at all. You can't
mm-mm,
like when a
no.
guy is walking around that shows signs that he is not willing to conform to decent, law abiding society. Showing signs, when he's showing signs like fuck the law, fuck the police. What makes you think he's gonna respect your boundaries? Okay, without incentive. And so these women that are in gangs, they know how to regulate these negroes or guys in these gangs. They know. I don't know what it's like to be in a gang, but apparently it's something about these gang queens that know how to regulate these gangsters,
They
because
know how to keep them in line. Cause I swear, I
they
couldn't
do.
be with a guy that's gangster
I
like
don't know
that. I
how they
could
do
not do.
it. I don't know how they do it, but I've seen it. I've seen killers regulated by these so-called gang queens. I've seen them
Hmm.
even like have them I don't know if I don't know.
They
I've
know
heard
how to speak their language. I heard that they know how to speak their language. They know exactly what to say to kind of get them to calm down. And they, I don't know, they got the
the
gift of gab.
lingo.
Yeah.
But see, then here comes the everyday regular schmegular citizen thinking that they can somehow, mind read what the damn lingo is, and they can't. You cannot. Only psychopaths can collaborate with psychopaths. Okay, I mean, fat meat is greasy all day. Hey, hustling muscular. Thank you so much for talking to me the other night. That was That was cool, man. Thank
So
you.
hustler and muscular.
And happy New Year, Faith Factor.
Happy New Year.
Yeah, baby. Yeah. A good one, too.
Man,
So
same
what
to
you got to
y'all.
say? What's on your mind,
Same
hustler?
to y'all. I want to say cheers because all of you are here for another happy new year.
Uh, you make great greeting cards, don't you?
I tried that once, it didn't work for me. So
Yeah, you would make great greeting cards. You know.
happy new year
Anyway,
to the
I don't
both of
mean to
you.
tease. I don't mean to tease you. I think I'm just being, personal because we had a conversation recently on your panel. So I apologize for,
It's all
if I
right.
stepped over the line. Sorry.
I don't mind being
I don't
teased.
mean to tease. I don't. Well,
I don't mind
I,
being teased.
I
He
shouldn't
don't
do
mind
that.
being teased by certain women.
Okay. But anyway, what are your thoughts about what you've heard? What have you heard?
I just came in. You said something about women in gangs, women know how to regulate gangs or something like that. Didn't make a
What
whole TV show about that called Gang Queens, where you got this female gangster who's basically running the world the same way a man does. I don't know. I
to
came
be
in late.
to be concise, the and Faith could probably be more concise than myself. Um, if she feels like breaking it down, I will just say that what it all adds up to is that a woman was attracted to a bad guy who was affiliated with violent women who warned her, you don't want that, and she pursued it anyway and got jumped damn near to death.
Basically.
Wow. So what? She fell in love with a bad boy. I guess it went wrong and the girls beat her up or something, or she was trying to become initiated into
Damn,
the game.
no, she wasn't in it. From what we heard, she wasn't in the game. She was just into the guy, and the guy, maybe she had a car, and maybe he was, had plans to, get as much out of her that he could. Maybe she was a free giving person. Like maybe she was the kind of person to give him a couple of dollars if he asked for it. So he was gonna keep her around. And his true girlfriend found out, and she was like, "Look, this ain't what you want. Back off." And Faith was saying, and I think she's correct in her assessment, that she probably talked shit to the girl that warned her, and she was like, "Okay, she okay. You said a little too much, ma'am."
Yeah, because
So they
like when
set
when it
up. They
when it
set
first
up.
came on, this is what she said. She said that she had been dating this guy for a month and a half, and everybody in the town, for her friends and everybody, was trying to tell her this guy got a boyfriend. And her response to that was, well, he didn't tell me that. And then she just glossed over that. That was in the first 26
You mean
seconds.
girlfriend?
Yeah, not yeah, girlfriend, not boyfriend. But that was in the first 26 seconds of what she was saying. And so when she glossed over that, I was like, okay, so what you not saying is people tried to warn you that this man had a woman and that he was lying to you. Probably that woman sent these people to you to warn you that this is my man, back off. And you just said, I don't care. She kept dealing with him anyway. And so it got to the point where finally the girlfriend herself called her and was like, hey, you fucking with my man. And so she didn't say this, but basically she just said, she just jumped to, well, the girl said that because I touched him, she's gonna kick my ass. Now, how I go from the girl called you to confront you about her man, then it jumps to, oh well, because you touched him, I'm gonna kick your ass. Like, she left something out. I think
Touch
she
them
left
how?
out, huh?
Touch them how? Like touch them where?
Well, I'm guessing probably.
That's the unspoken absence in the whole scenario. It's like, okay, why did you bring up because you touched him? Like, what do you mean? What? How does that factor into what the fuck happened later?
Right.
Excuse my language.
I think she left a lot of stuff out of what happened in that phone calls. I don't think it was a phone call of her just saying, you touch my man, I'm gonna beat your ass. Like that was the fastest phone call ever.
Mm-hmm.
He probably smashed her. Who knows?
But
You know how they do it.
even if that's the case, right? Even if the girlfriend suspects that he's a cheating, low down, no good son of a gun, right? It's like, okay, I know this ain't the first time that he done cheated on me, so I'm just gonna let this broad know, this ain't what you want. And when she called her and told her that, as Faith has keenly identified, more likely than not, okay, the preponderance of evidence by her ass getting damn near killed shows that she must have been talking big shit when that woman called her. She
Right.
must have been talking big shit because, you know, there's you know, like like say for instance a scenario like that, and a girl's like, oh damn, I can't even believe this is happening. So the next time dude calls me, I'm just gonna tell him, you know, I heard this, and you ain't shit. So I don't want to be bothered with this. I don't want to be, but you got to prove to me that it's just me and you, something like that. But she most likely got what's the word? Belligerent. That's the word I'm looking for. It's more likely she was like something about that girl's phone call triggered her to be belligerent as opposed to having been agitated about that guy. Like, like common sense will tell you ain't nobody just calling me out the blue telling me they're your girlfriend. What the fuck is going on, man? I don't want to be bothered with your confusing ass life. You know, that's
Exactly.
logical.
I mean, let's role play real quick, Miller. I'll be
Okay.
the girlfriend and you be her.
Be the girlfriend. Why you gotta be the
Hey,
gangster? Go ahead. I'll be the
okay,
punk. Go
okay,
ahead.
What
well,
about that
okay,
life?
I'm calling you up. All right, here we go. Ring,
Okay.
ring, ring, ring,
H-
ring.
Hello.
Hi, this is Hustler and Muscler's girlfriend, Faith. You been fucking with my man,
Wait. What you mean you his girlfriend? He
bitch,
ain't
because
told
you
me
touched
nothing
him.
about no
be-
girlfriend.
Because you touched him, now I got to beat your ass.
Check this out, right? If he was happy with you, he wouldn't be fucking with me. So obviously your pussy stank.
What?
And there you go. That's how you get
That's
there.
why she got stomped out.
That's
Thank
why
you.
she got
Thank you.
stomped out. This is
Wow.
just a demonstration that we don't mean that toward one another. We are just trying to invoke our creativity as to what possibly was conveyed in a conflictual conversation. Okay.
Exactly.
But
What's up? We
if
got
you
somebody.
say some shit like that to a chick that called you saying you why you fucking with my man, bitch? If you and she gang affiliated, it's over.
It's over. Like, oh, now
Okay.
you talking shit on top of me being. You don't know the stumping out you about to get for talking shit to me, ho. No. What's
And
up,
it's and it's plausible that she came out the cut because why else would they be so extremely violent like that? You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't like, well, I don't know what you're talking about. And then next thing he coming to see her or she going to see him. But because in the audio, wasn't it where he called her and said, I want you to come over?
Yeah, he said that he wanted her to come over to his cousin's house. It's just him and
And
her,
that's the
and
set,
they were
right?
gonna
That's the
chill.
setup. And so how come she didn't discuss how she confronted him about that? Was that part of the audio too and I missed it?
No,
Because
because like I would have been going off on him in that phone call. Like, no, I ain't got to meet up with you. Your girlfriend called me. That's all I need to know. Deuces,
exactly. Exactly, but she didn't do that.
because she still wanted to mess with this dude.
Mm. When lust goes wrong.
But let me
Okay.
go ahead and get down to Mana. This is Manasur Go Beyond. Am I pronouncing that right?
But
I mean, you can call me Dimitri, but yeah.
Oh,
how did
Demetrius, well, you and these damn names.
Dimitri, where the hell you been hiding at, man? I'm like,
Mon,
Oh,
Monsieur
I've
is
just been with my family.
mm, Happy
Yeah.
New Year, you guys.
Happy
Happy
New
New Year,
Year.
my guy.
Oh yeah. So
So what do you know about gang bitches?
I do not know a thing. That's why I didn't say anything about it. So earlier, I actually was saying I don't know if you were here for it, Mela or H&M. But I was telling Faith from the chat, like every year and every semester, when I move into the dorms, wherever they may be, in the freshman complex or the square, the phases, whatever. Okay, every single year they tell the dudes that we don't really have any problems out of y'all. It's the ladies that we have to worry about. It's the ladies that get the cops called on them.
Yeah, Faith. I was wondering if you could address the nature of women to fight each other for no reason.
Yeah, yeah, women on women violence. Yeah, that's what I'm
Yeah,
referencing.
that's what I was talking about. Like, I really want to know where Princella is when there's stories like this, because she's swearing up and down that all the problems that women have is because of men. Men don't belong in the house because they're violent and all of this other
Oh,
stuff.
Cap.
Well, we've already heard her take on it, sort of, right? When she says like men have the power to influence situations when they're not even there,
Exactly.
I think
and
So
I'm like,
Priscilla is the type of woman that would be part of that jump crowd. You know,
yeah, I think
The
so too.
sisterhood.
I think she has a violent streak about her.
I mean, well, I ain't gonna comment on her character. I just can speak to like how she behaves. She seems like that type. And given the stories that she is given, she seems like she hangs around those type of people too. I'm just saying.
Yeah, people that'll just fight, instead
Yeah,
of
I think
handle.
that that's the dangerous part of her message, because if you let her tell it, you get into lesbian utopia, or this utopia of nothing but women, and you got to keep the women over here and the men over here, and nothing's gonna bad is gonna happen to you. No, no, no. They got plenty of studies out that say women who have more male friends than female friends actually live long.
Hmm.
Really?
What is the cause? What I need
Sound
to
like a red
I need
flag
to
to me.
know something behind that.
It's something. I don't. I only know one lesbian, right? She's a family member, and I know that she has hit her. She called her wife. They're not together now, but 20 some odd years ago, for whatever reason, she felt the need to tell me that she hit her before, and I found that to be disgraceful and surprising. It's like I thought lesbians got along, but apparently they don't. They don't. They one of them is aggressive, and they just you know like the way she is now. Here it is, what, 20 some odd years later. The way she is now, she's very, how can I put this? She's content with embracing her family without the so-called wife that she had. See, during those 20 years, they were just trying to make it. They were just trying to make it. And God help me, but I don't want to say too much because this is kind of gossiping about my family. But what I'm saying is, when she increased her individual revenue, I'll put it that way. When she came across something that increased her revenue to an independent status, all of a sudden there was no need for her wifey, right? And and considering that she has confessed to me that she actually hit her at least once, what that tells me is that she was just using her to make ends meet. You know what I'm saying? So she's not the type of person to actually be capable of loving somebody. So Princella want to talk about how men aren't capable of love. Some of these lesbians aren't capable of actually loving either because they're disturbed. Some This particular individual I'm referring to is disturbed, you know, because it's real funny how you calling her your wife and all this other kind of stuff. But as soon as you got, this great big deal, a boatload of money, now all of a sudden, she can go. She can kick rocks. You know what I'm saying? So it was never really about love. It was about, you know, opportunity. And what Princella is saying is that only men are capable of being opportunistic. And I don't think that's the case. I think anybody who has a psychological disorder has the capacity to be opportunistic. So I don't really like that she delivers that message that all men are opportunistic. I don't think that's a unbiased judgment. I just wanted to say that out loud. So
Okay.
I'm not judging Princella, I'm judging her message. Because I don't know that woman. I'm just saying if her message, from what a lot of people are saying, is that men are not capable of love, I dispute that wholeheartedly. I have known considerate, loving men, and not in a romantic fashion. That's just who they concentrate. That's just how they live. They live it, but when it's time to do whatever they got to do, they'll do it. But for the most part, they're not looking to hurt anybody. I know men who make a conscious decision to not intentionally hurt people. I know men
Now,
like
let
that.
me ask you, Mela, do you have a significant amount of male friends, or do you have more female friends than male friends?
I don't have any male quote unquote friends. Where it's like he can call me up and we can go see the color purple and shit. No, I don't have male friends. No, at all.
Oh,
Yeah, not friends. I know men, but as far as friends, no. I don't believe that men and women can be friends, and I'm biased in that regard. So,
okay. Well,
I
a lot of people think like that. A lot of people do. What
Dang,
was that,
that's
Hub?
crazy.
I don't show showing
H&M,
that
you
men and
you
women
breaking
cannot
up,
be
bro.
close friends without sexual. Oh, sorry, hold on.
Yeah, he was boring really bad. But I don't know. I think that men and women are capable of being friends. I'm a little bit different than Mela. I do have male friends, and it's
so
completely platonic.
so are you saying that there, if given the opportunity of sexual access, your friend wouldn't take it?
No,
Yes, they would.
I don't think so. What?
Okay, all right.
Yes, they would.
How do you know? I mean, that's a boundary that you set from the very
Here y'all
beginning.
go. Here y'all go. Y'all
I'm
just
not gonna
talking.
say all of them would do that. I'm just saying it happens more often than you think.
Oh, for sure, for sure. I'm just saying men and women can definitely be friends. I have like
Exactly.
3.
I mean, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So if your friend Demetrius was laying naked in a twin bed across from your twin bed,
Why
You
would she
know,
be laying naked? You
maybe she.
Yeah,
Why
that's
would she be doing
crazy.
that in the first
No,
place?
what I'm saying is, let's take the craziest situation and put it on the table. In the craziest situation where you have sexual access to her, are you saying it wouldn't cross your mind? The
Am
craziest
I saying
situation.
that it wouldn't cross my mind? Yes, I'm saying that. Well,
Okay.
okay, Faith, I have a confession, okay? I have a confession, Faith. Okay? You ready?
hey, I mean, all right, we're ready.
All right, so you remember that one lady I was telling you about that I broke up with back in May? Probably not.
Uh, no, I
Probably
don't.
not. Cool, cool. So I remember you asked me, like, did I do anything that would make her jealous? And
Okay, now I think I remember.
okay, so hear me out, okay? Hear me out. Don't crucify me, okay? So yes,
This better not be what I think it is.
I have four best friends. Three of which, no, all of them who I grew up with. One homeboy, and the rest are ladies I grew up with. Right. Okay, so I was with this girl, right? And you asked me, did I do anything? I mean, not really. Like we went to go see a movie at her
Uh
like
huh.
local mall, and then we watched anime at her house, and then I left. Like her parents were in the house though, so it's not like we were ever alone together for real.
Okay. Okay.
Okay,
Let's keep going. Keep
all
going.
right, all right, all right. So fast forward, now that she and I have broken up, like me and this girl have broken up, it's been like it's been almost a full year since we've been broken up. Um, yeah, I'm me and one of my friends we went on a date. We're
Hmm.
interested in each other. Okay, it was only one. Okay, only
Oh
one.
wow. So you were trying to get with one of your friends, and
No,
that's
I
why you
wasn't.
and your girlfriend broke
I
up.
was not. I
If
was
So
there's
not.
an opportunity for sexual access, it's going to be explored. That is
because
the
this is what you did though. She sensed that there
Oh
was
my
some sexual
god.
tension between you and the friend.
But there wasn't at the time. There wasn't. Y'all acting
Yeah.
like stuff don't happen.
but that's what we're saying, that men and women, in my humble opinion, at the foundation of it all, it's difficult for me to believe that they can be just friends because,
But we were just friends. That's crazy.
but see, they're see, if you were just friends, you wouldn't consider dating her. She would
Right,
still be a
because if she
friend.
was a
That was a
guy,
new development.
eh,
That was a new
right, but
development.
if she was a guy, if she had a penis, would y'all had ever gone on a date?
That's
No,
what I'm
because I'm
saying.
not gay.
That's what I'm
So
saying. So
that don't
you
work, Faith.
you
That don't
have,
work.
right. You got a penis. She got a vagina. Like, and all you need is space and opportunity. That's why I think men and women, and,
Well,
and
see, I look at all my male friends as if they have a vagina. Like, there's just no way.
So you
but they don't. But
invalidate
they
their
but they
malehood
but they don't
just
look
so
at
that
you
they
like
can
that,
be your
Faith.
friend?
They don't look at you
But
like
that's
that.
I'm looking at you like you my friend. Like I can't, look at
But
you
they don't
outside
look
of that.
at you like that. That's why I'm saying it's on the man.
Well, that's
Like,
that's
it's a
a weird
man's
thing, Mella.
nature
That's a
to want comfort. I'll put it that way. And sometimes that comfort, depending on the space and opportunity, can evolve into sex. Because you can comfort a friend, you can reassure a friend, your friend could be your confidant. But let that closeness get too close for too long, they gonna want some. They
So
gonna want some.
if your guy friend
Nah,
comes,
see.
if your guy
Mm.
friend comes and he's like crying and he needs a hug, you're not gonna hug him?
Just maybe that one time, but you know,
One
Right.
time. That one time is crazy.
but you can't. You
Isn't he
know,
supposed to be your friend?
you're not supposed to give mixed messages that affection
That is
is.
not mixed. That's just being there
n-
for your friend.
Just as
But
being there
see,
for your friend, right?
see, there's levels to affection. I'll put it that way, right? There's appropriate scenarios for affection, and then there's, well, this could go somewhere else type of affection.
Uh, I think everybody up here understands that, but hugging your friend, like comforting your friend in their moment of weakness, is
That
not.
but you said moment singular. I'm talking about if every time you turn around, they want some,
Well,
physical
if they
comfort.
hanging all on you, yeah,
Yeah,
no.
now
Yeah,
that's different. Yeah.
that's what I'm
I would
referring to.
I would know something is up if they were acting like that. Yeah. Then we couldn't be friends because I'll know that you want something totally different.
Right, but
And
just
see, that's not how I am.
an
That's not
occasional
how I
crisis.
was.
Right, an
So,
occasional crisis or two, yeah, or more, just an occasional crisis spaced out appropriately. Yeah, physical affection, like, oh, it's gonna be all right, and give him a hug, take him out someplace to cheer him up. That's fine.
Yeah,
But if
that's
it's
being a friend.
one crisis after another where you are compelled, where you can tell that they're expecting the same affectionate reassurance time and time again, it's like they might be telling you these crises on purpose.
But now the true test is if you can take your significant other having a friend of the opposite sex, and if that friend of the opposite sex was crying and he gave her a hug to console her, how would that make you feel?
I think outside of coworkers, there's no excuse. And couples, like for instance, say you all have a couples group, like everybody's paired up. We're married, you're married, they're married. That's okay because we all talk to each other, getting together every once in a while. But as far as like individual friendships outside of a couples group, I don't know about that. And outside of the workspace, I don't know about
But
that.
no, 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 a friend. This is somebody that's a
a
friend that you've been
friend, a friend,
right,
friend.
a friend.
I just don't believe in it. I don't
See,
know what
see,
to tell
nah,
you.
see, Faith, I think y'all are traumatized, okay? Y'all be seeing too many people on the
Not
internet
me, because I
saying,
don't
I
have
only
trauma.
got with you don't got trauma.
No, I don't have trauma like that. Like if my significant other had a female friend that he had been friends with for years and years, like a sister or anybody else in his family, and she was crying and I saw him consoling her, I would not have a problem with that.
Okay,
Okay, maybe
so
not Faith. Okay,
so
but most
if
definitely a lot of people on the internet definitely had that trauma of seeing dudes say something like, "Oh, I
if
only became friends with her just so I
okay
can get in her pants or something."
if my husband's cousin had a girlfriend, fiance, and next thing you know they broke up and she's hysterical, and he tells me, yeah, such and such was hysterical, and she was tripping because they broke up. I gave her a hug and told her to call you. That, to me, that's cool.
Okay, yeah. See, that's what I'm saying. Like we are capable of being friends with each other without it always having to be something sexual. But like you said,
Exactly. Only
it's
sex
just the
brain
one
people
time.
think like that.
I just think it's really it's a perverse society that we live in, where we take innocent things like a hug or somebody giving somebody a compliment, and we want to pervert it into something other than what it was actually meant to be.
I used to go to the war veterans meetings, right? Where we would sit down and chew the fat or whatever. And they started having these hugs, right? Like, you come in, everybody hugging, you leave out, everybody hugging. And it became evident to me that these guys that were there were looking forward to those damn hugs. Okay. And it was just I just like to err on the side of caution. Like I'm going to a war veterans group meeting to and we sit and we talk about what's going on with us, and I gotta hug you coming in, I gotta hug you leaving out. Like I don't what's that
No,
about?
that's a little bit too, that's not
Yeah, that's crazy.
that, y'all ain't even friends like that. I wouldn't feel comfortable with
That's
something
what
like
I'm
that.
saying. This was before COVID, by the way, but I'm just saying it became, but I think a lot of those guys had like drug and alcohol problems, and they were just trying to make it familiar. There's like, that's what they do in the rooms of AA, NA, or wherever the hell they go, and they just wanted to try to do that. And when they started doing that shit, I was gone. I was like, I'm not gonna be hugging people just because it's, you know you all just want to hug people. That's not how this group started. This The group didn't start like that. It's like some,
It's kind of like the church hug, that they used to do at the end of service. Everybody would greet each other with a hug and all that type of stuff. And
and sometimes you ain't trying to do that, and
yeah,
you
you don't hug everybody.
yeah, and you shouldn't be made to feel awkward or uncooperative because you don't want to be touching people and you don't want people touching you.
But that's just people trying to
I came here for the
impose.
church service. I ain't gotta hug you.
Right. They're trying to impose upon your boundary. And I think that a lot of systems and different clubs that we attend, the church, they do a lot of imposing on your boundaries.
Hmm.
But we talking about, friends, people that
Yeah,
you
we are
knew for
talking
a
about
long
In your
friends.
time.
personal life, who you can call up, who you text, make sure they good. Like,
Yeah, if you need to borrow some cash, they right there.
oh, I don't
If you
do
need
that.
a
No,
fan, they right there. What you talking about?
no, I don't
But
get. My
you, but
dad told me never. Well, he said
you,
never lend cash, just give it.
oh yeah, I understand that rule.
Oh, okay. Well, Demetrius, I need $100.
I'm saving up for some. Nah,
That was you said no real quick. All
Hey,
right.
he got obligations.
Demetrius, was you around for that first clip that I played with the Kendra G
yeah, yeah,
show?
yeah, yeah, yeah. I was there.
So what did you think about this woman, the divorced woman that said that she divorced her husband because he was boring and she wants to have fun?
Well, not everybody's meant to be married.
I said it
Literally,
was the
not
come up.
everybody's meant to be married because, like, if that's gonna be your mindset, you
She
can't even have a year-long relationship.
she married him for convenience. She was struggling,
Yeah, he was
and
there.
he was a come up. He didn't see the forest for the trees. He thought, I guess, he had enough sense of dominance to control her. Um, but she was not to be controlled. She just she saw opportunity and she took it. She wasn't
That's what I
into him
think
like
too.
that.
When I listen to people talk and they tell their side of the story, every time, we as women, we always want to make ourselves out to be victims. And some of us, we are victims. Like that second lady, she definitely was a victim, but she wasn't, this perfect victim, like she's trying to make it seem. She did some other
Mm.
stuff. Just
Right.
just like
It wasn't a carjacking. There was attractions involved. So You know.
Exactly. You had a lot to do with that situation as well. And I'm sitting up here listening to her story, and she's trying to make it seem like he's so controlling. He started out okay, and
No,
then
he
this thing,
cares about you.
yeah, she was saying that he put her on an allowance and he restricted the money and all this other stuff. But I'm listening to, okay, what you're not saying is, what you said was he started off, you had no restriction, but then somewhere along the line he gave you a restriction. Why did he give you the restriction? Because there's always a reason, and they don't never ever say what they did.
Hmm.
So I'm listening to, then down the line, she goes, when Kendra asks her what are her flaws, one of her flaws that she said out her own mouth was she tends to like to spend a lot of money. But you go back to when she was trying to call her man controlling, and then he put all these restrictions on her, and she had to ask him for every little bit of money she get. Maybe he became controlling after you messed up the household funds.
Right. It's like, where would we be if you spending everything? Where would we be? You know.
Living in
Um,
the car.
there is some shopaholics that don't understand the concept of saving, and he may have a goal for their family, like we want to save for this particular thing, and she keeps dipping into the savings, talking about, oh well, it's there.
Like I said, she wants a wallet. She doesn't want like a person, like a husband. She wants a wallet.
Yeah, there are some financially responsible people that believe in savings, and then there are financially irresponsible people that don't believe in savings. They just, you get paid on Friday, is there to spend, as opposed to financially responsible people. There's goal setting. You know, we're going to put this amount of money in our savings. There are some people that just don't believe in savings. They just don't. They think if it's there, and I want something, I should have it.
Well, that's a
Yeah.
discipline issue. And to
Yeah.
be honest, like that's why I said what I said earlier, Faith. Like I was like, are we really gonna condemn this man for trying to get her on the right track?
Yes, because she was exhibiting this behavior probably when he met her. Like, we hold women accountable all the time for choosing the wrong type of guys. Like that second lady that
But
sat
we
up
can't
there and got
extend
stumped
grace.
out over a guy that had a tattoo on his face.
What about grace? I mean, that's just the kind of person I am. I do extend grace, just not generously. Like I
Okay,
understand.
okay. Let me put it this way,
Go ahead.
Demetrius Miller. Okay, y'all. Let me just put y'all in a situation. Miller, you married to a guy, you the breadwinner. Demetrius,
Oh
you
no.
married to the woman, you the breadwinner. So I'm gonna put both of y'all in the breadwinner scenario. You making $4,000 a month, 3,000 of them dollars is going to bills. Your husband is spending $4,000 a month, which puts you at least $1,000 in the hole every month or more.
So my girl is spending. Okay, so she don't know life for real. Okay, or she just doesn't care.
Okay, so how you gonna work with that?
Hey, we
I'm
gonna have this conversation one time, cause
one time
I
only.
ain't trying to be in the hole. I ain't trying to be in the hole.
One, we're gonna have a sit down, note pad and pen conversation one time. That's it.
Right.
Because if you don't understand after we have this sit down, that means that you're either too retarded to live, or you just intentionally trying to fuck me over. And I'm not having it.
What? A woman? Mella, you saying the guy trying to be a gold digger?
He, you either too retarded to live, or you're intentionally trying to fuck me over. And I like life, so you know I'm just gonna have to like life without you. You know,
Uh-oh, hustler muscler back on the panel.
I'm sure if he heard the scenario, he would have an opinion. Maybe he didn't hear the scenario. Can you pose the question to him, please? I'd like to hear
All
his
right.
thoughts.
Hustle and muscle, you got your microphone ready?
Yep,
All right, here's the
very cool.
scenario. I don't know if you heard it or not, but you make $4,000 a month. 3,000 a month go towards the bills. Your wife is spending $3,000 a month. So that puts you in the hole $1,000 or more every single month. How do you handle that situation?
Simple. Don't deal with a female that's got bad spending habits. That's how I'm gonna deal with that. You can't
Bingo.
be responsible. You can't be responsible with your goddamn money. You don't need to be getting into no relationship. Trust me, I've been through something like that where I had a female getting mad at me because I ain't trying to blow my money on whatever the hell she want or whatever I want. I'm trying to be responsible financially, but she couldn't handle it. So I said she had to go.
You're not
Uh,
gonna sit down and have a conversation with her?
I'll talk to her one time. If she don't get it
One
after that,
time,
I'm
that
done.
one time, just in
Now the
case you
last one
just
time
in case
I
you
did give
ignorant, I'm
a
gonna talk to you one time, okay? Just in case you ignorant. But after that one time, no.
yes, I gave one chick multiple opportunities to understand my financial budget, but that screwed me over big time. So never again.
Y'all killing me one time.
Can't afford no mistakes, baby. That's only 4 grand a month. You said 4 grand a month.
Yeah,
That
just
ain't
four
shit.
grand.
That ain't shit. So we already like lower middle class or lower class or whatever. That's some bullshit. It's like you're not getting ready to what they call it go around looking hood rich when we ain't got it like that. That's fucked up. What are you trying to do?
Right,
You
and
try
see, that's what old girl was
you
trying to
trying to
do
look hood rich and we
when
ain't
she was
got it
trying
like
to
that? That's crazy.
when old girl was sitting up there making those concessions, trying to say that he was controlling. Is it controlling, or is he just trying to keep you from spending up all the money?
Yeah, it's not like he had a uh it's not like he was keeping the money for himself. He just wanted to make sure that they had something, you know, that he wanted to make sure they were building a savings. And she doesn't, I guess she was the type of person that doesn't respect the concept of saving. She just doesn't respect. There are people out there like that. They don't respect the idea of a budget. They lean towards impulsivity. If it
But
feels
that
good,
that is
do it.
primarily, I'm telling you, in most marriages, the person that has the biggest problem with budgeting is us. It's the women.
Absolutely.
Literally, people like marketers mainly prey on women. For real, for real. Seriously.
Yeah, that
Because
spending.
they're mainly in the consumer market.
Yeah, that is a thing. You know, that
Which
is a
brings me
thing.
to the other thing that I want to bring up. We as women, I said earlier that women, we I would say about 98% of us, a small little portion of us that say we don't want to, but I think we lack. But many of us grow up wanting to be married.
I
When I
don't know
was
about that. I
younger,
don't know about
when
that, Faith.
when I was younger, I fell for the Walt Disney hypnotism, thinking that you know there's a such thing as the fairy tale. I fell for that shit when I was younger. Yeah.
Yeah, at least you honest about it, Mella. I fell for it too. I was like, all I ever wanted to do was just get married, have kids, and live happily ever after, like the fairy tale.
Yeah, I was programmed, no doubt. No doubt.
But I was given the oven to cook. I was given the doll to pretend like I'm a mummy. I was given the wedding dress, but
Mm-hmm.
didn't nobody tell me how to exactly to be a wife.
Exactly. Exactly. There are some that will tell you how to be a wife, but even then, it's easier said than done. You have, to live through it, it, despite the instructions and guidance, it's a whole nother level to live it. To live it is a whole nother level than, okay, this is what you look out for, baby, and this is what you do, and this is how you conduct yourself if this happens and that. All these instructions and guidance are well intentioned, but it's a totally different ball game when you live it. Totally different.
Exactly. I could only go by, the examples that I had. Thank God I did have an example of a mother and a father in the house, but it was way more than that because it is ever evolving. I mean, you have to kind of adjust also with the modern times. You have to be able to compromise on certain things. There's certain things that you really just don't know about. And so when I was listening to that woman talking earlier and she was saying how boring her husband was, and she said she didn't expect to be sitting in the house folding clothes all day and cleaning up and running up after their child. And so she said that she needed more excitement and she needed a man that was going to be fun. Now, here's the thing. She had a man that paid the bills and got her out of debt because she said when she met him, she was depressed and going through some things. So that means that she was having some financial problems. And so she married him. She got herself on her feet. Then she looked at that man and said, "You born." And then she ran off.
Yeah, that's crazy. It's like, to be a wife means that you admire, you're thankful. You're thankful for your husband. And if there is some aspect, if there are attributes that interfere with your sense of thankfulness for him, it's not going to work. It's just not. It's like, you're going to like ask him, why you breathing? It's just, you actually have to be thankful that he's your husband. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not talking about submission and all that other kind of crazy shit. I'm talking about what it took for you to believe that this is a secure life partnership. And if you don't appreciate the attributes that that entails, it's not going to work eventually. You could pretend, like a lot of people can pretend that they're happily married, but marriage is work because you're two different
Yes,
people. And they'll do something annoying, you'll do something annoying, and in order to resolve that conflict, the foundation has to exist that you are essentially thankful for to have one another. If you're not thankful to have one another, then the conflicts are not going to be resolved. There's just going to be resentment, and resentment builds up. And next thing you know, it's like, I'm not happy. I'm not happy. Well, you're not happy because you weren't thankful to have
exactly.
them in the first place.
Well, I want to ask the men on the panel, Hustler and Muscler, um, the same way that Mela and I confessed, hey, we wanted to be married, but we weren't exactly taught how to be wives. Did you guys ever want to be married? And has anyone shown you what it is to be a husband?
No, I was always told it takes just common sense, which unfortunately isn't so common in our society. So I threw that idea out the window a long time ago. If you weren't surrounded by you weren't surrounded by examples of what a decent marriage or a family looks like, then you're going to have to find other means of learning it. I know I did. I said F marriage a long, long, long time ago, 20 years ago. It just ain't gonna happen for me. If it does, it does. If it doesn't, it doesn't. I'm just not focusing on it.
What hustle? Why you always be sounding so angry?
How he talks.
I'm just keeping it real.
Because believe it or not, I was I I prejudged him as well until I recently had a conversation with him, and I gave him no reason to be annoyed with me, but he still sounds like he's annoyed. And that's just how he talks. He
Oh,
talks
okay.
as if he's the type of man that talks as if everything annoys him, and he probably doesn't realize that he's just being himself. But that is it for somebody that's not aware, because I'm sure if he was pissed off, he'd let you know. But his baseline conversation level, if you didn't know him, you would think he's annoyed about everything, but he's not. He actually isn't.
Well,
It
thanks
was
for explaining that to me, Mella.
it was a good conversation. Yeah, I was. He still sounded annoyed, but I knew damn well he wasn't. So I was like, okay, this is just the way he sounds. And then you got black women in this world that sound like they ready to bite your head off, but they
Uh,
actually are sweethearts.
you
That's
know
just the
what? I
way they
used to
talk.
get that. I used to get
Hmm.
up all the time, all the time.
Yeah, yeah. It's not until you get to actually observe somebody objectively where you realize that's just who they that's just how they sound, you know and
Well,
it's
hustler,
not.
I apologize if I prejudged you.
Yeah, you trying to change that man. He ain't. um yeah, I thought so too, huscular muscular, to be honest with you, until if it wasn't for that conversation New Year's Eve we had, I to this day I was like, why is he so agitated all the time? But that's just how you talk. It's not a problem for people that are aware that you're just being yourself. For
So,
people who
so
don't
are
understand.
you?
Oh,
Do
go
you
ahead,
just
baby.
have a rough exterior, hustler?
He's rough, isn't he? He sounds rough.
It's rough.
He does. He sounds rough. But I guess that's
Hustler,
just the
you
way he talks. He didn't like
hustler,
hearing that,
he
probably.
didn't like hustler. Did I hurt your feelings?
No, why would you? Why would I feel hurt?
Oh, okay.
And
I'm
there's that
You
defense
asked a simple
mechanism.
question.
Yeah. So when you answer it like that, we don't know what to make of it. We don't know if you actually were bothered by it and you just don't want to say, or you actually weren't bothered by it. So I'm just going to take you for your word that you weren't bothered by it. I'm going to just take you for your word. I'm just going to think that you're the type of man that says what he means and means what he says, regardless of the inflections of tone in your voice. That's what I'm going to do.
I don't know, Mella. Sometimes I just
Understood.
be I don't know. I think
She said, I
he is
don't
like
know, Miller.
well
So
anyway.
what is he supposed to sound like? Elder Barge? I mean, like,
I
what
mean,
are we
he
looking
doesn't.
for?
He never changes his tone, Mella. Like the way that Hustler talks, he's like, yeah, and he's just like really rough all the time. Like no matter what the answer is, he's saying like really really
My
rough.
mother, believe it or not, my mother's like that. And that's how I came to understand that I can't judge a person based on their inflections. You know, my mother, no matter what you say to her, she sounds agitated. Period. And it used to frustrate me until I realized I didn't take the time to get to know her developing years. You know what I'm saying? There was a period of time I
But
wasn't
but but there was no time that she kind of softened her, voice, or no
the
time
on-
at all.
the only time she sounds uh like she has a smile in her voice is when there are little children around. When there are little children around, she sounds like there's a smile in her voice. But for the most part, she, that's her go-to is not to sound like she has a smile in her voice. That's that, and maybe it's just me. Maybe maybe she that's the only. But she has talked that way to my brother and my sister. But when it comes to, yeah, you know what? I think it's just our kids. I think that's she just talked that way to us. Now that I think about it, when I
Wow, that's terrible.
yeah, she just talks about us. I'm sorry, talk to us as if you know she has to say it everything in a stern way. It's like, where's the gentleness? The only time she was ever gentle, um, when was she gentle? When was the last time she was gentle? Um, I rented her a fancy car, and I took her on a tour of Vegas and everything. We went to Vegas, and I rented a car, and I didn't just get the economy car. I got a I wanted her to enjoy, you know, and so when it was all over, she was like, "You did good," and she said it with a smile in her voice. And then I remember I got her a birthday present that she liked, and she said it with a smile in her voice. So I think what it is about us being her children is that she anticipates disappointment, and when she
Mm.
when she's not disappointed, that's when you hear the smile in her voice. But we ain't got time to be trying to figure out what please her all the goddamn time. We just, it's like I'm not gonna bend over backwards trying to figure out what pleases her, because we've done that too. We've done things in an attempt to wow her, and she was like, "How much you spent for that? I'd rather have the money." That type of shit. So you just don't know what you're gonna get with her. But now that you've addressed this to me, I am conscious enough to recall that she only has this lack of a smile in her voice when she talks to me and my siblings. But everybody else, there's different inflections in her voice that could go one way or the other, you know.
But
Um,
that means that she finds some sort of source of frustration there.
She never wanted me to join the military. She always talks to me about that. She never wanted my brother to do some of the disappointing things that he did. And she didn't want my sister to be a teenage mother. I think that we three have done things that um, she would rather that we had not done. And
So,
maybe
but
she,
see, the point that I'm making is when people have those tones in their voice, because I had to learn how to soften my tone over the years being online, because people used to accuse me of that all the time. And I used to say, you're just picking on me because I'm a black woman and I'm a dark skinned black woman. And then I actually had to go back and listen to some of my streams. And I was very, I didn't have enough
stern,
inflection.
yeah, the
Yeah.
sternness, yeah.
So I had to learn to, kind of switch it up sometimes. I think some people do it and they don't even know it, but you are capable of,
Hmm.
of changing and inflecting.
Hmm. And it's
Some
good
people
to
have to learn
listen to
it.
yourself, um, to discover what other people might be hearing that you're not aware of. So that's a good exercise that you did for yourself. You would not have known otherwise, you know.
Yeah,
Um,
because I used to get very offended, and I hope Hustler, if he's listening, I hope that he wasn't offended. It's just
mhm.
something that I had noticed in his voice, and like you said, I noticed that he is not like that with just me. He's like that with everybody. And
That's
when I
just
listen
what.
to
Yeah, that's
I
just
listen
how
to
he
the live
talks.
streams, he just how he talks.
That's just how he talks. And see, he's the type of man that means what he says and says what he means. And he's not worried about the his tone of voice. He's not worried about that. It's not even in his consciousness. But there are people who might want to find him more welcoming sounding. I guess that's the phrase. Like there's a such thing as sounding welcoming, right? And
Right.
then and if you don't know that you're not sounding welcoming, you're just going to keep talking like that and wonder why everybody give you a hard time. So sometimes what I like about this online experience, for those that are curious to hear what they sound like, they can actually, play a live stream back if they're on a panel and listen to their gentle moments, belligerent moments, and everything in between, and find out what they believe to be best in whatever conversation they're having. You can actually train yourself to be aware of your voice tone. You can train
Yeah.
yourself to do that.
You
But the,
know you
but
know who
that's if
has
you
like the most you know who has like the most annoying voice, but I like their content.
Cynthia G.
Yes.
You ain't gotta tell me, child.
See, I was gonna let y'all rock, but you tripping now.
She her voice sounds tripped out, man. And I think
It does.
she's not trying to change in the event she comes back or wherever she is. She's not I think she has a defiant nature to the point where I don't care, love it or leave it. When she might actually, if she takes the time to examine, and I'm not giving her suggestions, I don't know her from a can of paint. What I'm saying is that people can examine how they sound when they are in scenarios are that bring them levity, you know like for
You
instance,
know
I'm
what
sure
Cynthia G voice remind me of?
I'm sure she doesn't talk like that to children. I don't
It,
think she
but
she
you know
does
what?
that.
No, I wouldn't say
Sounds
that.
like she sounds like a whiny kid. It's like listening to the voice of a whiny kid all
Or
day.
like a teenager. Yeah, like an early teenager or something.
The only time I heard her not sound like a whiny teenager was when she was referring to Dick. When
Mm,
there was there was like, it was some conversation going, and this is years ago. This is like maybe a handful of years ago, and there was some conversation about why women do uh why women lose their senses when it comes to certain men. And she was like, because of that dick. And she didn't even sound like herself when she said it. you know
wow.
it would be
So
it
when
would be
when it
different.
comes to sex, she gets that woman voice on.
I think that's might be what adjusts her tone. That's her tone
So
adjustment signal.
arousal does it for her.
Arousal. There you go. Yeah. So when she's aroused, she probably doesn't sound, nasally and piercing like she does commonly. Because that's her common voice, nasal and piercing. That's like, what the fuck? You know?
And
Yeah, almost like she's mocking someone.
It's nasally and piercing. And I don't mean to say that to be mean. That is what comes across. Just whiny, nasally, piercing, all those attributes. However, that particular conversation, when she said because of that dick, I was like, who
mm,
said that? Who
Now,
said
where did y'all hear this?
this was several years ago, back
Oh,
when
I was not paying attention to her. So I was in high school several years ago.
this was back in the day when what's her name? Ren. Um you all may remember Ren. She's called the Renaissance Woman. Yeah.
Yeah,
The
yeah,
Renaissance
described
Nah,
her.
see, y'all older than me. Y'all got this. Y'all got this.
Right. The Renaissance Woman had a channel where she would feature her friends on the panel who were women, and Cynthia G eventually would be on the panel discussing things. And that I remember that specific conversation, not because of the word dick, but the way she answered the question. She answered the question with a different inflection in her voice. It was like it wasn't even her. It was just like, wow, like she,
Well,
you know,
who's
she.
the most monotone person on YouTube?
That's a good question. DJ Kuda.
You
DJ
think
Khaled.
DJ Kuda is monotone?
He sounds the same no matter what he says.
Well, that's
Like
just how he talks. That's just his accent.
no, it's not. There's no inflection. It doesn't go up or down. It's just the same shriek. It's just it's hard
Anyways,
to
we've been
describe.
talking about this for a minute. We've been talking about this for a minute.
For
We
instance,
should probably get back on topic, Mela.
you have inflections in your voice. You could tell when
You
you,
mean I'm expressive? Is that what you mean?
yes, and you can hear that. But there are people, they have one tone and they stick to it. Is what I'm trying to say, and they're not to be judged for it. I'm just saying people can they don't know what it is, but they can discern it. They just don't know what it is. So yeah, expressions, like there are inflections of expression in voice, tone, and pattern and cadence that people pick up on. They just don't know what they're actually trying to identify, I guess. Does that make sense?
So do I sound monotone?
No,
No,
no.
no, no, you
We can
don't.
tell when you're upset. And that's why I said what I said about DJ Kuda, because I can tell when he's upset about something or like passionate about something. I can tell.
Mm, well, maybe okay, I'll give you that if you say so.
Well, you know what? I know who
I would
who
say
I
Mr. Know It All. Mr. Know It All. Definitely.
Mr. Know It All. Who is that?
Nah, he's a dude that be in Melody chat room.
I
If
have
y'all
to
are
look.
talking about content creators, you gotta say that.
Well, you know who Bro Speaks is? He has a podcast.
Yeah, I've talked with him up here.
Now he talks in the same tone, and I love Bro Speaks. I like his content. He says a lot of great stuff in his content, but he has like the same tone. But he's very relaxed in his tone. And it's so relaxing how he talks that he'll put you to sleep. Have you ever like talked to somebody and the tone of their voice is so mellow? It's just on the same thing. It's just so.
I do it all the time
Yeah,
when I.
yeah. Okay, so I'm a part of like some Seventh Day Adventist like panels, right? And I'd be in the chat room sometimes, and they just go talk and talk and talk. I fall asleep during the service and
Hmm.
everything. Some
It's the
pastors
same.
are like that.
It's the same calm, relaxing tone over and over and over and over.
But hang on, Faith. I never actually answered your question that you asked both me and Hustler and Muscular. All right,
Oh yeah, that's right.
all right. So partially the reason why I didn't answer right away before y'all got on the spiel, I'm multitasking right now. I'm doing some stuff for school on the computer. All right, so if you ever asked me anything and I didn't answer this whole time, that's because I was more concerned with priorities, all that. But anyways, Yes, I did grow up wanting to be a husband. I still want to be a husband. My dad, he's given me little snippets here and there, but I feel like I'm probably gonna have to ask. Speak of the devil, man. I was just about to ask where did H&M go?
He's
But
here.
yeah, I did grow up wanting to be a husband. It's just you have to find that person earlier in life instead of later in life, and find that out about yourself whether you want to be one too.
Do you want to marry somebody younger than you or just who you fall in love with?
Whoever I whoever I intentionally love. Yes.
Okay, so it's not just about being married with conditions because there are some people that have conditions. I had a list when I was a little girl. I had a list. I showed it to my father. He said, "Hell, you want Jesus." You know, um so I was wondering uh did that whole the idea of wanting to be a husband, is it under the conditions of idealistic terms, or are you just gonna
Sort of,
jump
kind of,
Chantel,
because
are
I
you
am a Christian. We've talked, but I'm not gonna bring up
are you
the
just gonna
religious
jump into
specifics.
love when you feel it, or do conditions have to be, or are there certain requirements before you
Of course,
marry
there's gonna
somebody?
be requirements. I'm not an unconditional lover.
Okay,
No.
now see, I grew up thinking that,
hold on. No, Chantel, we kind of segued into this. The stream's been up for about 4 hours, so I played videos and audio of different scenarios with women. So we moved past all of this, so we kind of segue into another topic. I'm sorry.
hmm yeah, originally Chantel, uh she well, Faith can tell you what she did on that channel. What am I doing? I'm sorry. My bad.
No, but I did want to ask Demetrius the follow-up question that I asked Hustler and Muscular, because I don't believe that we are raised to be wives or husbands. So do you believe that your parents are preparing you to be a husband?
Most
That's a
definitely. The Okay, so part of it is like me asking questions because, like, well, Faith, you've been familiar with me for about a year now, so
yes.
like I'm the questions guy. So partially it's like questions, but other times it's like my dad will sit me down and say, "Hey, before you even think about tying it down with a woman, you need to have this in order. This at the very least most well on the way, and then you need to know what you desire and what you ain't gonna tolerate." And that's partially what me and my therapist were talking about, I think, last time. So yeah, I would say my parents definitely are rearing me in that way because I remember after I turned 18, this was back when they dropped me off at college. Like they told me don't even approach a woman if you can't bring her back to this house. So yeah, I've always been more serious about my partnerships, preparing myself for partnership, or relationships, or even friendships. So yeah, definitely.
And to give context, Demetrius is what,
I was
22?
told that too.
I recently turned 23.
Oh, okay. We a
Happy
year
belated
older.
birthday.
Okay. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. He's younger than my
Thank
child.
you.
Hmm.
Demetrius, you are exactly the same age as my son.
Wow. I don't have kids, so my
Does he sound
goddaughter's
like me?
22.
Yes, he does, Demetrius.
They're
That's the
still
reason why I find you so adorable. You guys, you all know I think Demetrius is so adorable.
You wouldn't
And
say that if you knew me.
H&M,
He
you
got that
got
pretty boy
time.
voice.
No, he just sounds young and vulnerable.
You wouldn't
Young
say
and
that if you knew
vulnerable.
me.
Like,
Nah.
Demetrius, I already have one like you at home. I know you, okay,
like,
and he's a little demon too.
like
I know about his little bad side. You know, I know
mm,
you probably got a little bad side too.
when
We all
Demetrius was
do.
saying that he was doing homework or doing something on the computer for school, it just melted my heart. I could just see myself saying, "Do you need to be home?" You know, it's just something about your voice that sounds young, okay, very young, and it just invokes the nurturer in me. It just so maybe that's what we're feeling. We're feeling, you tugging on our nurturing strings. It's like we just
H&M,
want you
have
to
you
be
ever
all
been with an older
right.
woman? I'm just asking.
H&M got plenty of time to be with whoever he wants.
Do
Like,
I?
you,
I'll be 40 this year. So you think I got time like that?
I
well,
don't know.
H&M, we don't know about you for real.
Mhm.
Well, why
I
you
got
ask
damn near two
H&M if he
decades
ever
on
been
you.
with an older woman, Demetrius? I know you're not trying to get
I
with an older
have.
woman.
I
What did
have.
you say, Faith? What did you say?
I know you're not trying to get with an older woman, Demetrius.
I've been with one,
And he liked it.
When?
And how many years
my
older was
ex
she?
that I was telling you about.
Oh my God, how many years
We're
older was
talking
she?
10 plus years my senior.
Oh my God.
Oh
She
my
was what?
God. Oh my
She
God.
was what?
10 plus years my senior.
So she was 32,
Demetrius, I'm
33 or
gonna throw you
something?
over my knee and spank you.
Yeah, about middle age. Yeah.
Yo,
She
goddamn, that's doing too much.
she was
Bro,
a
when I was
Mrs.
your age, I was
Robinson.
no, the chicks I dealt with were like a year, maybe 2 years older
Demetrius,
than
I
me,
am
but
telling
10?
your
That's
mother.
too much.
Man, y'all act like I'm a baby or something, Shaw.
I wasn't
Mm.
22 dealing with 30-year-olds. I started doing that till about 26.
Guess I got a head start.
You are too young, Demetrius, to be dealing with women that old.
Yeah, she ain't lying.
So so
And you
so
did,
uh,
and
so hold on. I'm too
nobody
young for
considered
that.
that predator. Too young? No. Too inexperienced? Maybe.
We'll see.
We've all been there. So hey,
And what exactly was the end game with this?
What do you mean?
What was the end
like, how
game with
did you
it,
do?
Demetrius?
How did it
What
all work out?
direction was they heading? She met my parents. I met hers.
Wow. You actually took
And
her
they didn't
home to
say
your parents.
anything.
After the fact, after they found out her.
Okay,
You
did she
know
even look
what? You
32?
are so crazy. He's crazy.
Demetrius, you lying. You making this up, right?
I'm not lying.
Stop the cap.
I'm not
Okay.
lying. Y'all know, like, there are like older people that go to college, right? That's where I
Yeah.
met her.
So you met her on campus. Okay. Same thing with me. I met an older chick
From
on my campus.
she was a friend of a friend, and my friend at that time was trying to get with her, but she chose me. That's what I was telling you about that one time, Fake.
But that doesn't
Okay.
mean
Wow.
you wanted to marry
I
her.
remember that story. You left out the cougar part though.
That's what
That
Where did you use a cougar? Huh.
you're not
that's what they
supposed to
call.
take her home unless you are planning to build a future with her.
I wasn't.
Were you?
Were you?
I
What
hope
could you
not.
really? What could you do with somebody that's that old?
I don't know. Sure. Make something work.
You were gonna
Yeah,
adopt
our
children?
friends with benefits. Our friends with
Where my
benefits.
belt
Actually, yeah, Mella.
at?
We
Where
had that
is my belt?
conversation adopting when we're
Demetrius,
both financially stable. Yeah.
Mm.
go
Well,
get the switch.
goddamn.
Go get the switch.
I haven't heard that in so many years. Go outside and get my switch. I ain't heard that in so long.
Y'all tripping. I'm just living
I
life.
haven't heard
All
that
right.
in years. People
Well,
still do that.
Happiness is what
Don't know age
matters.
gap YouTube. Whole bunch of
So let
age gap couples.
me ask you something. So what if you had married this older woman that was already in the danger zone? Because 35, I mean, you a high risk pregnancy. You're already a high risk pregnancy at 35.
A
Exactly.
geriatric
Just
pregnancy.
adopt. Literally, I'm
Unless
adopted
you marry,
myself, so I'm not opposed to the idea.
unless you marry her at 33, 34, she got time then.
Oh my goodness. Just
I
Jesus
don't
take.
know. That's
Having
doing too much.
those gray
Sandel says she on this campus scooping them out.
a gray-haired infant.
Great.
I believe you. For some reason, I
Benjamin
believe
Button baby.
him. So, no, for some reason, I believe him because I was 22 years old dealing with older women, but I wasn't dealing with them that old. I was 26 dealing with a 31, 32-year old. That's the most I ever did. And I had one 37-year-old when I was like 27 years old. So I kind of believe him.
You
Have,
know what, Mella? I'm finna go back to college.
that's where
And
they
get you a
at,
young
Best
baby.
place to
tender.
meet
That's where
people.
they at.
That's where they at. Yeah, that's where they at.
They could sneak you in their
Well,
dorm room and stuff.
it
Mm-hmm.
ain't what it
Make
used
it
to
big.
be. When I was 22, well, keep in mind, when we were in school, we didn't have social media. So no telling how much has changed since we were growing up. We had MySpace back when I was in school. So that's all we had, but people were still sociable.
Hey,
Well,
Faith,
well,
you
Faith,
can,
I will
you
say
can,
this. She was
you can,
always like scared that I was gonna leave her for a younger woman, which I never did. So
you can get
I'm not
into fights
surprised.
with they ex girlfriends that are younger than them.
Girl, shoot. I wouldn't be able to beat no 20-year-old.
Oh my god! Can you imagine?
Shoot.
You dating some
I
25 year
I damn
old,
near hurt myself trying to get off the Stairmaster.
and then some 20-year-old coming to that's my man. It was like, bitch, you got it. you
Like, hey, you can have it, okay?
you got it. I'm
Where my
straight.
cane at? Let me
I'm
just hop
straight.
on out of here.
Cane or
I'm,
no cane. It's like I'm not going through no drama for no young guy. Are you crazy? I'm not getting ready to get caught up in no drama, and the guy is young, because that's what it all boils down to. Young people equal drama.
Yes,
Period.
they
they do.
Because
is
they
that
don't
Hayden not
know.
here?
Young people equal drama, and maybe you're fun to tussle around with or whatever in secret, not showing my friends or nothing. But man, young people, young
That's
no,
crazy because she actually said I was the best relationship she ever had.
because you don't know anything.
I do know stuff.
You are
Okay,
Well,
no, no, no,
psychologically
no, no.
damn.
you are
This is
you
how I
are
flesh out my
you
audience. This is
okay.
how you ready? You ready?
Maybe you're saving me
I
from
know a lot
saying
about
something.
a
Go ahead.
lot, but there are a lot of things that I don't know.
Psychologically, you can't compare to someone that's 10 years older than you psychologically. And
I
that's
understand the concept of life
okay.
arena.
Okay.
Okay,
And I'm not saying that to insult you.
It's
Psychologically,
real.
you can't compare to someone who's a decade your senior.
yeah.
Of
She
well,
ain't lying.
hopefully that's the only age gap relationship I ever get into. So
I bet
Yep.
you she was manipulating your little behind left and right.
And that's the thing. Nobody considered predatory, but yet let a 32-year-old want let a grown 32-year-old man want a 22-year-old woman. Oh, now it's a problem.
well, you know, that's
Yeah,
actually
there's definitely a power.
doable though.
I mean, Mela, imagine if you was in a relationship with Demetrius. Come on now, you would be
she
just
don't know me.
you would be running over him. Like
It
we would
Yeah,
depends on what I was trying to accomplish. If I just
Demetrius, he would own you.
It would depend on what I was trying to accomplish. But yeah, more than likely I would manipulate
that's
them more than likely.
crazy. I was telling her, never mind. Try.
That's
No,
predatory.
I would need you at my beck and call, and I would manipulate you to do that because I'm
Yes.
psychologically advanced in that fashion by virtue of my age. for whatever reason, you're going to be compelled to want to call me. You're going to be compelled to want to see me. It's because I'm setting that shit up because I'm an older woman.
Or you're
Do
my
you
girlfriend.
understand? And before you know it, you're going to be trying to figure out why the hell do I always.
We're not just gonna be the girlfriend. We're gonna be your mama, your best friend, your sister, your cousin, your aunt, maybe even your grandma. You know?
What? Yeah, just like
Yeah,
why?
I mean,
Grandma.
we can morph
Are
into
you
all these
serious?
people all in one spell swoop, and
That's
you will
actually
definitely be
hilarious.
Oh,
manipulated.
We're going to be your sense of daily need.
Yes.
You understand what I'm
I don't.
saying?
I don't need all that. I'm telling you.
Yeah,
Well,
I
that's
don't need all
because
that.
you're
That's
mature.
why,
You're not as young as
yeah,
he is.
But you're not going to, it's not going to feel like that. It's going to feel
And
very,
I'll
very good,
and I'll
but
tell
you're,
you why
go
an
ahead.
older
I'm sorry.
woman can accomplish that is because that woman is already aware of who she is, and
Mhm.
you, young man, have yet to become self-aware. You
You're
know,
still
and
figuring it out.
you're still trying to figure it out. That's right, Faith. He's still trying to figure it out. And because you're still trying to figure it out, all you need are seeds planted in whatever direction the planter knows where to put them. That's all you need. You just need, some seeds sprinkled in your brain to make you think the way she wants you to think. You're not experienced as to how to develop a no, I'm not interested in that. I'm not interested in this. You're still wide open as a 25-year-old. What? You're 23, for God's sake. You're still wide open. Like, oh my God, I can convince you to run for Congress if I concentrated on it. Okay?
Mm.
Because you're not
Basically, you're at the age where you can still be shaped, molded, and manipulated.
organically, your brain isn't even fully developed until 25. Organically.
that is a fact. Your brain isn't fully developed until like 25,
I was
26.
I could
I was
train
told that, but damn, some
I
people,
could
some people evolve quicker than that.
Yeah, some people they're out of the ordinary though.
Yeah, you're still what they call impressionable. That's what I'm trying to get to. You're still
Mm.
impressionable. That's my
I
point.
could convince you that you have superhuman alien powers, and you would probably believe it.
No, what?
Even
Y'all gonna stop talking
eventually.
like I'm
We're not trying to insult your intelligence. We're talking about subtle we're talking about subtle suggestions over a period of time. Okay? Like say for instance, um say for instance you're terrible in bed, right? Let's just say hypothetically you're terrible in bed. I have no idea. Let's just just say hypothetically. But this older woman is telling you, baby, you're the greatest, you're the greatest, you're the greatest. Meanwhile, while she's telling you that, she's instructing you on what it takes to be the greatest. You know what I'm saying? But if you actually believed you were already the greatest, you wouldn't go for her cues as to exploring what it is she tells you to do on command. You know, baby, you the greatest. Why don't you try this? Baby,
Now
you the
he would
greatest.
be
Why
the
don't you try
greatest
that?
for me. He would be the greatest for me. I don't know about anybody else.
Yeah, you
He
can
would
add that.
definitely he would be groomed.
That's what I'm saying. You the
y'all think
greatest.
I was groomed?
y-
All right.
You the greatest for me. I just need you to do this different thing that you've never done before, and you'll do it because I've already convinced you you're the greatest. So why not go for it? But when you're older and you're already assured of what it is you want to do and how you want to do it, can't nobody tell you to try something different if that's not what you're interested in. You are still moldable.
Yes.
You're still impressionable. I hope this message is coming across in the interest of your safety, your emotional safety. Please try not to be so quick to get a woman that's a decade older than you, that could be emotionally compromising because you don't know who you're gonna get. You know, you don't know who you're gonna
Stay
get.
within your experimental
or
age
what you're
zone.
gonna
I
get.
would I would I would say don't venture out until you're about 25.
Don't venture out.
27. At
Really?
27, you can start messing with women that are a decade older than you and see what you can tussle
Yep,
with. But under
that's what
27,
I did.
you you might be setting yourself up to be manipulated emotionally, if not any other way.
Yep, that's what I did.
And I'm not
That's
saying
exactly
that
how I
older
did it.
women, I'm not saying that older women intentionally do that. I'm just saying, how can I put this? Because I've never like dealt with anybody that was younger than me. But was
Yeah.
married. I was married. My first husband was 11 years older than me. And when I look back on it, I see, the seeds he was planting, you know, like, controlling factors per se, you know,
Yeah.
he was planting seeds of dominance, and it was, and fortunately,
It,
I
it was
didn't.
it was basically, he pretty much knew what buttons to push and what to tell you to get you to do what he wanted you to do. Because it was the same thing with me and my husband. My husband's 14 years older than me, and
Yeah,
I
and if
was
hmm
grown.
now that's up there. And if it wasn't for the providence of the creator, if it wasn't for the providence of God, I would have still been in his grip, you know. But it was something was revealed that I couldn't uh, ignore. And I was like, wow, he's setting me up.
Hmm.
you know.
Yeah,
Set you
my
up for what?
husband gonna tell me one day. He was like, because I was arguing with him about something, and you know how he shut me down, Miller. He said, when we're in the bedroom, we do not argue or talk about anything in the bedroom. Once we're in here,
Mm,
this is sanctuary. And he put his foot down, and I was so much younger than him, I just listened to him. And so how he got out of all the arguments, guess who's running in the bedroom all the time?
mm-hmm. Ain't that
Mm-hmm.
something? Now I ain't
Yeah,
heard that one before, but I'm not
girl,
surprised.
he got my ass. Never again. No, now, I don't care where we at. Bedroom.
So you gonna wake up next to some dude and just gonna be like, "All right, remember what you did the other day?"
No, what she was saying is that if she started arguing with him, he would go into the bedroom
I heard
and
that part.
oh,
So
okay.
what's different now is what I'm saying.
But now it don't matter where we at. If we sitting up here having a
It
discussion,
don't
we gonna
matter.
finish it wherever. I don't care. No, you're
So
not
at
gonna
Papa
get me with
Do's,
that bullshit. No,
y'all gonna argue at Papa Do's?
we right at Papa Do's, right up there in front
See,
of the waiter
nah,
and
see.
everybody else. No, no, we ain't gonna do it in public.
Oh, okay, okay.
See, he was manipulating her to shut up, so to speak. And when you're young, you don't realize that somebody's finding a very smooth way to control your tongue. To because he wasn't intimidating her, he was convincing her that his way was the right way when actually she had something to say. Period. No matter
Right.
what room they were in. But he was trying to
But
shut
see,
that down.
if you had male friends, they they
But
they would
during
call
that
that out.
time, my husband did not want me to have male friends.
See, nah, that's tripping.
Why is that a problem exactly? Y'all married, so hey,
Well, I find that is a problem because that shows insecurity.
how is it insecure? I was always told leave married women alone. If she's committed to someone, leave her alone. She's not inclined to make friends with you. I don't make friends with married women. Like shoot, I barely interact with married men. Married people I don't interact with like that. I was told to be respectful. It's about respect and honoring.
So
It's
you
about
can't be
respect and honor,
respectful
not
to your
insecurity.
female
Dang,
friend.
man, that's crazy.
What's crazy?
So I would have to drop all my friends that I grew up with. Like, dang, man.
I didn't
All
say do all that. I
That's
said
what I'm
if you're
saying.
married
Like
to somebody, I
they
didn't
ladies,
say
but
no, no,
they
no.
my friends, and I've known them
I
since
did a whole
like
show on this.
childhood.
I don't believe married couples should have friends of the opposite sex. That can get too sticky. As far as whatever friends you had when you were younger before the marriage, well, set boundaries for them. But making new friends, in the words of Drake, no new friends, no new friends, no new friends. That's the way I look at it.
Okay, I don't disagree with that then.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. Like, if you making new friends, every time I pop up, here go a new female friend, and yeah, that's a bit much.
Yeah,
So Faith,
that's where
you
you
wouldn't like if
draw the
a
line.
woman shows up at your front door and like bear hugs your man?
Um,
What is that?
if what I mean, like, I don't know her, or do I know her?
You've heard of her. He's mentioned her before.
Okay, but I never met her.
Yeah, no.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna have a problem with that because that's not how you start off, meeting your friend's wife. Like, I got to know you, I gotta
Mm-hmm.
observe you. Like, you can't just be coming up in here hugging and being touchy feely and stuff. You about to get your ass kicked. You gonna get the beat down that old girl got.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that a sign of insecurity? Didn't you say something about insecurity earlier? But
It's about respect
now you
though.
want
That's different. That's
now you want to
different.
knock a chick out. Now you ready to knock some chick out for getting close to your husband? I don't get it.
What you talking about? I never met her.
You said that when men don't want their wives having friends of the opposite sex, it's an insecure thing. But here you are talking about you gonna knock a chick out because some woman showed up at your doorstep being friendly with you and the husband.
He,
Okay, I
he,
Okay,
I don't get it.
he's trying to call you a hypocrite, babe.
right, and hold on.
Elaborate,
I am not a
El-
hypocrite. What I said
elaborate, please.
was what I said, hustler, muscular. And see, you do have inflection in your voice. Anyway, if he has known this woman for a long time and I've met her and I know that they are really friends, like, they're like brother and sister, I'm not going to have a problem with him and her, showing each other, affection sometimes. It can't be like every time you see her, you grabbing and hugging on her, nothing like that. But, some affection sometimes, yeah, that's cool. But if
Going for a
this is
walk in the
somebody,
park, holding her hands, like come.
no, hell
Okay, continue.
Getting some ice cream together.
um, well, maybe
Or
eating
fancy
some
snow
ice cream.
cone.
I mean, I don't care about that, but
Share a
you know,
cone.
within being
Share a
respect,
coloring book.
sharing, y'all is
I
crazy.
know we being silly. Demetrius got me being silly. 'Cause he's so young.
Yep.
I'm like,
Yeah, he's sitting up here talking about coloring books and ice
I
cream.
said share a cone.
hey, you might as well have said
Share a
coloring book.
code. What code?
Cone, an ice cream
I,
cone.
ice cream
Oh,
cone.
a cone. Okay.
No, when was the last time I even had an ice cream
That's
cone?
what I'm saying. He sounds so young. Oh my god. Oh my
I had
god.
one 2 years ago. Some things you're never too old
Uh,
for.
Demetrius, when was the last time you had an ice cream cone?
Um, well,
Last week.
that girl I was telling you about that we're dating now. Yeah, we like it was
Oh my
it was
god.
Tuesday night, the week before Christmas. Yes. So
Oh my god.
Ice
haven't had
cream
ice
cone.
cream since.
This shows how young you are. Demetrius, you don't you ever in life come to me talking about some you wouldn't know 30-something-year-old woman. Just not
What?
ever, ever.
Y'all acting like 30 years old is a problem.
Well,
It's
it's
not a
And
good.
problem. But if you're
the
dealing
thing
with
is,
someone
Faith,
young,
nah. You was giving me you was giving me grief because you thought that I was doing something to make that older woman jealous, and I didn't do nothing. I was just watching anime with the homie.
Just don't get
Was it a woman?
don't get
Yeah,
psychologically damaged, man. Just
So
I grew up
you were
with her.
watching anime with a woman, and that older woman saw you with that younger woman, and
No,
lost
I
her.
was back. I was back home. She was still back down by campus.
but she
And
found out about it.
I
even
told her
worse,
I told her I was gonna go do it, and she was like, "Oh, well,
You
oh,
told her?
okay, yeah." I
you
told
told
her.
her that you was going to another woman's house to lay
Oh my
around and watch
god.
anime.
Yeah, her
What the
parents were home. It's not like we was all
what
talking,
Her
watching
parents.
anime.
Oh my
what?
God, yeah, you such a kid.
Oh my god.
Don't ever
Wow,
30-something-year-old woman.
you're doing too much, man.
Sure, she liked me. Then I found out she
I
was.
mean, I ain't judging
She
you
liked
too
me. Then I
harshly
found out
because
she was 30 something. I was like, okay. I
I
mean,
dealt with a
30
29-year-old. I was
something. So she was
23.
like more than 30.
no. She looked around my age. She looked like 26, 27. And then
Not about the
I
30-year-old.
remember like I was driving one day and she said, "You know I'm older than you, right?" And then my heart dropped. I was like, "Who is this lady?" And then I found out later she was like in her 30s. So yeah,
Like how much far in her 30s?
almost middle age.
35.
Oh my God. Oh my God. It's worse.
He's
So
What
she
the
had
hell,
22.
dog?
He was 22, she was 35.
I was
And she
so
21
she
at
had
the
What?
maybe
time.
40.
you were 21, she was 35. Okay. Great.
Wow.
What the? Well, goddamn, man.
I mean, I'm not used to that because I'm used to ladies my age, but like I was like, well, it was
You must
definitely
have
an
So
been really
experience. We
young.
went to Universal and everything.
what if she would have told you that one of the professors wanted to take her out to dinner and she told you that? She was like, I'm going out. My
No, because
professor.
that's breaking the student code of conduct and the professor
Okay,
code of conduct.
okay. Some person her age on the campus somewhere. She said, "Hey, they want to take me out to dinner.
The janitor.
I just,
No.
I
Can I
just want
come?
Hell no,
Can
man.
I come?
to." So what
No.
made you think she was gonna be cool with you playing anime at some girl's house, regardless of whether or not you were chaperoned by the
Because like
parents?
we've known each other for years. Like we knew each other back in high school. We grew up together.
It's
But
sexual
Ain't nobody
but
access.
about
how
to
come
stop
she
being
couldn't
friends with
come?
her just because you in my life.
It's sexual access.
How
It's
come she
not
couldn't come?
If
okay.
y'all in a relationship, then it's a no go. But if y'all just friends with benefits, then it is what it is, I guess.
We're never friends with benefits. I was in a relationship.
With the
But
older
now,
woman,
but now
Yeah.
you're in a
Okay, see,
relationship with the anime woman that you told her you was going
Yeah,
as
now
a
I'm in a
friend.
relationship with the
That's what
girl I
I'm
was
saying.
watching
So
anime with,
she knew instinctively that you was attracted to that chick.
but I wasn't
right. You
at
was
the
looking at her
time. I
booty the
wasn't at the
whole time.
time. See, y'all are scarred. Y'all are scarred. Y'all too used to dudes saying like,
Scarred.
yeah,
Scarred.
y'all too used to dudes
Scarred?
No,
saying
scarred.
some on
no.
social media like, oh,
Oh,
I became
holy
her
heck.
friend so I can get in her pants or something.
That's
That don't
not where
work.
we're coming from, bro. Like,
Mm-mm.
you getting
No,
it
see,
twisted.
Demetrius, hold on,
We got a
Mela.
misunderstanding.
Mela, hold on a second. Let me tell Demetrius something real quick. Because you
All right,
said
level
scar.
with me, Faith. Level with me. All right.
Dem-
Explain.
Demetrius, we're not scarred. We're experienced. There's a difference. So I get so sick and tired of people calling experience something bad, like you're scarred or you're bitter or, no. People are not bitter. They're not scarred. They just been there before. You were sitting up there playing anime with that girl, Demetrius, and I want you to be completely honest with me. You were looking at her booty. What?
No,
Stop lying.
I'm not lying.
Stop the cap.
I'm not lying.
Stop the cap.
Why would you even ask me that question
Demetrius,
in like
come
a
on now.
serious
You got
tone?
broke shit.
Because you're with her now. If you weren't attracted to her,
Well,
you
I
wouldn't
mean,
be
I'm
with
not
her
with
now.
her. Like we just dating. So
Dating leads to things.
Right.
Why?
Demetrius,
Why you?
you knew that girl was attractive. You were looking at her booty. You thought she had some nice titties. Come
No,
on now.
seriously,
You
serious.
you are not blind.
What did you say? Sorry,
You're not blind.
She was. This
I'm
is
not.
the point.
No, I'm
She was.
seriously though.
Look,
Seriously though,
that
I wasn't.
anime,
I would never look at her
that
or anything.
anime
This was
friend who is
no, no, no,
now
no,
a
no,
But
no, no. Okay,
girlfriend or a
I can
date.
clear this up right now. Faith, you down to
Why
listen? You down to listen?
listen?
all
Faith, are
right,
you down to listen? Mela,
I'm
H&M, you down to listen?
Go ahead, man.
All right, all right,
I'm
all right, all right.
listening.
All right, so it had to been around. I want to say like the end of summer. Like we was on the phone together, right? And we were just like FaceTime, and we were watching anime, and like it was about time like for both of us to go to sleep, like around 10, right? And she asked me about the other girl that I used to be with, the older one, right? She said like any new developments in that, and I was like, well, no, because she broke up with me, so why would there be, right? And then she
was you
was like,
going
you
around her
know,
wearing gray was you going around her wearing gray sweatpants, Demetrius?
no, I would
What
always wear jeans.
oh, okay.
Serious,
'Cause I know about them
but
gray
yeah, she would say she said some like, oh, I don't know what all those other girls saw in you, and I was like, what? I was like, are you hating on me? Like, why would you say something like that? Especially since back in high school, she was the same gal who was saying you're pretty likable. So why all of a sudden the switch up, right? All right,
She
so
she was reeling you in, man.
yeah. You don't know when
Can't
a girl like
so
you,
and
so
so
see
I
that?
was like, you saying I ain't got Riz or nothing? And she was like, I'm not trying to say that. And I was like, nah, 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 nah. Because look at what you
but
just
you
said.
couldn't
And
pick
I
up that
pointed
this
it out
girl
to her.
liked you all this time.
Huh?
You could not pick up on the fact that this girl liked you
No, I'm
all this.
kind of dense in that regard. You have to tell me straight up.
I am
Okay,
too.
You like
I
me?
ain't
you
gonna
know
lie.
what? I'm so Mella, hustler, muscler. Men and women can't be friends.
It
Exactly.
can
What she
happen,
did?
but
No,
it's a
no, no, no.
lesser
Like
chance
during
of
this
it
time,
happening.
like I don't think she liked me. I didn't ask. Probably should.
I'm gonna say it
But
like this: men and women can be friends. It's
hold on,
possible
H
to
and M. I'm
platonic
not
friends.
finished. I'm not finished.
Go
Y'all
ahead,
said y'all was
and I'll
down.
I'll explain it.
I'm just saying.
Go
I'm
ahead.
just saying. So we made a bet, and the bet was that I couldn't riz her up by the end of our next outing. And guess what happened?
What happened?
She said I did fantastic. So then we set up a date from then.
So
Wow.
that was the bet that you take her out
The
on a date.
the whiz, you couldn't whiz her
Riz,
up.
Riz, Rizz, Riz.
What's
Riz.
what's
It's a
riz?
new
Exhibit
slang kids
charisma.
say these days.
Oh, okay.
We say swag, they say Riz, kind of like that.
I see.
Oh, I thought you meant get her drunk. Oh, I'm glad that you explained that. Now,
So that
damn.
was the
That's
bet.
getting wasted.
The bet was whether or
But I
not,
could not riz her up.
but she was
And
already
she
attracted
lost.
to you.
Somebody else told me that, and I was like, eh, maybe,
She was already
maybe.
attracted to you, or else she wouldn't have made a bet. It's a ploy.
Yeah, she. You know what? You are easy
What
to
don't you
manipulate.
understand about that?
You were being manipulated by. You were being manipulated again. You know what? You probably always getting manipulated.
Nah, see,
Oh
now
my
you're hating
God.
her. Nah, cause I had my suspicion like before, like as she was talking, like after the outing where we did the whole bet thing, and I didn't I like shook that off because I was like maybe I'm tripping, but
Well, I'll tell
yeah.
you this based on the little information that you've revealed, you're in for a world of teasing. She's going to
Mm,
tease the hell out of you. Okay. and it's going to frustrate you. So I don't want you to overreact when it happens. That's all I can say.
When? That's
No,
crazy.
she's a teaser. And you have to be, she's not the type of person that's just going to tell you what she feels, right? Because, or she wouldn't be making all these ploys. You know, she is the type of person that will tease. And
Yeah.
and that, depending on your personality type, which I'm not fully aware of, you may or may not become frustrated. And in the midst of that frustration, please don't overreact. Okay.
And I want to also add to what Mela said. We as women, we are natural born manipulators. We have what we call feminine wiles. And it's just something that comes with us as being female.
Yeah,
We're just natural born. We're born with it natural.
we don't say what we mean and mean what we say. That's why men oftentimes have made the conclusion that our no's mean yes, because there throughout history, women have had a bad habit of not meaning what they say. They talk around what it is they mean. This girl liked you the entire time, but instead of just telling you
The entire
directly,
time?
the entire freaking
The
time.
entire
What
freaking
do you mean
time.
the entire time? Because I've known her since, like, we grew up
Okay.
together. You gotta tell me
The
when.
entire time.
The entire time.
That don't make no sense. Nah, no, there's
It can
no way.
happen. Trust me, it can happen. Yeah. She was probably checking for you from day one, but she just didn't want to say anything because he was all hung up on the older woman. So that happens.
And she want to
Mhm.
soft shoe it. She wants to soft shoe it because she wants to build up like this confidence of giving you her heart. She doesn't mean to deceive you. She just wants to be confident that she can trust her heart with you. So she's soft shoeing it. I don't think she's being quote unquote intentionally manipulative. I think it's unintentional because she wants to be able to trust you with her heart. So she's soft shoeing it by just not coming out and saying like, look, I see me and you being married, having children, and living happily ever after. She's not gonna come out and say that. She's gonna soft shoe it, and she's
Right.
just gonna do, yeah.
She's gonna be suggestive and she's gonna throw things out there and she's gonna make things seem like it's your idea, but it's really her putting that subliminal messaging out there to you. It's just what
And
we
you're
do as
too
men.
young to know how to read between the lines. You know,
I
it's not
don't
a
waste
bad
time
thing,
reading between the lines.
but
Like, I've told
and
people in my personal life, hey, you gonna have to tell me something because I do not do well with hints.
so her way of planting seeds is to tease you. And that's why I said make sure you don't get frustrated because she actually likes you. She just doesn't know how to be direct. Okay? So just be patient with her if you can cuz she's not communicating directly what she feels. She's soft showing it. She's like, I bet you don't do this, and I bet this, and I bet it's like, what the fuck is all this bet shit? Like, what's up? She's not that type of person. She's because she's young, you know, and so she doesn't know whether or not she can trust you with her heart. So she's gonna, skirt around things in her communication. And I don't want you to get frustrated by her not being able to be decisive and direct. Can you promise me that? Because she might be one of the great
Yeah.
ones.
What'd you say?
She might be one of the great ones. You just have to be patient and
Right.
I'm a very
understand that
patient person
she's not
after
a
dealing with what my
she's
ex put me through.
yeah, she's not a direct communicator, and and so she's not technically teasing you. She's just not a direct communicator, and you're gonna need to be patient with her because of that.
I mean, because I asked her like, how long have you had this crush on me? Because after the date, we was talking about like how it went and everything, and she said, "Yeah, I've had this crush on you for a little bit." And I was like, "Wait a minute, how long is a little bit?" So, and
Yeah,
I
see,
never got an answer to that yet. So,
you know there are people in this world that
I
Answer
think
yes.
she beat you up before, didn't she?
She what?
Did
Beat
she
him
beat
up.
you up before?
Did you?
Beat me up?
Yeah, did she
What?
beat you up
Like she
before?
got hands?
In the sandlot
Yeah, in the sandbox. You know,
at the playground in
yeah, did she
kindergarten.
kick
In
your butt
high
in
school?
the playground? Yeah.
I met her in high school.
But still, I mean, shoot, women, girls fight in high school too. Did she kick your butt one time?
No.
Faith
She
be
never kicked your
tripping, y'all. Faith be tripping. That came out of left field.
I'm sorry, but I
Faith, you
don't know.
be
I guess
tripping.
it's just something that I used to do. But if I liked a guy, and he wasn't really catching on, I would beat him up.
That's rough.
Besides, she couldn't beat me if she wanted to. Trust.
That's rough. What
So I
made you
mean,
beat? What made you
it
beat them?
wasn't
Let's unpack that. Let's go through that. Faith, what made you think you could force somebody to be your man? if you if you don't come to my house, I'm gonna beat your ass.
well, you know what, Mela, it's the environment that I grew up in. I'm just gonna blame it on that. But that's kind of like how we interacted with each other.
Yeah,
So,
that's
so
for
he thinking y'all play fighting and you really throwing blows.
she's forceful.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still play fighting. I mean, I wasn't really trying to hurt him or anything.
But you heavy handed.
No, I wouldn't say I was heavy-handed. I wasn't trying to, like I did, put a frog in his shoulder, but it wasn't like on purpose.
Oh, wait.
But
H&M,
anyway,
you good, bro? You keep dropping out.
It's his connection, I guess. But so your way of
No,
expressing uh uh attraction is to
Fight.
push an envelope. You're
when
an envelope pusher.
when I was like 14, 13, 14, yeah, that's how I used to do. I used to body slam guys.
to
Body
show
slam.
them to show them that you like them.
Yeah, I used to like to wrestle. I'm still into WWE wrestling and stuff like that. And that used to be my favorite stuff when I was like, a teenager. And yeah,
You
I
know
used
who
to,
Rey Mysterio is?
yes.
Oh
So
my
if we
god.
met and we had a wrestling match, you going Rey Mysterio me?
Are you serious?
Can you?
Are
No,
you are
I'm asking. Can you do it? Can you do the flip in the head slam?
No, I can't do that. I'm not capable of doing anything like that, Demetrius. Now, come on. I was
The
still a girl.
bam. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I mean, I would catch guys off guard and I would do like the running thing, where I would like kind
The
of like
running drop
binge
kick,
off. Yeah, I would binge off the pole and then I
clothesline
would
him.
run into him and slam into him. Yeah,
And what did they say after you did that?
Probably like, damn.
they thought I was crazy.
They didn't try to return the favor, did they?
No, because I mean, it was a playful thing. Like I wasn't really trying to hurt them.
Okay. Mm,
Like
that's
y'all never roughhouse when y'all was in school. I can't
mm-mm,
believe y'all. Oh, okay.
mm-mm. No, I
Well,
didn't
let
do
me.
that. No.
Can you pull off Kofi's moves?
I wish. I
Kofi,
did. I did one time
Kofi's
though.
different.
My cousin Sean. Now Sean is not a boy; it's a girl. But Sean was like 6 feet tall, and I'm like only 5'7". And
Dang, you
Sean was
taller
trying
than
to.
me.
Oh, well, I can beat you up. But anyway, so are you?
Why did she sound happy saying that? Did you did you hear the elation in her voice? Oh, I could beat you
What'd you
up.
say, Faith? How tall am I? I'm only like 5'5".
Oh wow. Oh, you're only just a couple inches shorter than I am. No, but I did do the one move where I jumped on the bed with my cousin
and she was on the floor, and she was like coming after me, and I knew if she got her hands on me, because she's like 6 foot tall and she was like over 200 pounds. So I jumped on the bed and I kind of sprung up off the mattress, and I came back down on her with my fist, and I knocked her into the dresser.
So
You
you a
all need a
tomboy.
you all need a supervision. See what we have here is a lack of supervision. Okay. Um that roughhousing stuff, we we yeah, we weren't allowed to do all that. Like literally not allowed. And when I say we, I'm talking about not only my siblings, but us in the neighborhood. Like there were adults watching us all the freaking time. And the only time that we thought we could get away with something was going behind the school and having a fight, like a for real fight. That's when we got down. Like we actually had to go someplace out of the way that we knew adults weren't watching. But other than that, in my little neck of the woods, like it was always some adults' eyes on us. So we I guess we
But
just
there
believe
were
we
adults around, but I mean, they couldn't keep their eye on us all the time. I mean, we were always able to get each other and put each other in chokeholds, and you walk around the corner and somebody gonna hit you in the stomach. It was
we
always somebody trying to ambush you. So I always got them before they got me.
yeah. And that's understandable. It depends on, I guess, what it was. I just
Yeah, it
um
was always like that. Girl, please.
but
And then when we got to college, shoot.
those after school fights, like when people fought after school, even in elementary school, they were breaking bottles and cutting faces. Okay, it was some
Mhm.
crazy shit going down. But as far as like general roughhousing, like you can't even walk to the corner store without somebody fucking with you. It wasn't like that, you know. It wasn't like that. But yeah, but when they got down, they was going for blood when they got down, and they made sure it was out of the way of adults. You
Well, I
know,
don't know, but see, I grew up in Chicago, and I'll never forget when I was working at what was that call center I was at? I was at Verizon Wireless, and it was me, this girl named Shantia, and Angela. And shoot, we got to arguing with each other, and they had like a little cooler with sodas in it, and we got to throwing that stuff at each other, trying to knock each other's head off.
throwing them soda cans at each other.
Throwing them soda cans at each other.
Man, them heavy, man. I remember thinking I was gonna throw something at somebody one day, and I decided not to do it because I didn't want to get prosecuted. Um, you know, I was an adult, and somebody pissed me off, and there was a bunch of damn cold sodas in that cooler, and I
Mm-hmm.
was like, I'm gonna throw this at this motherfucker's head, and I just decided not to do it. I was like, shit, there's some shit that you get prosecuted for. I ain't fuck it.
But that's what I was saying. Like, there's certain things that if you grow up around it, it becomes part of the culture, and it just becomes normal to you. Like, now that I'm talking about the stuff that we used to do when we were younger, it sounds crazy. Now that I'm, around civilized people that know how to act. But
Right,
back then,
right,
we were in the junk.
right.
I don't know. I don't
I
know.
I
I don't
remember
know.
a woman I worked with. She jumped on a woman because she took her food out the microwave in the break room. Like she put her food in the microwave, right, and walked away. And when she came back, this Mexican coworker had apparently taken it out and put her stuff in there, and she snapped, and it was a brawl.
She would have a bad time at college because, especially in the laundromat,
It was a
like people
brawl.
will take your clothes out and put their clothes in.
Yeah, man. But needless to say, somebody lost their job. No, they told her she could resign. Um, you know, I I didn't
She probably
see.
she probably grew up in the inner city, didn't know no better.
Yeah, I didn't see it. I heard about it. It was like, where's Lynette? Where's Lynette? It's like, girl, they She fired, but as it turns out, she wasn't fired. She was told to resign. She said you could. I think because we had we were in a union, so they invited her to resign, as they say. But yeah, she was one of those get down type of women, and
Yeah.
she did not like Hispanic people. She was
Oh, she was
always,
prejudiced.
yeah,
Yeah,
she
so
was,
it wasn't even about the food in the microwave.
yeah, she was just just a low tolerance person, you know, especially when
H&M,
it
you
came.
here?
She didn't like other ethnicities, outside of black, you know. That's just how she was.
Oh, I know it was one of those types.
But
Hmm.
you know what, Mella? I hated the environment.
I understand.
Yeah, it was pretty rough, and looking back on it now, like all this crazy stuff that I used to see people doing. When you get older and you think back on all that crazy stuff that people was doing in the neighborhood when you were kids and stuff like that, stuff that you could have got killed over,
Right,
hurt,
right.
any little thing. That is crazy.
And it's a reality in Chicago. It's a reality, and uh, it just it's just a reality, especially um growing up in the 80s, you know, really, like to this day, like it's always been a trip in Chicago, and just most any neighborhood, but especially on the south side, especially on the west side. um
Yeah.
they it's you know it can go down, and
I think the
so
west side was a little bit more turned up than the south side, though.
it was. It's just that um the from what I saw, the the boys had it rougher than the girls.
Yeah.
I didn't see a whole lot of shenanigans going on with the girls unless it was an after school fight. That's when they was breaking bottles and cutting faces and all that other kind of crazy shit that I saw. But
Or
the
fighting over
boy,
some boy.
yeah, stuff like that. But the boys, they got jumped in the vice lords off, like by the time they turned what, 10, 11, or some shit. Like they
Mhm. The,
9,
the,
they got jumped. They got jumped in the
the,
game. And
the
when I say,
BDs, the
yeah,
BDs and what's the other ones on folks?
all that stuff, and it's like,
Yeah.
though that's why I say the boys got it rougher than the girls, because they are prone to be targeted by gangs. Girls not so much unless they out there loose like that. You know,
Mm.
if the girls out there loose and past the street lights being on and all that other kind of crazy shit, walking around like they want it after the street lights come on, then you don't really know what you're gonna encounter in Chicago when it gets dark and you're
Oh, wait a minute.
unattended.
Bro Speak is down there. What's up, Bro Speak? Bro Speak, I need you to hit the link and
Yeah,
come
hit
up
the link.
because
We want to hear
I
your
was
voice.
I want to hear your voice. I was telling Mela about your voice. I was like, Bro Speak has like the most mellow, monotone voice. Like he talks like this, and then he just get to talking, and the next thing you know, you just find yourself like, you falling asleep.
I think I only got
There you
10
go,
minutes at the
H&M.
most left before I have to do something. Um,
Oh, yeah,
but
I
if I,
gotta end the stream soon too.
yeah, this was such a
Mela, you don't have an after stream?
who?
You.
Mm-mm.
Okay.
Mm-mm. I said, who you talking to? No, I'm not. Uh-uh. I'm sure there's some colorful uh people that are alive at the moment, but I got something to do, man. Is that your way of asking me what I'm gonna do?
No, no, no. I was just asking.
Because you are kind of young, so you might not be able to just directly ask.
No, I'm pretty direct. I'm my
Uh-oh.
friends tell me
Uh-oh.
I'm pretty bold.
Bro, speak. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Happy
How
New
y'all
Year,
doing?
Bro Speak. We
Happy
doing
New Year.
good. We wanted you to come up here and say a few words, Bro Speak.
I heard y'all in the damn chair. But yeah, no, yeah, y'all talking about like the whole thing with people getting bullied and stuff like that, and neighborhoods. Yeah,
Yeah.
shit, I went through it with with it, boys and girls. Like, jeez.
Yeah, you can't even ride your bike to the store without, you know, somebody knocking you off the bike, and then you wonder why. And next thing you know, the gang in your neighborhood is telling you that's why you need to join us so we can protect you. And next thing you know, you in a gang. So that you can have some sense of protection in your own neighborhood. It's rough for the boys in Chicago. It's very rough because you don't get jumped in like in good times and stuff like they just snatch you in the alley. No, it's not like that. Uh, you know, a gang will harass you in other ways until they convince you that we can protect you, we can show you love. And if you come from a broken home, like there's no father or male figure of substance, you know what I'm trying to say, like a
Yeah,
very strong male influence in your life, um that young man is not going to be able to tell anybody that he's being harassed by these strange older children and young adults, so next
right.
thing you know, he's compelled to take them up on their offer to befriend him, and befriending becomes eventually, well, you got to do this in order us for to still be cool with you, and you better do it because you with us now. It's that kind of shit. It's really tripped out how these, like I've talked to a couple of vice lords in my day, and the way they got in there, it could have happened to anybody, you know, that was just riding a bike to the store,
Yeah.
you know.
Now, when I when I was growing up, it wasn't really like the gangs. The gangs wasn't that bad. It didn't get real bad like until like the I want to say the late '90s, 2000s. But it was just basically boys trying to, you know, be on some bully shit, and then the girls was on that bully shit. If you were weak and they view you as weak,
Mm-hmm.
it was over for you. And everybody took advantage. It was, especially in my neighborhood, shit. It was you were weak, they took advantage of you. They were they were
But if you have a family behind you, then people, they're less likely to, to bully you, because I had a big family, right?
right,
And so people, didn't really, they tried to say, oh, you think you cute, you think you pretty, they tried some stuff, but they didn't really go through with anything as we got older, because they knew there were consequences and repercussions, as Eddie Murphy would say. Wasn't nobody getting
right.
my cornbread, okay? It was just like that. It was just but yeah, they will try you. Um as
Yeah,
far as bullying, they will do it.
and and yeah, like you said, it just depend on the family because even if even some people do have a little like pride with that too because you don't want to be like you think you can handle it and you don't want to tell your family like that because you don't want to look weak in front of them too.
That's a big problem. I encourage all children to tell their family. Um
Right.
I do. Um
Yeah.
I know gang members who said that they just didn't tell their family that they was in that, getting into that situation. They just didn't tell
Right.
them. I said
They
they
didn't
would
want
have moved. They would have moved if they knew. You said, well, back in my day, you
Mm,
didn't tell mama and daddy about that, you know?
yeah, I don't know if they could. They would have moved
I
because
Maybe.
don't,
it,
everybody
it,
couldn't afford to move.
right.
That's a good point.
Yeah,
That's a
it's
good
not.
point.
It's not a simple. Oh, they getting bullied. We get pack up and leave. No, that people stay in those neighborhoods.
People would have got strapped up though, and they would have helped you fight.
Yeah, depend on yeah, and again, it depends on your family. Like I think, I mean, Mela said that does depend on your family because if your family, like my brothers at the time, they were involved with drugs, so they were kind of in and out, and they weren't really there like they should have. Although, you know, and then like even with mine, it was more of a pride thing too because you didn't want to get them involved in some stuff that you felt that you should be able to take care of. So it's kind of it's a weird thing with especially with bullying and stuff like that. But
To
Okay.
this day, it was this chick, this little girl. I never forget. I was about maybe 12, 13 at the time, just getting ready to graduate from 8th grade. This girl was built like a fire plug. I think she didn't have an ounce of fat on her. I never met a person that strong in my entire life. But she was bullying my brother. And when my brother was come home and he would be talking about this bully, everybody in the family be like, who is the guy? Who is the boy? You gotta stand up for yourself. The whole time it was this girl.
yeah,
I come
and it's
Wow.
even and it's even worse if it's a girl because people gonna be looking at you like you can't take this girl.
Yeah, because that's how I was, right? Until I had to fight her. Then I understood. Let me
Yeah.
tell you what happened. So I come around the corner and this girl got my brother hid down in the dirt. Like he was really like hid in the dirt, like he was eating the ants. You know, she had him down there and she was, punching upside the head and everything. So I run up and I run at the girl and tackle her down, like a football player. And I'm thinking I'm finna get the upper hand because I caught off guard. Boy, was I wrong. That girl yanked me by my ponytail and put me down into the dirt where my brother was at and had me eating the ants. And I couldn't get up for shit.
Oh
Dang.
no.
Dang. Ah man. I remember this one time, this one girl, and um I mean, I walked up and I walk up and I see this little white boy get it sat on by this black girl. And what happened was he tried to talk mess to her. She wasn't going with it. She had him on the ground, sitting on him. He could not get up. From everybody looking at it, like God, I was like, what happened with that? I was like, yeah, some of these girls, you think they don't have no strength, but you find out real quick. Yeah, that same girl, though. What I found out after the fact, they used to hang together. They were friends, but he thought he could take some liberties with her, and he found out real quick. No, that's not the one. Because I had to fight that girl at one time, and we ended up being like friends after the fact. After we fought each other, it was gonna go probably be boyfriend and girlfriend, if not for the fact that she moved. But you know, but yeah, I think girls or these
What
sugar
was
and
this
spice
in?
things.
This must have been in grammar school for both of you all. This must have been grammar school.
Yeah, this was I had just gotten I think into the 8th grade.
Yeah.
I was in elementary. 'Cause- Yeah, because Pat.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Elementary school. Yeah.
yeah, I didn't.
But in
I didn't.
Chicago, the 8th grade is still elementary. But I know in the southern states, it's high school for some of y'all.
I know in Texas, 6 through 8 is middle school. We have a middle school, then we have high school. It's 9 through 12.
Faith, I'm
Now,
gonna log off for a while. I'm gonna listen from the clouds. I got something to do. It's 3 o'clock. Much
All
love.
right.
Many
Thank you for
blessings to
coming up.
everybody, especially you, Faith. Thank you. Thank
All
you.
all
right.
right, man. Yeah, I think Hatch Dragon said in the chat, it's a lose lose. With a girl, it's just lose lose for boys. So it's even
Nah,
now.
I don't think that my brother was not trying to fight for himself. That girl was strong.
No, yeah. It's still lose lose. Even if she's trying to fight, it's still lose lose lose. If you win, you just beat on a girl. There's some
Yeah,
boys
that's
who's
true.
gonna take offense to that, regardless. And if you lose, it's even worse. It's like you lost to a girl. I wouldn't have turned that. So you can't win on this. You can't win on that one. But yeah,
But you know, in Chicago, the girls were just aggressive like that. Because I remember there were a lot of girls that used to bully boys in Chicago.
that's same in Houston. They the same way. It wasn't no sugar and spice, everything nice.
Yeah, because
Some of
that's the
them,
reason why when I be hearing Mela talk about how violent men are and testosterone and boys and stuff like that, like I can remember, how vicious the girls were.
yeah, and that's the thing. You don't expect that from girls. That's why a lot of their bullying get kind of ignored, or they make lighthearted of it because it's a girl. But I was seeing that going on in school. Girls were bullying these boys, but they made light of it, and and hell, even in high school, I had an issue. I had girls literally chasing me for no other reason because they thought they could. But it wasn't until I had to kick one of them to get them off me. Just, it's just it's crazy how and we don't talk about it enough, and why some of these dudes act the way they way towards women. It comes a lot of that comes Some of that comes from the fact they were getting bullied and nobody did anything. They made light of it, or if the girl can be literally hitting the boy and nobody's going to do anything, they're just going to let
Yeah,
him get the hits in. Then when the boy try to attack, that's when everybody jump in. You see it even on videos when women are hitting guys. Nobody saying anything. They laughing. When the guy try to swing at them, now everybody want to jump in. You can't do that especially in a community. You need to escalate that before it gets to that point, because you're going to find the wrong person. The wrong person is not going to adhere to these rules about women. They're going to look at them as a threat, and they're going to treat them as such, or they're just going to attack them. Some of the attacks of these girls happening right now, and these women having right now, because they went through stuff. I'm not saying it's right, but it is what it is. But but that's the neighborhoods we've been in. And you
well,
see.
at least you're not coming up here, acting like you lived in the suburbs all your life and I don't know
Oh,
what you're talking about.
oh, hell no, no. I hate when people do that. It's like, okay, let's just say, yeah, maybe you did. Okay, good for you. You didn't go through the stuff, but some of us did. That's why when I hear all this stuff, you know, um, about, oh, women don't do this, men don't do this, men do this, women do this. I'm looking at you like, have y'all lived in certain neighborhoods? Have you
Mm-hmm.
went through stuff? Because clearly you haven't. Because if you did, you wouldn't say the stuff that you do. But everybody wanna have their bias. Because
But that's what I was talking about. Like when dysfunction gets normalized and people are not even aware that they're functioning, from a lower level. These things are normal to these people. Like these people literally grew up, like Hatch Dragon. He's talking about a situation with a female boxer, but this same situation, I actually saw this happen in real life. He said female boxer Claire Shields got KO'd by a man, woke up, accused him of cheating, and finally tried to attack him with a knife. And I saw this happen with my Aunt Sheila. My Aunt Sheila was and my Uncle Clarence were fighting. And they were going blow for blow. Like she was getting in just as many punches as him. And then he finally knocked her out. When she came back to herself, you think she got up and was humble? Hell no. She ran in
Shoot,
the kitchen and got a knife and tried to stab him.
yeah, that's. I mean, man, I my brothers have been stabbed. One of my brothers got stabbed with scissors. One chick set up my brother to get beat up by other people. You know, so when I say when I hear all this, well, women don't do stuff to men. I'm looking at you like you haven't gone through stuff. You haven't been in these environments. You either you trying to show a bias, which hey, you have your right to have a bias, or you just want to be that, or you just that ignorant, and you want to dismiss people's real life experience. Yeah, some people could be lying. Some people could be saying because they have a anger towards women, but some of it be true, and we people have lived it, and you want to take their experience away, and I'm not cool with that. I don't like it when dudes do that to the women, and I don't like it when people do it to the men. You can't take away people's actual experience, regardless how you feel about it. That's their experience. That's how they lived. If you don't like it, oh well. It is what it is. So yeah, but yeah, the function is just normal. Shoot, man. I've seen some of the chicks that my brothers were with, and I'm like, you still with him? And this is my brothers. I'm like, you still with him? You want to get back when you could have just up and left? I,
Mm-hmm.
I don't I don't get, but that was normal, you know. But when you see a family like my some of my cousins and then some of my in-laws and how they function kind of differently, even though they have their own dysfunctions, it just it opens your mind and like, man, we really didn't have the best things going. We didn't have good stuff going on. It's a lucky when we're not all losing our minds out here. You know?
Yeah. But I just think that it's important to have education because if it wasn't for, me actually broadening my horizons and just getting out of those bad areas and taking my children to better places where they can grow up and being able to let them see a different side of things. Like my children, they didn't grow up like how I grew up. They would not know the first thing about, fighting and, doing, chokeholds and people walking around the corner and somebody's there to ambush you with a punch in the stomach. They don't know nothing about that.
Yeah, yeah. Or getting hit with 2x4s and shit like that. Girls throwing you in and throwing bushes, guys hemming you up for money, like shit. It's
And then walking down the street with your boyfriend, next thing you know, he give you the code, and that means you got to run. And now you dodging bullets, jumping over fences. It's,
I can honestly say I didn't dodge no bullets, but like I said, I got out of that neighborhood before it got that bad. But it's but still, yeah, I feel for people out here because we a lot of us got PTSD from our neighborhoods.
yeah,
To some degree, we have it, and it shows up even in in these YouTube spaces. A lot of us have PTSD of our neighborhoods, and it affects how we deal with each other, how we deal in relationships, even friendships. It it affects it. So,
well, that's the reason why I don't really respect, people getting on these keyboard gangsters, these people that get on here and they want to talk shit and oh yeah, I'm gonna do this and I'm gonna do that, and half of these people not gonna do nothing. And then if you did, you a damn fool, you know,
no,
over
that's
some
why
some YouTube stuff.
I would tell dudes, I'm like, don't do the tough talk here. Like, don't do it. You know you're not gonna come see me. You know you're not. I'm not gonna come see you. You're not gonna come see me. We're not gonna meet nowhere because if you were really about that, we would be set. We would we would be having a a boxing. We would have a fight league. Like, take the manosphere. All these beefs that they've had with each other. You would be having a fight league right now where y'all can go in this ring and beat each other up. Do it MMA side. They have backyard boxing, MMA stuff. Y'all would be doing that. And let's see you really about that life. They're not gonna do that. Same with these women. Then most of them are not gonna do that. They're not gonna go on. They're not gonna go meet with each other and fight each other. They know that. But we talk like this because we can't put hands on each other. I mean, we're not willing to do it. And most people
Exactly.
think we won't. But I'm gonna tell you, don't think that you're untouchable. All they need is your picture. And if they can find your Facebook, they can find your name. And they can find your name, they can find
You get your
for
address.
little money, they can find
Hmm.
out a general area of where you live. And if they want to come get you, they will. So that's why I'm
But what I
very
what I will tell people, if you're gonna be doing this social media thing, get yourself a UPS mailbox and register that on your driver's license as your main address,
mhm,
so that when people look you up, this is the address that they're gonna see.
yep,
Because whatever's on record with the DMV, that's all people are going to be able to look up.
right. Yeah. Because again, a lot of people yes, a lot of people talk, but then there's some who will. And they have
Hmm.
no problem doxing you. It's just not safe. But man, it's yeah, like
Hashtag stay smart. Hashtag, hey, I'm not new to this. I'm true to this. Like I said, I grew up in some rough areas. I've dealt with some real killers.
yeah,
So I know this doxing thing didn't just start online. You had people that were showing up missing way before social media.
yeah, you be like, hey, what happened to so and so? And they like, it's best not to talk about that. No. Shit. Mm-mm. But yeah, it's but yeah, I did see well, I saw the title because about what happened with the young woman. So apparently, uh, someone she was dealing with. got beat up by him, his girlfriend, and their friends.
Oh yeah, you wasn't here when I played the clip earlier, but
Yeah.
basically the young woman was recounting her story, and so she was saying she was dating this guy for a month and a half. And while she was dating him, everybody in the neighborhood was trying to tell her, hey, this guy got a girlfriend. They was trying to warn her, that this guy had a girlfriend. And her response to them was, well, he didn't tell me that. So, she apparently didn't believe them, and she kept seeing this guy until one day she get a phone call from the guy's girlfriend. The actual girlfriend calls her. Now, what I don't like about her story is that she kind of makes herself out to be the perfect victim, where, she didn't do nothing, to cause any of the situation. So the next thing that comes out of her mouth is the girlfriend calls me, and then she says, since you touch him, is that's your ass. So that's how she ended up getting jumped. But
Mhm.
the way that she explained that phone call situation just wasn't really sitting right with me, because I'm a woman and I know how we think. So if I take the time out to call another woman about my man, it's gonna be more than me saying, you touch my man. Now you got to pay. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
There had to be more of a back and forth than what she actually divulged in her story. But she just kind of left a lot of holes that, to me didn't make any sense. Because the next thing you know, this guy calls her up. Now, mind you, the people in the neighborhood and told her this guy got a girlfriend, and then the actual girlfriend called you. So now, next time this guy called, what the hell you and him got to talk about now? You see what I'm saying?
Right.
But he wants to meet her so he can tell his side of the story. So he invites her over to his cousin's house or whoever house, and wants her to come over and discuss it with him. So to me, she was just going to continue to deal with this guy regardless to him having a girlfriend or not, because she decided to go. You see what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah. Some women be on there. They don't care. Like, hey, it's a competition. Like, that's some for some. Well, I won't say just women, men too. Like, that's the appeal. I'm gonna take somebody from someone else, and that, I guess, that was the game to her. I'm gonna take this guy from her. He coming to me. Like, no, you really should have saw it. If everybody told you he got a girlfriend, the girlfriend calling you, that should have been, no. It's it's time for me to go. The fact that this woman got your number, that's a big red flag. Who she got the number from?
Right.
Who she got it? She had to get it from him, and that means he's sloppy. You don't want to deal with a sloppy dude. If you just happen to find out, you find out, you just she just find it, okay. But if he that sloppy with a girl calling you and threatening you, that's a sloppy dude. You need to be leaving that dude immediately, because there's
Well,
some drama.
she said that the guy kind of set her up because she went over to the place where he told her to meet her, the cousin's house. And
I believe it. I believe he
she said
did.
soon as she walked through the door, five girls came out and just basically attacked her.
Yeah, I believe it. I believe he did set her up, because there have been cases where um, dude was messing with this other chick, and in order to get back girl with his girlfriend, that's what he would do. I, I've seen that in the news a lot of times. It's it's a
Yeah.
it's it's a sick game. Like, so that's how in some sick way, that's how some couples get heal their try to heal their relationship. They bring another person in, beat her up, and all kinds of stuff, even straight up deleting her, because to fix their relationship. which it don't work anyway, but that's what people think, and so yeah, and I think somebody said that probably was like that the Robinson chick deletion. That's probably was she was messing with some dude, and he invited her over there, and that was a setup.
Yeah,
And
and
so
see,
that one,
while I do like Princella, and I agree with a lot of her talking points, the one talking point that I have a hard time wrapping my mind around because of what I've actually experienced growing up in a violent atmosphere of both violent men and violent males and violent females. When she talk about the violence portion and it putting it all on the men, I can't really buy that because I experienced something totally different.
yeah, I mean, again, if we even go back into history, I hate to go with the slavery thing, but remember, there were women feeding babies to crocodiles.
I forgot about that.
Those were women. So if you think women are not as violent as men, they're not capable of viciousness as men. You're dreaming. It's the difference between the two is they can't do the physical stuff. And now, in
Hmm.
some cases, they can do the physical stuff. Like you said, the
Yeah.
girl was beating on your brother, and I had that. I was fighting the actual girl, like literally fisticuffs, throwing each other in ant beds and throwing bushes. And
Ant beds.
yes, I was throwing. I was literally thrown. No, she was
I
thrown
just
in the
come
ant.
back on some the weirdest fight after pushing each other face in ant beds.
Boy, I'm telling you, the with that particular girl, the situation we had with each other it was something else. I'm just it was something else. But again, it goes back to, man, some of the people will use this other woman as, hey, what, you mess with this girl? Well, if you want to prove your worth to me, let me go beat her up, and the guy will do it because he's a weak dude. This weak dude will set these other women up because he's weak. Now he's a little boy trying to rebel, and he saw that his rebellion failed, and so now to get back in her good graces, he'll set her up and let everybody beat her up. It's just it's sick, but that's when you're in an environment where dysfunction, where dysfunction, and you have to prove that you're the strongest. This this is how it gets. You know,
It's true. But I've seen a few women knock a couple of guys out. So, I don't know, like Princella and all these other women, they must not have been around some aggressive type females before.
I I I think that they have. It's just that they are so against men that they will overlook the stuff that they are talking about. Yeah, I remember Robbie did a whole thing about the matriarchy, and she was literally pointing out that those dudes would how they say that men treat women, those women were treating these men like sex objects. That's how they were treating them as.
Hmm.
So
Yeah, I mentioned something like that earlier in the
yeah,
chat.
and so it's kind of like you don't understand absolute power corrupts absolutely. And if and and you're not careful, you're gonna be in a position where you're doing the most heinous stuff to other people. And you're gonna think it's right because you're in the power position.
And the victims of, like, I don't know if you ever heard this, bro speaks, but the victims of those in power or exhibit those that exhibit power adopt the worst traits of the oppressor.
Right. Yeah. I mean,
Hmm.
look. I mean, look at our community. We adopted the worst of the white society. We adopted it. But the difference between us and them is that we didn't have no power. We really don't have real power. We only can affect each other. We can't affect that bigger society.
Well, you look at how we know how to act around white people. We go into their neighborhoods and we are totally different in their neighborhoods around white people than we are around ourselves. When we get
Yeah.
around each other, we are very disrespectful to each other. We don't even give each other good customer services in our good
Don't
customer
embarrass
service
me in
in
front
our
of these
business.
white folks.
Yeah, because guess who paying you? Guess who can cut your money? Guess who can put you in jail? Guess who
Exactly.
can delete you with no consequences? Who I'm more respectful? If I let's just say me and Faith get into an argument right now, and I will I'll cuss her, I'll call her B and all kinds of stuff. I'm gonna get cheered. There's gonna be black men and black women going to cheer me for doing that, because they just don't like you
Right.
as a black woman, or it's the vice versa. Faith gonna get cheered because I'm a black man. But if you were to go do that to a white man or a white woman, you know who's gonna turn against you the most? It ain't gonna be the white people. It's gonna be
No,
black
please.
people.
Look how they did with that what's her name? The Carly Russell chick. I
Yeah,
mean, she all she did was make a false report, and you had Negroes on here talking about some throw the book at her, give her 10 years. And I don't
yeah,
know if
She
you were here,
deserved
bro.
it.
Speak, I
yeah,
hustler. I don't know if you were here, bro. Speak for the young lady that I was just telling you about. That got beat up, and they beat her up pretty bad. She almost died, and they ain't
mhm.
even getting 10 years.
What are they getting?
One of them got 8 years, another one got 5 years, and the other and somebody else got 3 years.
Did
Do you
they?
think there should be degrees of assault uh, included in the book of law?
It
They do
should,
have them.
because if you beat a person damn near to the point of death, that's attempted murder.
Okay, okay, I can understand that.
Well, well, they do have degrees, and even with that, it really just depends on. There's a as far as like with who get charged and all kinds of stuff. I hate to say that, but a lot of that factors in the person too, and and who who these people are. Do they have records? Do they and depends on the person too, man. It's really who it is. Really depends on what they gonna get. Now, if it was somebody
But
who was
bro,
prominent,
speak. Do
yeah,
you really believe that Carly Russell should have been sentenced to no 10 years in prison?
no, we had a white chick who kind of did something similar. I think she got what 5 years probation. She had to pay a
Yeah,
fine.
and a
Yeah,
probation and a fine. That's about it.
yeah, yeah, that's what she got. So I mean, and there were people even then was like, yeah, she should be thrown in jail and stuff like that. But guess what? Um, she had to pay that fine, pay back the money that they spent trying to find this chick. She got, I know she got probation. I don't know. I think it was 5 years, but it wasn't like it was a pretty lengthy probation. I'll give you that. It wasn't no 6 months or anything like that. So with the Kylie Russell, like I said, it was scummy that what she did. But for her to get 10 years, I'm like, nah, she ain't getting no 10 years. Come on now, let's not be silly with it. But
Yeah, like she does need to be held accountable for lying, but like black people, we be doing the most with our own people.
and again, you have to look at the legal thing. What could they what could they give her with? They can't give her no 10 years for what? She lied. Okay, she lied about a white king getting kidnapped and her getting kidnapped. Okay,
Yeah, but she wasted taxpayers' money. She wasted authorities' money. She had everybody worked up over nothing.
I get that.
I mean,
That's where you can
once you
put.
get the
That's where you
authorities
put that
involved,
fine
man, it
for.
becomes a bigger issue.
Yeah, and that's when she get the fine. Like that white chick, they had resources. All everybody was trying to find her, and they wasted taxpayer money. The same thing. That's what the fine is for. Yeah, you're gonna pay that money back, chick. And guess what? With the state, yeah, you're gonna pay it back. That there is no question. And she got the
Yeah,
probation.
the punishment has to fit the crime.
Yeah, I'm just talking about legally. I'm not talking about how I personally feel about it. Yeah, she was a scumbag for that. Just like I feel about that white chick. You were a scumbag for that. Just because you didn't want to get married, you could have just like, no, I don't want to get married and go away. Well, you got to this grand. Oh my God, I got kidnapped. Okay, it's weird. So, but like I said, I don't think. But legally, what could you do to her?
And
You
then, like,
know,
I had even suggested that maybe she had mental issues and that maybe we should kind of explore that a little bit and got drugged by the black YouTube because I suggested that maybe we need to explore that, as an option. Now, they do it all the time when these little white women get on there and lie and act crazy all the time. Like, oh, she's got mental issues and we're going to do a mental health evaluation and blah blah blah. They do it for themselves all the time. But if
well,
we
yeah, that's
try to suggest it for ours, we wrong.
well. Again, you're going back to who has power. It, that's a power thing. When you got powerless people, yeah, they're gonna treat each other the worst because they powerless. Those people got power, so yeah, they might suggest on the outside, yeah, let's get some mental health and do all this thing, but don't think they ain't do something to they ain't looking at this chick in the back. See, we put our stuff in the front, like, yeah, she need to be punished, throw her in jail, all this stuff. Like, okay, yeah, but you ain't got no power. What you gonna do to her? Nothing. You just crying. Them white folks, especially ones with power, that now they can affect her publicly, but privately they can affect her. So they ain't worried about the public stuff. And
But
and,
I
and
think they have more of an ability to be private too about their stuff than we
yeah, that's
do.
what I'm saying with that's why I said with the power. When you got power, you can make yourself private. And so whatever punishment that you might have got on the back end, you not me, you, anybody on this panel, anybody in the chat, they're not gonna know about it unless you actually go digging. But it's that's the thing. But like I said, powerless people are going to act that way because they're powerless. Because something might have happened to them and they couldn't stop it. So now they're taking out on each other. You know.
Yep. Well, I've been up here almost 6 hours, y'all. But I just
Uh-huh.
had to ask Bro Speak to come up here because I was telling everybody about your talking voice. I said Bro Speak has the most mellow talking voice. It's like a monotone, but at the same time it's like relaxing. And it just kind of, when you talk, you just kind of lull people to sleep. That not in a bad way though. Not in a bad way.
I've ended a lot of live streams To be honest, I noticed that. I've ended a lot of live streams. People be hyped up, and then I get up there, and then it's like everybody calm down, and then it's like, oh, I got to end the live stream now. I'm like, yeah, I gotta understand. I'm, I'm cool with it. I'm like, I probably should get into AMSR.
You
That's
do.
how.
You have a really nice AMSR voice, like for people
Yeah,
that need to relax.
yeah. I need to really venture into that one. But yeah, I just it is what it is. Yeah.
But anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and start to shut it down. Did you? Who wants to go first with the final thoughts?
Hustler can go.
Hustler, you there?
I'm here. I'm traveling, but
Okay.
I'm here.
Did you have any final thoughts that you want to share with us?
Uh, First off, let me say good to see you again, brother Speaks.
Good to see you too, man.
Yeah, I guess you got that mellow voice that makes people want to sleep. I guess I got a voice that'll keep you up at night.
Yeah, hey, it's good for certain things. I'll admit that.
Yeah, my final thoughts. I don't know where Demetrius went, but I still say he lost his damn mind dealing with a chick 10 years older than him. Trust me, I've done that before, but I was much older at the time. I wasn't 21, 22 dealing with 30-year-olds. I didn't start that till I was at least 26, 27. So that's a bit much. Like I said, hope he doesn't damage himself or get himself in trouble dealing with this older woman. You're going to date older, at least 2, 3 years older at the most. But a whole decade, that's some, I don't know,
Yeah.
cougar or sugar baby type stuff. That's what that sounds like to me.
Hey,
Yeah, Demetrius really upset me when he said that too. He's the same age as
Yeah,
my son.
he the
yeah,
same age as my goddaughter. Well, a year older than my goddaughter.
yeah,
I'm like,
yeah.
wow. I think she,
No,
I think she'll, I think she'll be 23 this year.
oh wow, he dealing with a he 22 dealing with a 32-year old.
35.
Yep, 35.
Whoa, 35.
Yeah.
And I thought the relationship I was kind of off. I was 20, and the woman that I was dealing with, she was 28. But he dealing
An
with
8 year
someone
difference.
right. I still don't know how I made that work. I don't know.
I don't either. I was 23. I was 23 dealing with a 29-year-old. It didn't. Well, it didn't go nowhere, but it lasted long enough.
Yeah, well, same with mine. It's just enough.
Demetrius is back.
Yeah, sorry, it was the doctor's office. Yeah, they
Oh,
called me.
I thought you heard us talking about you.
No, I didn't hear a thing. What'd you say?
Yeah, I
Was
was
that
just like,
hating? Was y'all hating? Be honest.
Hating. We don't hate. We congratulate.
I wasn't hating on it. I was kind of shocked. I mean, you dealing with yeah. I mean, I don't know. You still dealing with this woman?
No, I'm not. Definitely
Okay,
not. She toxic.
okay, okay. Yeah, I'm about to say,
Really
I'm like,
She called me stubborn
yeah, because you didn't
stubborn.
want to. Yeah,
Because
because
she
you
was
Why
didn't
did
she
she
was
want
call
trying to
you
groom
stubborn?
you. She was trying to groom you, and you were probably giving her a hard time.
to. Right.
Who wants to be groomed?
I'm just
What
saying.
does it mean?
She
What does it
she
mean to
she would
groom
she would
somebody?
she would say you're stubborn as my father, and I'm like, okay.
Yeah, because
I would
My
literally
mom's
you
say,
probably three
okay.
times your
didn't deal with
age.
your will. That's probably what it was. Like, sorry, chick. Just because you older, that don't mean that I'm just gonna bow down to you.
That's what that was. I think that was her problem.
Yeah. That, well, that's good for you because some dudes would have bowed down. You
Well,
know.
I'm
Hmm.
glad that you did not. That you kind
Yeah,
of
that's
I am
why I
stuck.
too.
was reacting the way I was when y'all saying, "Oh, she probably putting some seeds in your head." Like, yeah, she. Although she said that the relationship that we had has been the best, she also said I was also like the most frustrating in that regard. So Yeah,
Yeah.
you know. Oh, and
The
by the way, while I
best.
was on a date, like she tried calling me like 5 times in a row, and I was like, "Oh, so you're one of those?"
Okay,
Okay.
hold on a
Oh,
second. Demetrius. She
What?
said you was the best
Yes, the best.
Best I ever
at,
had. Best I ever
at
had.
21,
hey,
22.
Yes.
damn.
She lied. She was
Never
lying
call
to
her out
you.
of her name. Nothing
No,
like that. I was always respectful.
her
Would never
bar was
raise my
too
voice at
low.
her.
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
she had
Maybe she's
problems.
dealt with so many. She's dealt with so many toxic men. It's good to have a young tender that can treat her right. I guess that's my that's my theory.
So the
Man,
best to her is
that's
not being
bad.
called out her name, not being beat on, and being treated
I
like a
never
human being,
talked down to
Kendra.
her or anything. Never hit
That's
her. Nothing. Never threatened her. Nothing.
that's
Wow, you
impressive.
treated her like a human being,
Yes,
and that was the best she ever had.
I guess so.
Damn, she sucks. I'm
That's the best she ever
So
had. Damn.
sorry. She sucks.
Like I said, she's dealt with so many toxic men that one guy comes along and treats her like a person. That's the best, and that's all she really requires. I literally
Damn.
met a chick like that about 10, 15 years ago. Yeah. So I know he ain't lying. I met somebody like that when I was in my early to mid 20s. So he ain't lying.
No, I believe it. I just, I'm like, damn. It was just like I think
That's how I reacted. I was like, I didn't really do anything. I was just like, I was just me.
yeah, I had a couple that said the same thing. Like, man, I never treated like this. I'm like, damn, I'm just treating you like a
I'm
normal human
thinking
being.
about the best I ever had. If you take me on a cruise around the world, like fly me,
I mean, she
to
and I went to
Spain,
Universal. I took her to Universal. So, sure.
Universal.
Yeah,
What the?
Universal Studios?
yeah.
Which one?
I've
Florida
been there
or?
when I
Both
was like
parks.
12.
Both parks. The one in Florida.
Mm,
Okay.
wow. Okay. She is down bad. I'm sorry. She's down bad.
No. All right. Y'all don't clown her too much. All right.
Come on, man. I'm sorry. I can't.
That's how I reacted too. I was like, we just went to Universal, and I'm just being myself. Like,
She down bad. I'm sorry. That's we. And now she even after y'all separated, she's still calling you. She down
or
bad.
she tried. She got
She tried.
mad when I didn't pick up. I was like, I don't care.
There you go. You gotta have a clean break, man. Some people can't do it. They still gotta
No,
talk to you.
you know what it was? No. Okay, so Faith, you know the girl that I'm into now, right?
Hmm.
Yeah, yeah. I told her about it, and I was like, hey, you gonna have to fall back or whatever. You can't be calling me or texting me or whatever. Guess what she do?
What she do?
Just that.
Calls, text me in the middle of the movie, in the middle of like us eating.
Well, of
Like
course you told her not to do it, so now she thinks that you're up to something.
I I'm on a date. Well, ain't
Well, of
she
course.
supposed to be the mature one? Huh?
Again, let's look what you just said earlier. She thought going to Universal Florida. She said you just being a normal person was the best she ever had. Do that sound like a mature woman here?
I mean, okay, now
Oh,
that
I
you
thought
say
you were
that,
talking about the girl that you're with now.
well, we're not together yet, but we'll get there. We'll get there. Just gotta
Oh,
work
so
my
you're
magic.
saying that the older woman was calling and texting you while you were with the girl that you're with now?
I wasn't responding. Yeah, when I was out with
Wow.
her, I was like, this girl don't quit. And it's not like I could hide it or anything because like we are driving around the whole day. Like we are going from place to place to place. And like whenever she called, like it would show up on the car screen, and I was like, "This girl's crazy.
You
That's
can't block
crazy."
her.
I did block her. As soon as I stopped, I blocked her.
Whew.
Mm.
Yeah, she was a piece of work.
She down bad. I'm sorry. She's just down bad. Come on.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
definitely.
And that's the age is maturity. In her case, no. She, she got a lot of problems, man. So you would
Yep,
probably you did the best thing to get rid of her.
I've said
Say
time and
what?
time again, ignorance knows no age.
Mm-mm.
I mean, that's true.
I know some old men at my job, ignorant as hell. I'm like, what? How do you still function? How did you make it to your old age?
Well, you know what, bro, Steve? I kind of think that the younger boomers and the millennials, something wrong with us.
The millennials,
Yeah, the
definitely.
millennials too. Yeah.
Yeah, well, we was raised by the people in the the crack era and the people who were affected by the crack era. So I'm telling you, we a lot of us got a lot of PTSD in relationships. We seen um our mothers and fathers fighting and how these relationships went to the crapper. We saw the cracks in the relationship. We saw the inside of these relationships that they were showing on the outside. So we're just not trusting of relationships, and it's gotten to the point where now it's like it's everybody for yourself and God for us all.
Amen.
Yeah.
So,
And
Demetrius, you're what, a zenny? You're a zennial. I think you're a zennial.
Yes.
So how are you in the millennials? How do you get along with the millennials?
I mean, it's mainly like, do I know any more? Well, I mean, my bigger cousins, they're definitely millennials. So that's family. So I don't really count that. But, oh, no,
Like
I really,
collectively, do you see the zennials and the millennials really, getting along?
not necessarily. Because I'm thinking, because in my personal life, like I don't necessarily, do I know any millennials? Probably. I just don't know it, but they're definitely like older than me, so I consider them millennials. Um,
The chick you were
and like
dating was a millennial.
the zennials, like we buck against them because they try to lay stuff over us.
But
yeah,
you were dating a millennial.
I know. I didn't want to say it. I didn't want to say it. I did not want to say it. But like the millennials, from what I've seen, have a bad habit of laying stuff down on the younger generation, and they get offended when the younger generation bucks against it because they say
right,
it don't make no sense to do that.
right. Because
Like
y'all
some of
from
the
the
up and coming YouTubers in the space are millennials, right? And every now and again, you'll hear them say something that's not really well thought out, and then you got some young man or lady my age, right? And they call them out on that, and they tell them some like, "Ah, you don't know what you're talking about," blah 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 blah. Even though they coherently and thoroughly explains the flaw in the logic.
So in dating this millennial, did she lead with a pussy pic? I just
What
want
did you
to
say?
know. Okay. In dating this millennial, did she lead with a picture of herself naked?
No,
Okay. No, because
we
that's
Christians. Come
that's
on
a
now.
millennial thing too. Yeah, they be. For whatever reason, they think it's okay.
Yeah,
Hi.
I did, I
Huh?
did, I dated a girl that our first time talking, she was showing within the first few, like within the first 30 minutes, I got vagina pics, and
Yeah,
I'm
see,
like,
that's what
what?
I'm talking about. That's that millennial stuff right there.
And I'm like, what the? And I'm like, what the hell is this? I thought I downloaded porn by mistake somehow. I'm like, what? And the funny thing is with her, it was like, I'm this Christian woman, and I,
No way.
yes,
That's
I
what
was,
they all say. That's what they
I
all
was
say.
like, I was like, what,
You're
like,
serious about the Christian part?
yes, that's what she said. I'm a
I
Christian.
know some
Oh.
that's
I
like
want to
that.
worship.
I
I,
know
They,
some that's
they
like
they're
that.
not practicing Christians.
no, this chick was showing. She was showing vagina pics. She wanted me to send a penis pic to her. I'm like, no, I'm not doing that. I don't do that with women anyway. And
Rosie,
then
I'm gonna venture to say you're Gen X.
yeah, I'm Gen X. Yeah,
Yeah, we don't do that.
no, we don't like. I got to like even with the whole like videotaping each other having sex and stuff. Like I didn't with my ex. We didn't do that till like really towards the end of our relationship. We wasn't on that stuff. We did we would write poems and sexual poems with each other, but that none of that pics and stuff like that's more of a millennial thing. But yeah,
Yeah.
that chick was, and she talking about I'm gonna be a Christian, but then she also tell me about her ex boyfriend, and her friend having a threesome in the bathroom in a movie.
Yeah,
And
the millennials, they are dangerous, man. I can't with the millennials.
I
I'm
guess you
like,
one of those born again Christians.
What?
no,
New year, new me.
I know one thing, like
Wait, Hustler and
we,
Muscle. I forgot Hustler and Muscler is a millennial. I forgot. We got a millennial on the panel.
Of course. We're both millennials.
yeah, man, that chick
Born
was
in
something else.
84.
80, okay, yeah, 84
So,
is
so
a.
Hustler and Muscle, do you send the penis pics too?
Have I done it before? Yes. Have I done it recently? Nope. That's upon request.
I can't. You can't make this stuff up. Y'all millennials, man.
Yeah, it's that crazy, man. That chick was something
Mm.
else, man. And um, we went on a date, and then when I got back to her house, she was all covered up, like she wanted me to like force my way to have. I'm like, I'm not doing that stuff. You ain't about to hem me up with a great crime. I'm like, no, thank you. I ain't
Wait a
doing none
minute.
of
She
that.
was trying to get you to act like you were raping her, raping her.
So she was something like that. She got in the bed, covered herself up, and I'm just sitting there looking at her like, what are you doing? I'm like, look, man, I ain't about to force myself on nobody. You got to send me some real signs that you want to have sex. I'm not doing that stuff. So no, I
Well,
didn't
she
try.
was in the bed naked, right?
She wasn't naked. She had some clothes on, but she just wrapped up in a like. I'm not gonna do nothing. I don't care what you said. If you ain't showing, I would if she would have got naked, yeah, no problem. That's a clear sign. But if you go up there wrapping yourself up in that in the bed, like you trying to keep away, I'm not playing those type of games. Mm-mm.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm good on that. No, but yeah, man, some of these millennials on some crazy time, man.
Yeah, like I said, the millennials,
Yeah, they
and
are.
no offense, Hustler or Muscular, but the millennials, that's the LGBTQ generation. They the first ones that came in here kicking the door down, talking about their rights, talking about some they want to play in women's sports, they want to go in the women's bathroom, and all this other stuff.
What?
Like,
Where did
yes,
all that start?
y'all the ones
Maybe,
that came in here doing this.
maybe I was too young to remember. Or was it sometime in the mid to late '80s or something?
No, no,
I
this is
thought
recent.
I, I don't think those are.
Cause that's been going on
It
for
might be the later
that's been going on for
millennials. I
a
think.
decade.
Yeah, that seemed like more of a later millennials. Maybe the ones after that. They're the ones talking about. I want to be in
That's
a.
what I'm talking about. Those are the
Yeah.
ones they dealt the tutti frutti what do you call it, generation. That's actually the
To
millennials is
me,
known as the LGBTQ generation.
Hmm.
you mean post millennials, right? Not the
Yeah.
millennials.
I think post millennials, but
Mm,
yeah, I would
Because
say
30
post.
years ago, that stuff would never fly. 30 years ago,
no,
this kind of mess would never be acceptable.
I would say it was right around. You might have been right because this was right around when Barack Obama got in office.
And that was in
Right.
2008.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're right.
Dang, y'all
You're right.
talking about stuff that happened when I was a little kid.
Yeah.
I was
Man.
24 back in 2008. Damn, I feel old.
I was 8.
Wait a minute, 24. Wait a minute, y'all. Yeah, it was y'all. It was y'all. Because Barack the vote was definitely geared towards the guy. I was right. It was y'all. It was y'all.
No, you mean the post millennials, not those
But, yeah, you got
OG
the feeling.
millennials, as I like to call it.
Yeah, they.
Nah. It was y'all, man.
If you were
24.
born after
I,
Yeah.
I
95, then yeah.
I can't see like the older millennials was on that. But I think the post towards the
Yeah.
other, yeah, they were on that heavy. Hell, I
You were
mean,
born
shit,
after 95.
right, something like that. And they were pushing all that sexuality. The women mess with women, and now the dudes are going
Yeah.
up. The, like, yeah, it's ooh
Mm.
boy. I'm just glad I do not have a trans coworker yet. I I
Because remember,
You probably already have had one.
Yeah, because I remember when I was working at Verizon, it was this dude that was working there named Brandon, and he was like only 18 years old, and he was an older millennial, and boy, he was just so like into the whole, you just call me by this pronoun and blah 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 blah, and that was before the pronoun thing was even a thing. I think it was y'all. I think it was definitely the millennial generation.
Yeah, that's a millennial thing, definitely.
I'll
you
agree with
sure
that.
about that?
I'm pretty sure.
Definitely
Yeah, I just think the
Wow.
other generations after that, they took it to a whole different level.
trans mask.
Wow.
Yeah,
Hilarious.
that's
Like I
Well,
said, 25,
y'all,
30,
hmm?
25, 30 years ago, this stuff would have never been acceptable. That's why I'm
oh
wondering. Are you sure you got the right generation?
I'm positive it was y'all.
yeah, like I said towards the end of the millennials and past that, I think yeah, they were on that. Now the beginning of it, no, they wasn't doing stuff like that.
Homie actuals.
Yeah, they were
I don't
people
know
who were
because
extra.
see, look at T.S. Madison.
Was she a millennial?
Yeah,
That trans lady. That trans
yeah, that
man
that,
lady.
that trans man. Yeah, T.S. Madison. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but look when she started getting popular. When was that? Like mid 2000,
Yeah,
late
about
late.
the middle of the yeah.
Yeah, yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like kind
But
of
she been on that though. Like I'm saying, like it was them that started it. Like they was the ones that was spearheading all of this stuff.
right, but again, they were like that was like the like fringe part. I mean, the only one I remember really like who was it? Like RuPaul. That's the only one I remember. But
But RuPaul, he always said that he was a man.
right,
I think
And even
RuPaul would like is just a cross dresser, like a
right.
gay cross dresser.
right, and
Yeah,
then
look,
even that one basketball player, what's his name?
Dwayne.
No, he used to play for the Bulls. And
Dennis
he was
Rodman.
Dennis Rodman, yeah. Dennis
Yeah, but
Rodman used to, wave his little color flag too, but he also used to always say that he was a man. It was never none of this call me, ma'am, or this pronoun, and he wasn't pushing us trying to, shove that stuff down your throat. But when those damn millennials came, they really try to shove that stuff down your throat.
yeah,
Now they
they
want to
push,
teach it
they
to the
push.
kids in school.
Yeah, they're trying to. They took it and ran with it and took it to extra level. Like that, it's like, what are you doing? What you do? Like, what is this? Oh man, I'm yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, I'm so glad we still don't have the whole men going into the bathroom thing in Texas. But I don't know. It's getting closer because it's starting to be we're typically Republican, but it's starting to get kind of.
Oh, y'all saw that thing with the Senate?
Yeah, are we gonna be going to war soon?
What? Okay,
That's what I
so
heard.
here's the thing. What people need to pay attention to is the main two conflicts is that Gaza conflict and that Ukraine conflict. I think America's just got an itchy trigger finger right now. They just want to be in some because both those conflicts have nothing to do with us when we have so many problems going on here.
But isn't China threatening to
I thought that was North Korea, and
huh?
this isn't the first time North Korea has threatened us.
Yeah, North Korea. I'm sorry. But okay, I know it's not the first time that they've threatened us, but we're in a pretty weak position right now. Like, shouldn't we get them before they get us?
I
I don't know if you want to do that. They backed by China. You don't just have to take out North Korea. You'd have to take out China. Then you have to take out uh,
Russia too.
Russia.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
it's
and
not
they're
as simple.
petty. I mean that they're not as big of a superpower as we. And plus, we got whatchamacallit? We have what do you NATO? We got NATO.
Yeah. That's
Yeah,
the whole threat of because North Korea wouldn't use like just regular like ballistic bombs or missiles or anything. They would use nukes because that's mainly what they got.
right.
And
But
then
don't we
and then
have
America would blow them out of the water, and then China get mad, and then they'll try to blow us out the water. Yeah, it'll be a whole thing.
but
Yeah,
we could nuke all of them. I mean, I just
yeah,
don't
It
you
takes
can.
understand.
time for a nuke to travel. It's not just it's done. They'll see it coming, and then they'll launch theirs.
Yeah, so it's kind of like it's like a big standoff. It's like who gonna flinch first?
I
And
think that we need to go ahead and pull the trigger first because China been talking too much shit.
I think America wants to do something because look, America been a joke for the past what since I won't even say even it like the tail end of Obama's presidency on down to Trump and even to Biden. America has been a joke. So to get these people back on their side like that, yeah, they might want to do a war where we seem like we're powerful again.
And not only that, but we need their resources.
Right. Yeah, because let's face it, we still owe China a huge debt. right now.
Yeah, so like, why not just go over there, knock them over the head, tell them we ain't paying them shit, and take their stuff?
Yeah, but it ain't
because then you'd have to deal with Russia.
in China. Again, with the thing with America is we're supposed to be we're like the. It's like I don't know if you follow comics, like Superman.
I don't no. Let me say it like this, bro. Speak Faith. Do you know Russia's history?
No, not really, but
Nobody has conquered Russia but Russia.
Right.
well, I mean, there's a first time for everything.
Everybody who's ever tried to conquer Russia froze to death first.
Yeah. It's, it's not
Bro,
it's not as simple as we can just go over there and beat them over the head. Even if you got planes, stuff like that, you still got to deal with the area that you're in. So it's not a simple. Even with North Korea, it's not a simple thing. Is we go over there, pop them upside the head. You got to deal. Remember the Vietnam War when we went over
Yep.
there, trying to flex our
Insert
muscle,
ourselves.
and they ran us the f up out of there. Hell, even if you
Even the
want
Korean
Iraq,
War.
even well, I can't even say the Korean War because I think we did kind of win that one.
It
But the
wasn't even
Iraq
a win
War,
for real. It was a ceasefire.
was it a ceasefire? 'Cause I'm trying to remember. Maybe I'm going by Nash. I mean Mash. But yeah, but that's the thing. You're going to another area that you don't know. I don't care how trained you are. You're going to an area you don't know where they have the home field advantage. They don't have to. They don't have to like overtake you with a whole army. All they got to do is pick you up bit by bit by bit. That's what happened in Vietnam. They picked them bit
mm,
by bit to the point where America said we got to go. You know, the fact that we had to take all these type of drugs and stuff just to hype us up to go over there, yeah, that's saying something. Hell, even if you want to take the Iraq War, we didn't win that one. They they outlasted us.
that's true.
So it's just it's not as simple as, oh yeah, we'll go knock them upside the head and they're gonna give us the stuff. No, they can knock you right back. And
Yeah, it's not necessarily North Korea that you have to worry about. It's Big
right.
Brother and Bigger Brother.
And these people don't have no problem with taking themselves out to get rid of you. That's another thing. America don't
Y'all
have that
saw
kind
what
of,
Russia did to Ukraine. They have no problem being the villains.
no. America have a problem being the villain, even though we know they're the villain. But in the
Well,
public
that's what I'm
eye,
saying. Like, for once, can't we just go ahead and, like, strike while ain't nobody really expecting us to strike? They think we're weak
But
right
then we
now.
gonna be in conflict for like half a century.
we
Oh,
can't do that because America put this. It's like, how do I explain it? What would be? I'm trying to think of the equivalent of like a particular YouTuber. Um, let's just say like Umar. When Umar was battling with Sinetta, you know Sinetta is a hood dude. Okay, he gutter. Okay, when Umar tried to match him, it brought Umar's reputation down. That started the downfall of Umar with that in particular.
yeah, I
That would
remember
be
that.
the same thing in America. If we start going, we know America the villain. We black folks, we already know America's the villain. We already know that. We know our history. But the world don't see us as the villain in the public eye. If we start
Mm.
going in there doing stuff like that, now we're gonna be looked at as the villain. And all these people who really want to get at America, now you're giving them the green light to go do it. That's why, like when Malcolm X and all these other civil rights leaders want to go to the um, NATO and talk about the issues that America was doing to black folks, they were quick to they was trying to silence them because the thing about America is we are seen as the good guys. They can't have that reputation of being a
except in the
villain,
Middle East.
huh?
Except in the Middle East, but that's its
Well,
own
well,
history.
that's the Middle East. We Middle East is a different animal over there. But I'm talking about everybody else. We're looked at as the heroes. If we start doing the stuff that other people do, like a Russia,
Yeah, you
all this
better have
goodwill
the
we
numbers to
had,
go by yourself.
yeah,
Hmm.
that reputation goes away.
Yeah, and the whole thing about it is because we're part of NATO. Like the United States of America, like we're good in the military field, but at the same time, we're gonna need the UK.
Hmm.
Somebody else in NATO to back us, like if that were to ever happen, because you got to think about what Bro Speak and I are saying. It's not just you attack North Korea and blow them out of the water, right? You then have to march on China because they're going to be like domestically attacking the U.S. too at the same time as this is happening, and then you're gonna have to march into Russia because what Russia's gonna be like, hey, what y'all doing?
Hmm. And
So,
then
and that's why I mentioned nobody has conquered Russia, but Russians.
Hmm.
Nobody has conquered Russia ever.
yeah, because they don't care about being the villain. They'll destroy themselves to get at you. That's the same. Like even the reason the reason why America dropped that atom bomb on Japan, because Japan had no problem. They will sacrifice themselves to get at you. They have no problem doing it. America don't have that kind of heart. Really, they don't.
Like
I can believe
kamikaze.
it.
Right. Yeah, kamikaze. I was trying to find out the word that I was trying to think of. We don't have that kind of heart to do that. So, and if you think China don't
Uh-oh,
have
we done resurrected BMT down there in the
that,
chat. He says bullshit.
I'm just I'm just saying what I see. Um, I mean,
BMT, bro, did you want to come up? Because we talking war strategies. I'm asking the question, do you think that the United States is going to eventually end up having to go to war with Korea and maybe possibly China? And I'm saying, we should just go on ahead and strike, get them before they get us. But the fellas on the panel said that we don't stand a chance. So what do you think?
see,
Hit
we
the
ain't
link,
stand a
bro.
chance.
Yeah, like we'd win against North Korea. It's China and Russia you got to worry about.
Yeah, you're literally going to start a world war. It's going to be World War III.
Because then you're gonna have some people in NATO being like, "Hey, getting kind of nervous over here."
Because
So you think our gang members is gonna pull out?
Definitely,
if 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 we brought a lot of the stuff that happened in like,
India would literally like start sweating.
damn, um, and, yeah.
I didn't even think about India. Damn, got a point.
Hey
Well,
BMT,
what's
what's up, man?
Hey, what's up? What's going on? So, so what we, so okay. So you're saying, what does Russia or China have that we need to worry about? What do they have? Because they don't have technology over
The
us.
exact same thing that we got.
No, they don't.
Don't think
What do they
so?
have? No, I know so. What do they have? What they don't have? They don't have the. What do they have? Battleship? They don't got that. They don't have the
Yeah, no, because
battleships.
they're landlocked anyway.
Okay, so what? So where? Okay, so do they have us with air fights? Okay, out of China and Russia, who has air fights? None of them. Okay, so
Mm,
okay,
yeah,
so hold
yeah.
on now.
I don't know about air
Okay,
superiority.
so they don't have
That's
air
definitely
fights,
a
so bombardments will definitely not be very nice for them, and literally we can bombard them. Okay, so let's try the Navy. Let's since y'all want to say okay, worry about China. How China gonna get to us? We have more ways to them than they do to us. So how they gonna get to us?
It would have
What are
to
they gonna?
go air or sea.
They don't have none of that. So okay, so they already. So what are y'all gonna use? Their soldiers with their old military with their old weaponry. Come on now. Yeah, so what are they gonna use? What they got? If y'all talking about warfare, they got to have something. You can't tell me that their civilians are going to be
Yeah, then
going out like
yeah,
that.
no.
So I'm trying to figure out other than that, and right now their money, their economy sucks ass. So
Yeah,
what
they're in
can they
trouble.
honestly?
Yeah, they're in trouble. Yeah.
So what can China do to us right now, other than say, hey,
Right now, this is not necessarily right now.
okay,
We're talking
so
future tense.
okay, even okay, future tense. What? But right now they don't even have a war table. Majority of their leader just literally got rid of their war table, so they don't have that either. So we'll give them 10 year. We'll give them a 10 year gathering. Even what then? Because it's not like we're going to stop. They don't have. They don't have space. They don't have military like that. I mean, they got body. They got a lot of people, but that's it. And I mean, no offense, but they're people. I mean, you could say, well, they're going. They got education. All right, that goes but so far, and they only showcase their best and brightest. They don't actually show the amount of non-educated people that they have. That's the thing about America. We show too much. They don't like to actually say like, hey, there's no such thing as no child left behind or no Asian kid left behind. If you're just a rice farmer or a paddy farmer, it is what it is. So I'm not too worried. That's why people talk about getting them docile patty cookers and people talking about going over there is cheaper. Y'all not notice why a lot of their stuff Sheen and all their crap is cheap and falls apart. So how is it if their stuff is cheap and their buildings are falling apart? How are they going to beat us at what? What are they beating us in? I'll start with China first. What can China beat us with? Take y'all
You don't
time. Y'all
think
said they
if
got
we go over there, like they wouldn't beat us with Russia's backing?
so when it comes first off to when you're first off going to go over there, this is not like no kind of back in the day uh the doggone British fight
Horse
where we're going
drawn
to stand.
carriage stuff. None of that. Yeah.
So if I'm going to go over there, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to bombard them with sheer force. I'm going to bombard them with sheer force. So I'm going to literally take one of my sea destroyers and I'm going to bombard the shit out of them until goddamn they understand that literally it's not going to be pretty. And I will do that for literally 36 hours.
Hmm.
So tell me, what is their offensive to stopping being bombarded? Since I'm just letting y'all know there's a reason why we have Geneva Convention being more nicer to people. It just wouldn't be fair beating on the mentally challenged kids these days. It wouldn't be fair. So you need to tell me what can they do to us?
Well, wouldn't that go back to when I was saying that we don't want to be the villains?
But we have been villains. There's no such thing as right or wrong in war.
I
There's
I
no such thing. So
I
go ahead.
I get what you're saying on that, but in the public eye, we're not.
Like we
We
give a
could,
shit.
huh?
Yeah, we can.
Cause like BMT, I agree with you. Like if they come over here, like wipe the floor.
Like we
But
give a shit what the public thinks. Like honestly, I'm trying to say like
yeah,
you're making it seem like we care
historically,
what the public
America
thinks.
has been villains. So
So
yeah,
I mean, so honestly, like, what time are we trying to paint ourselves? You're going to tell your country you're the nice guys, but honestly, it's not like you give a shit if they don't mind listening. If they don't mind listening to you now, and you're a whole citizen, why why all of a sudden now would I give a shit to try to look like a villain? I'm trying to win a war. So what part of being nice would I give a shit about? You had Barack Obama was literally taking drone pilots and mowing down at least about 600 people a night. So and that's your black president. So what about being the nice guy you asking about? Because there's no such thing as being the nice guy. I'm here to win. I'm not here to be nice. So that's why it's a facade. I'm not a good guy either. I'm not. I go over there, I get a check, I put a bullet in you, and then after that, I go home. It's done. You didn't see us
Yeah,
bringing any of those people, those Afghanis back. You didn't see us. We left them to the Taliban. There's no such thing as good. It's called morality high ground. There's no God. There's no type of right or wrong. If you're talking about Russia, no offense, but Russia is literally fighting people who really can't fight back. Yeah,
Yeah,
they're fighting people who
literally.
can't fight back. So of course their fight looks so easy. Why do you think everybody always asks us for what? Can America help you? Can America? You don't ask losers for help.
You're not
You
gonna
ask.
ask Switzerland or anything.
You're going to ask the people who've always been winning.
Fair
The
point. Fair
only
point.
the only people that we lost to was Vietnam. I'm not sure how many people. I'm not sure how many of y'all were around when Nam. I think probably Faith was probably a young girl around that time for Vietnam. But that's
right.
the only war um, that literally we have actually lost, and that was just because we literally and actually we got big. We are not allowed to use napalm. We're not allowed to use napalm no more. So you want to know how good we play? There's no such thing as being good. We got miniature nukes that can literally are the size of footballs. So there's a lot of stuff that we could do. It's just that if you don't know, like what I'm saying, like I said, I'm not too triggered about anything. I'm just saying I don't worry about like somebody said. Well, what if one of those countries were to attack America? They wouldn't. It's actually a lot more dangerous. It's actually a lot more dangerous to attack the civilians than actually attack doggone the military. The civilians are not bound by code of conduct. Civilians are not bound by code of conduct. You got way, and not only that, they'll more likely kill your ass and won't even try to hold a trial or some shit.
Yeah. Like,
So, Chinese don't got no weaponry. If we would invade them, they don't got no weaponry. What they got? AKs, AK rice paddy farmers. Don't think everybody over there knows kung fu. So,
they
and they're
don't even have
small. The average, huh?
they don't even
The
have
average
tanks.
Chinese person. Well, the average Chinese person is about 5'1", 5'2". They're not tall people.
Right.
So don't believe that Jackie Chan, Donnie Yen shit.
No, I wouldn't even get into that part.
So
I know
I'm just
that's a lot. That's a lot. I know a lot
so
that is
um,
hyped up.
yeah,
I'm not even going in that one.
right. Like that's what I'm saying. Like the world war right now. These fights are now more so lopsided. More so lopsided. The only way you can actually probably win wars these days is through e-commerce and trade routes, and literally through that I can outbid you. As far as it goes for like pulling the trigger, no, niggas are too broke. Niggas are too broke. If you don't got a gun by now, you fucked. I'm sorry to tell you, but right now guns are going up. I mean, to go get
Yeah.
a handgun, you should have been got a handgun. I mean, be honest, the majority of handguns are owned by women, women in the black community, and criminals.
Right. Yeah.
So, uh,
Yeah. Yeah. I know. I'm like, shoot. I, yeah. I hear you. Well, you'll be more. You. You know.
like I said, I do the war games. I like playing. I like. I do.
A war
I get
scenario.
what Go ahead.
I'll be right back though. Y'all go ahead.
I mean,
So, do you think that it would be advantageous of the United States to wait until they make a first move, or should we, make a move first?
okay, I'm glad you asked that question, Faith. Would it be more advantageous for us to wait till they make a move?
Yeah,
Because literally, to me, it was already an act of terror of war when we caught those Chinese spies at Boston College. To me, that was already an act of war. That was already an act of war. But in the same sentiment, we have spies over there already too. So it's like the spy game thing. We can't use that as a calling card to say you invaded our country. Now, what we do need, and the thing about it is, because I get why you're saying like, should we strike first? The problem is, it's not an unknown secret that right now we're weak. You understand me? It's not an unknown secret. Right now, the numbers the numbers in for our military force are low.
Yeah.
So right now, we would actually be straining because you need funds. You drain your you drain your people any lower, nigga. Like then you're gonna have a civil war alongside with your world war, and you can't afford both. You understand? So this is why we're like, okay, we got to fix the leaks. We got to fix the leaks first on the ship before you start taking fire. Before you start taking fire, you know what I'm
Right.
saying? You got to start fixing the leaks to the ship. Now, and the reason why I get why Faith, I fucks with you on that one. Yes, I would rather us literally deal with that because we have a Russian battleship in the Caribbean. However, they don't want us to get too involved with the Ukrainian thing. So because they're right now their military forces are already split. So what they got going on, what they have going on is that what they're doing is they're trying to play nice, say, listen, America, stay out of it. Y'all stay out of it. We're staying. Putin doesn't have because he just killed one of his best generals that was actually more loyal. I'm not sure if y'all knew about the Russian private military that was in Africa. I'm not sure if y'all were keeping up with that.
No.
That was one of the most feared mercenary Russian groups in the world. Putin's people just killed that. His government killed that.
yeah.
Putin
I
has a
remember.
very
I heard about him assassinating that guy, and it was over something really dumb too.
yeah, exactly. So what that makes you look like as a man or as a leader is look it makes you look weak. Makes you look
Uh,
weak because you already have it where the world is already looking for a reason. They already shut you out of majority of trades. Now you just killed your one of your top generals that the military actually respect. Kind of
uh,
like it's kind of like if a president were to kill Colin Powell while he was active, how would that make the minorities within your ranks act? You understand me? They'll be like, oh shit. Now I gotta worry about them black soldiers inside there and them browns. They ain't gonna really want to they know how to work the buttons too. Fuck. So now he has to try to figure out a way how to smooth it over with them. So he has that problem. We know we got a problem, they got that problem. So
wait.
right
So
now they have to win the Ukrainian. They have to win against Ukraine, which they're kind of been beating on them, but they haven't beaten them into submission because they're
yeah.
still getting funding from us. We're still kind of keeping them on the IV. You understand me? So
Okay. Can I,
go
quick
ahead.
question. Like Okay. Now, as far as why did he take out that general? Was it was it like a the general was getting more popular than him or something like that? What was that? Just
So,
or was it just
good
a
question.
political thing?
No, first off, a lot of KGB was Putin is a KGB spy turned billionaire slash Putin. How he rose to power was he got rid of the old oligarch. The oligarchs are the seats of power in the in Russia. He got rid of them. Well, some of them, and now he sits at the throne. So if you can't get them to vote for you, the best thing to do is to get them to join you. You feel me? So that's what Putin did. I mean, you already see that you don't got nobody that's going to ever speak against him. Now, when it came to Africa, that general went over to Africa. He went to Singhalese. You can look all this up. He went to Singhalese. He went to Niger, and he started fucking up the French. He started fucking them up. And that's what the Africans started saying. They went from one white man to the next white man. So guess
Right.
what they did? They weren't going to Putin. They said, "Oh my God, this Russian general is amazing." So guess what that does? That gives him leverage. That
Ah,
gives
okay.
him leverage because you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He's winning leverage, and Putin was like, "Damn, like if we have an election, this motherfucker's going to most likely get the throne." It's like if we were working at a company, you know what I'm saying? I'm supposed to be the manager, but Faith is fixing all the problems at the company. I gotta understand if y'all have another election, guess who y'all going for? Faith, unless
Yeah.
I get her to quit.
Right. Okay.
So
I
see what I'm saying?
yeah.
But in him getting rid of that guy, yeah, those soldiers are they love Mother Russia, but they don't love Putin. Like I'm a soldier, I love America, but I don't have to love my president. There's a difference. I get
Right.
how a
Thank
lot of
you.
y'all feel.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
you know what I'm saying. I love America. I don't give a fuck how y'all feel about America. Y'all can go anywhere else. I don't. Y'all can kiss my ass. But I can promise y'all, a lot of y'all will return, just like them 7 and 6 figure
I ain't going nowhere
liberal.
else.
They ain't going nowhere. All them talk shit about Trump, and guess what? They left out of this country for like 1 to 2 months and came right back. So yeah, you're not going very far.
No.
You're not going very far. You can try your luck out there. You're not going to get the same treatment. You're not. So, like I said, it just some things. You know what I'm saying? Y'all, it's just that I get it. We always hear the grass is green on the other side until you actually get on that grass, and there's all kind of thistles and weeds and shit in there. Then you're like, man, maybe I don't like this grass. Where's our grass at? I'm fixing our
You're
yard.
going over there with an American mindset, being used to America. Yeah.
Yeah. It's just like when people talk about, going to Africa, I'm like, yeah, you can go to Africa, but y- they have a different mindset than we do. And you got to adjust to that, So it's kind of, I don't think people take that into account. I mean, yeah, you know, it's
Yeah,
just
and
like,
then also being a woman talking about traveling to all these different countries.
You got a
It,
limited pool.
it's,
yeah,
in some ways, that's even worse.
yeah, it
You know,
is.
it's you know, because you're a woman and you're dealing with men who have their power established. So it's kind of like, yeah, it's tough talking about going to another country.
Yeah,
You
because I,
know,
I was dating this African dude, and he was really trying to get me to go to Sierra Leone or wherever that place is in Africa with him. And I was like, he was like trying to romanticize it and be like, oh, the people are so friendly, they would treat you like a queen and woo woo woo. He was just really laying it on thick. And then when I got to doing my research, like the women over there were like being treated like slaves. I was like, no, thank you.
Listen, I work with African coworkers. They love their country. Don't get me wrong, but yeah, and some of them do that, but a lot of them they rather stay here than go back over there. They ain't rushing to go back. I'll put it that way. They just not rushing.
Right. Like that's what I'm saying. Like so, like as far to go, like that's what I'm saying. Like as far as it goes for war, if it came to militaristic power of just dominating, yes, we could do that. But it would have to be if it was like a fight, we would have to make that a short fight. But we've already spent the largest sum of money in history of humankind on goddamn Afghanistan, on the war, enduring freedom. I was there for a good majority of my life. I spent as an adult. I spent in the sandbox. We got trillions of dollars still sitting over there. I think we should have just blown that bitch up. But hey, that would have probably put a crater inside of the other side of the planet, you know. And not only that, we can always take that shit back if we really want to be petty. But it's just one of those things. The real stuff that we needed, we took. The vehicles and the other stuff we were selling off as fast as we could to other countries, Humvees, MRAVs, MATVs, all the real personal electronical stuff that could be used to do some real damage to us. We got that shit up out of it. But all those immigrants and people that were working with America, we left their asses right there. That is the fucked up thing. It's like you were a snitch in the hood for the police. Once the police finish doing their job, they leave you in the hood. Now you're at the fate of the hood. Right. Ain't gonna be pretty for you. So that's one reason why it's like we did that. That's how it was. That's in favor of. So for people listening, that's what we did to the Turks. I know because like my friend Hafiz, Christian Muhammad al-Rahim, like him, he was my Turk. We wrote letters. We did everything we could to get him, his son, and his wife out of there. Sadly, it got denied. The farthest we got them was to France. We got them over to France. We gave them a few. We put in a few favors, put some funds together. Take what you can. There will be this truck. It's going to take you there. You get on there. You go there. But what about my grandfather? Fuck him. What about this? Fuck him. What about your lot? Fuck it. Take what you can and go. I could promise y'all. All y'all say is better off in the Middle East. You don't want Sharia law up your ass. No. You can't get away with the same
I've
stuff.
heard things about Sharia law.
It's not good for either side.
So when y'all think either as a man I get away with more shit than Sharia law, you don't. They're a lot more stricter on you, and there's a caste system. And I can promise you, you step out of line of that caste system, that's your ass. You get caught looking at another man's wife, that's your ass. You get caught stepping out of line, that's your ass again. Like, there are rules.
Basically,
they do not,
shit Negroes do every day over here. You could die over that.
Yes, and I have watched 7 stonings in my life. No, 6, my life. 6 stonings, 2 hangings, and also a beheadment. So yeah, they're pretty good. They like throwing rocks at people. They love that as a pastime favorite thing other than cricket and soccer. It's throwing rocks. Put this in my bathroom and bring me some water. Throwing rocks at people. They put you in the sand and they up to your neck and they just throw rocks at you. And if you ain't dead, then guess what? We pick up the rocks and we do it again. Well, American soldiers, we're not allowed to participate. But it is a very gruesome goddamn death. You will wish you were dead. And then after that, they take a giant rock and they bust your brain to make sure you're dead. So yeah, that's the judicial system over there. If you don't believe me, go to the dark internet. They got some videos. They got some videos of how they work. So
I can believe it. I can definitely believe it.
that's what I said.
Yeah.
Some stuff is just you just that's why I said, man. People, Africa. Y'all love y'all fantasize about Africa. They don't. They're still there's some parts are still in the dark ages. Slavery is definitely rampant in Africa. I don't know why y'all think y'all want to go to Africa so badly. They got slavery over there. I don't know why they don't tell you that part. So depending on your textual skin, nigger, they call Africa. So and you're not you may be the dominant, but you're not the powerful system that you think you are. There's another group. There's a few other groups that are on the higher in the food chain. So I hate to burst your bubble about Wakanda, but Wakanda ain't what it seems over there. It's not.
You know, you
It
better tell them. You
Wakanda was
better tell them.
Wakanda was it the Black Panther thing, that fighting between each other, that was more realistic than people want to believe in a sense, because
Yeah.
that's
Oh yeah.
what's going on.
Oh yeah. The Congo.
And-
The Congo. Yeah. Yeah. That's what I said. Like a lot of people, like I get this little fantasy of the predominant of you. They're gonna be more peaceful. Go over go to the Congo. Go to the Congo. You'll see. Listen, some of this ain't no bashing, but Islamic states are real. The Muslims run that shit. They play around unless you want to join one of them radical Christian groups. Don't go to Liberia. They, like I said, it's not always rain and sunshine. That's why I said, like I said, I hope you ain't looking at Africa to join in the fight and help y'all. When did Africa ever join in the fight to help us in any war? Let me know.
Never.
Never. That's
Y'all
never.
looking for them to come save y'all win. They ain't come save your black asses when y'all was in chains. So they ain't coming now.
Nope. I'm just look. I'm like, and I and some of my coworkers I love, but some of them, if you go trying to fight an inmate, they sitting in the corner. It's you and that inmate, and you be like, "Good luck to you."
No, they rather divest from their own goddamn country. I know they keep telling you about, oh man, I like it there. That's fine. Yeah, they're not gonna say they don't, but nah, man,
They come
they,
here.
they come here.
Oh,
They come here.
they
It is
come.
what it is. And so if y'all, I know y'all think, oh, BMT, you hate black people and all that shit. No, y'all need to go over, actually go read what's really it is for what it is. In some of these places, man. Read for what it is for what it is, man. You
And you
know,
got to actually talk to people. Yeah, I don't think a lot of these people talk to actual Africans who's not on that. Um, we love our country. No, they'll if you get one, they'll tell you what it really is.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they kill me with that. They come over here to my country's so beautiful. I'm like, what the hell are you doing over here then?
yeah.
like I said,
Those ones, I just ignore them. I'm like, okay, and usually a lot of them are the laziest people. They just lazy as f. They the most ignorant as f, and some of them they don't even like their own people. I used to have one old African dude. I mean, he would talk down to his people horribly, like just. And I'm like, dude, that's your people. You talking to me and talking down your people? I'm like that. I'm like, what's going on there? But that's what I said, man. I don't listen to that whole Africa's just a beautiful place and all that. Okay, yeah, cool, great, but you here though. I
but you,
mean,
Nah,
they got
they trying to hit you up with the okie doke. They trying to do the reverse slave trade.
more than that, they trying to get me to marry their sisters and stuff. I've had
uh,
proposals. I'm like,
that marriage shit. Like I said, y'all want to go to Africa? That's fine. I ain't stopping none of y'all. I don't stop the wokeism shit and pro black shit. I know Joe BNT ain't you geeky. Like nigga, what the fuck that got to do with logic? Like nigga, like god damn it, like stop, man. Like y'all need to actually go. You know, y'all actually probably need to go study these, these places first before y'all go
Yeah, there's a
study.
woman on here on YouTube who tell you, hey, no, it's not what you think it is. They're not going. Is it? They um, it's not what you think it is. And hell, we have some that went over there. They ran right back to America. Like, no, it wasn't. It, it wasn't like that. Like, so I just, I people who do that, they big up their country. I'm like, okay,
That's
but you're
right,
here. That's all you're here. So that's all you need to tell me. You're here.
right. Like I'm for I'm for blacks getting their shit together. Yes, but I'm also for like, hey, you ain't gonna talk shit to me about my shit, and you ain't got your shit together. You're not gonna do that. We're not gonna do that. You know what I'm saying? As I'm saying, like there's a lot of inaccuracy things that are not properly being accounted for, and that shit. So that's what I'm saying. When it comes to war, if y'all looking for an ally, listen. Yeah, you got it. Where we do have certain countries and certain things that we do, but again, this next world war, um, we do stand a chance, depending on how long it goes, that it will have lasting ramifications on our country. That's why
So
the real issue. Mhm.
do you think BMT that we got some people from within trying to weaken our system?
Yes, and internally, yes. I worry more about the internal structure than the physical structure. In other words, you as a fighter, you may win this fight, but however, because we're allowing so many outsourced people or outsourced elements of agencies inside of 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 our conversation or inside of the inner workings, it's fucking us up.
Because for one, I became very concerned because the president of the United States has very little power, so I don't pay too much attention
No, I don't pay
to,
attention to
to a president. But I became very concerned when I saw a lot of immigrants in the House and in the
that. Should
Senate.
never be. That should never be. I don't give a fuck how y'all feel, but we got too many immigrants from various agencies that we still have issues with. Having they're able to speak. They're able to speak and have make decisions. And I don't give a fuck how they feel or what's their background. No, that's a that's a problem in itself. That's a problem because literally um, we don't know. Like I said, it's called a Manchurian or sleeper. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I'll break it down for you like this. When I was going over to Afghanistan, my friend Sultan, he's a Sunni. He's a Sunni, and I get it. Yeah, well, we're going over there. What's the big deal? He's a Sunni Muslim. You don't
Mm.
think that wouldn't affect him having to go over there and deal with having to fight against his own conflictual beliefs? You understand me? So he may see things over there that might harm or hurt the mission. You understand me? Granted, we're going over there around close around Ramadan. Talk to Sultan. Said Sultan, bro. He's like, Joe, everybody's looking at me sideways because I'm not going to be ashamed of who I am. I said, I get that. But you do know where y'all understand what I'm saying of the gratification of this? So
Yeah, it's like
you
previous
can,
allegiances.
right. So I understand. I'm asking you to go over there. To go, possibly, you will possibly have to kill your fellow brethren. Are you going to be able to pull that trigger to save not just me, a black man, but see that same white guy over there, or that guy over there, or that woman over there? You can't hesitate. He couldn't answer me. He couldn't answer me. I said, Sultan, I'm going to go talk to the lieutenant. I know you need the money, but I don't think you should go. Y'all understand what I'm saying? Because,
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a huge conflict of interest.
Right.
right. And so you have it where you have people of huge conflict of interest openly are speaking out against the country inside of the capital of the country. What the fuck? Like, at that point, I would have been done, walked in and ushered them out, like, okay, come on, let's go. Like, well, I have a freedom of speech. Yeah, you do, but that shit got some limitations, bitch. Like, time for you to go. Like, this job ain't for you. We need
Yeah.
loyal patriots sitting in these seats. Whether we agree or disagree about certain policies or politics, but one thing you won't do is be damning and speaking shit about our country inside of our capital. And I don't give a fuck how any of y'all feel about that. But
Yeah, because
that's like,
That Talib woman, I forget her name, but they had to silence her. They put a they voted for a what do you call that when you
Where they basically say shut up.
yeah, they voted for her. They silenced
yeah, they say, yeah, you might have to go because your your talking points are counterintuitive towards the listen, whether whatever side you are of politics, your loyalty is to this nation. You get paid, you get protected, you get all of that by this nation.
but
So
I thought that talking against your own country was in publicly like that in your public in a public office like the Senate or the House or Congress, that's a form of treason.
we got too lax. We got too lax. You understand me? And so, like for me as a soldier, right? For me as a soldier, like if I were to do that, right? I could be reprimanded and written up by UCMJ. I believe politicians and anybody else that is sworn in to the offices should be held at the same standard. Police, uh, politicians. I don't give a damn who you are. If you're swearing for federal or state or whatever you do, yes, there has. You cross that line, yes, you need to be removed because you swore an oath that literally you are in service people. I don't give a damn what the fuck you doing. Hell, even the postal service, they're federal employees. So
Yeah.
the hell you talking? The hell you talking this shit about? Oh, that America's this, America's that. Okay, cool. This job ain't for you. I'm glad we got your opinion. It was cool. You know what I'm saying? We'll send you a card for the Christmas party that you probably won't be invited to. But yeah, you just can't come back here, bitch. Like
Yeah, because
I don't give.
no other country allows their citizens to talk shit about the country publicly.
It still be walking up. See, that's what I'm saying. It's it's like having like I want you to think about this. Imagine a parent that allows their child to talk shit about their household, but you're still told that you gotta
Yeah,
take
no,
care of
that's
that
an
child.
unstable household.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That- but BMT and Faith and, and um and Demetrius, let me. When you think that it got worse as far as speaking out against the country, like, do you think it got worse, like to where it is now, where it's almost like a free fall, where you really got to silence people? Do you think it started to get bad when Obama got into office, or do you think it was even bad even before then that it got bad about people speaking against the country, like just speaking just total
Just
against
talking
America?
cash.
Right.
I
I,
think
I
Uh,
would
it
say it would
really got
probably have to be when from what I've noticed, Most definitely, probably a little bit before like Obama got in office.
Like
You think
with
before
Bush.
Obama?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Okay, what?
you know what I would say with even with Bush, because I think remember that whole thing.
Nah, that 9/11
Nah,
shit kind of made more
I
people more
think this is
patriotic.
recent. This is recent, y'all. I think that everything started getting bad, to be honest with you, when Trump got in office.
No, it got
I think
worse.
Trump just inflamed it.
Yeah,
So
he
I'm gonna say it like
Yeah,
this. So my prediction of the worst, and somebody can come up here and challenge us, and I'm gonna say it for what it is, was when we got BLM. And I'm gonna be like, oh shit, these crazy motherfuckers don't have no set agenda. It's just that bad, bad,
They did.
bad.
It was gay agenda.
yeah,
And
yeah,
so
yeah. They wiped black men off the agenda and just was gay, basically.
so that right there, it was like America Evo. When I started seeing, and this is see the thing about it is Obama should have checked that shit. The minute you started having people openly stomp on flags and shit and burn them openly and stuff,
Oh, people
and
was
I know
doing
with
that.
my yeah, oh what? Yeah, it was literally a stomp on the flag challenges and shit. Like like they'll
What
stomp on
was
the
Huh.
this?
flag
I
and
didn't
burn
see
them.
no stump on the flag, child.
Oh no, they were stomping on flags, girl. They were stomping on flags and burning them bitches, and they were doing them openly. And you can go find the videos too. And literally, now mind you, when they were doing that, they weren't taking those off of social media. They weren't striking them down. They had people doing that on Facebook and shit. They had people openly doing that stuff. And see, that should have been silent and stopped. Yes, I did say silent because once you start having people openly and go ahead. If you, I'm not sure if you can share, but literally, they had people stomping on flags. You had people that were veterans and other people like, "Hey, stop that! What the fuck are you doing?" Because they were
You're
doing
literally
that. That's a
disgracing the ground that you walk on.
so
yeah.
so
So
that should have me.
So yeah, well, I, yeah, yeah, I would agree with that. I think with Obama, and especially the backlash of him even being elected kind of started that whole thing, and then it trickled down all the way to BLM doing that stuff. So but I do think it kind of started with Obama. If I'm
I
I'm gonna
think
just say it started
BLM
with the
just
BLM.
popularized it because a lot. If you like listen to their arguments, they're really old arguments that like SJWs brought up like around the time I was born.
yeah,
well,
but yeah, I think it definitely. I would agree with BNT. It definitely took a turn for the worse with BLM coming out, and and
But
but I
you
think
started
even
having
Even with Trump, like it remember that whole thing with what was that lady name? I forgot her name.
no, no. You know what I think? You know what I think about?
you talking about Nancy
After
Pelosi?
no, when
No,
they started always doing those fucking riots. When they
Oh,
started doing those, you remember when after the what's that boy that white that boy that tried to that robbed the store, and then after that um he robbed the store. Then the officer he walked
oh,
up on
I
this
know
white
who you're
officer,
talking about. I can't think of his name either.
and his
uh,
parents were like, "Oh, he's such an innocent baby,"
Michael
and all this
Brown.
other shit. And yeah, Michael Brown.
Yeah,
Now,
Yeah.
now, see, that's when I started seeing that popularizing of let's riot and tear up cities and shit. And see, you start seeing no beef or vendetta mask and shit and motherfucker. And I'm like, all right, man, hey, bro, this is terroristic shit right here. Because you got to where people they're openly they're openly trying to they're purposely their reasoning for rioting is just to burn and cause chaos. And
Yeah.
that to me is dangerous because they were destroying people's businesses, work, and don't make it about, oh, well, because black people are wrong. Bullshit. Because the majority of businesses that were getting fucked up were black people's businesses. So
Right.
it wasn't no
Right,
goddamn, we're
right.
helping black people.
You
Yeah.
have those videos of like the protests happening, and then somebody would come up and like destroy something.
Yeah, I remember I had a conversation on another panel, and like, they're not going to where these people was like, well, they should go destroy these black places. I'm like, why are you destroying the black places? If you're going, and I said, if you're going to do that, I mean, if you're going to destroy places, destroy these Asian places that you should have been destroying. But they wasn't doing that. They was damaging a lot of these black places and making them, and they don't have the insurance like these other places do.
Hmm.
And it's
Nope.
like,
Yeah,
you
we
really,
definitely should have been hitting up them Asian owned business because they really, really treat us like crap. You come out here to Phoenix and you really feel it because we're a very small segment of the population out here. So they don't feel like they have to depend on our spending power out here, our consumer dollars, because they, got a variety that, frequents their business. And they have a disdain for us really, really bad. So when you get in areas where there's not a large population of black people, you really see how they really feel about you.
yeah.
So
And the thing of it is, and these riders was destroying these black places where they were siding with them people. I'm like, it don't matter. That's your people. They still have businesses. But you think destroying them, if it was fair all the way around, I wouldn't have a problem. But you're specifically talking about targeting these people because you think they're coons and stuff like that. That don't make no sense. You
Well,
defeating
it's just like we were talking about earlier, bro. Speak. Remember earlier when we were talking about how black people
um,
know how to act around white people? I don't know if it was you necessarily on the panel with us then, but we
yeah,
we sit up here and we are dysfunctional around each other. But when we get around other groups of people, we all of a sudden know how to act.
yeah, yeah. We were talking about that. It's the same thing, even with the rioting. The same thing. They know who they gonna mess with and who they not, because they
like
know problems gonna come up, and or their they need their products. That too. You know?
it's so one of the things about it is, yeah, we definitely know who to and who not to go fuck with. And one, I don't agree with people running up in stores and stealing. I don't agree with that shit. I don't care if it's a big corporation or not. Because, huh? Whatever you bring, baby. Because when you steal, like mind you, I think they did it in Illinois where they had all those people run into Walmart and stole so much. After a while, you know what the Walmart said?
They
We're shutting it
left.
down.
They're not going to open up no more Walmarts in the black
We're not going to
neighborhood.
open up. We're never going to open up no more Walmart in any more of this vicinity. So guess what that means for all of y'all who enjoyed robbing Walmart? That those for those 2 or 3 months. You know what that meant now? That guess what? Y'all have no jobs. You have no trucking routes.
No
You
access
just
to
you just created a major food deficit and desert. You barely get anything in there. So what you gonna say? Well, it's the white man. No, fuck that. It was y'all. Because if anything,
Yeah,
y'all should have been out there protecting y'all shit. Y'all should. Oh
Yeah,
no, we
y'all,
can't rob the one place.
you create less for yourself. That's what we did.
Right. You said no, nigga. This is where my mama works. Fuck that. What y'all doing, nigga? She ain't gonna have a job after this. But you didn't think about it. You didn't think about your kids or y'all that need a job, whether it's a cart pusher, whether it's TLE or whatever the hell it was at that Walmart or at that Target or wherever those places were. Y'all literally just destroyed your economy.
And Target recently said they were pulling out of somewhere. I forget where it was.
So
Yeah.
yeah, all these places that these politicians are allowing them to purposely sack and destroy their company, their economy. So when you have nothing, guess what that means? Hey, the government has to
And
step in,
and,
or
and
you.
they're not gonna go and do none of that in none of these non-black areas.
Oh no
You
no no
try
no
to
no.
go
See,
over
look,
there in the non-black area talking about you gonna rob the Walmart and see what
you
happens.
won't. No, you won't. Farmer Dan and them goddamn blue collar all American motherfuckers. They waiting for a reason to purge y'all ass. Y'all really gonna get the real purge. I could promise you that. They got them. They got them black. They had to get rid of the black men silhouettes, but if y'all want to go ahead and play the battle of Wounded Knee and run up them, got into them areas. Have at it, baby. Have at it, because
Yep.
they be waiting for a reason to say I felt threatened for my life. So
Fear of my
Mhm.
life.
once they say that,
Eminent
boy,
domain.
y'all know
I was in fear for my life.
my life. We have yet been able to beat that quote yet. So
Hmm
I'm just
Seven
trying to
those
let you.
7 words that never work for us Negroes when they come
So
over and mess with us.
so you
Right.
already know it's already hard enough when y'all go to the shop, go there into their stores, go to the areas or any of that shit. So you can go in there if you want. You can go. Like I said, it's going
Yeah.
to be a harder uphill battle. It's going to be a harder uphill battle.
Yeah.
And that's just a fact that yeah, y'all did what exactly. So when it comes time for them to start saying, "Hey, there's nothing here, there's nothing going on, there's no business, the places are dilapidated," and you know they're gonna have, you know what they can do now? Tear down your shit. They can tear down.
Gentrification.
It's easier to do. It's actually you actually did the job for them because now they actually can actually say this place is so depleted and it lost in value, we can sell it. And if we can sell it, guess what that means? All of y'all got to get the fuck out. Y'all don't have rights to the land. You don't own my hood, your streets. See how see how immigrant companies beat y'all, shell companies beat y'all. They don't have to shoot at you. They don't have that. That's the real war, faith. That's the real war, brother. Speak and Demetrius. I don't have to outshoot you. I just have to outbuy you. If I'll purchase you, but I know a lot of the average American, since we like talking about so much generational legacy, the average, okay, so the black household, how much do y'all think the black household actually makes? The average
The
black household.
average.
The average black household.
46,000,
You know how much?
46K.
That's generous. That's nice. Um, around 40 to 30. 40 to 30 is what we make. 30 to 40 is what we make. You don't believe me? Go ahead and look up the numbers. Black household don't make that much. And don't be talking about them African households, because they don't always conclude themselves with y'all asses. So it ain't them. They ain't including themselves
But
with y'all.
I just want to go back to the fact that we got all these people in Congress. We got like I want to say 6 um foreign politicians in Congress.
Mm-hmm.
Like one guy sitting up in there from Thailand, another one from Japan. Of all places, somebody sitting up there in Congress from Pakistan. Like, what the
Yeah.
hell are we doing with somebody from Japan and Pakistan sitting on Congress?
Aren't they American?
The
Are they
No,
American.
American
they're
born?
not. They're foreign born. And then we got a
Oh,
shitload of representatives, uh, you know, sitting up here. We got people representative of California, North Carolina, Illinois, and all these different places. They from somebody from Germany. I think we got 2 representatives from Germany.
Hell
Somebody
no.
from Taiwan and India. And I'm like, what are they doing here?
I low key and just waiting for the Civil War to break out. Then I get to let me shut the fuck up. Hey,
I'm
Like
waiting
we,
for it.
we got we got at least 40 representatives that are non-American born sitting up here in Congress and in the Senate.
so so again, Faith, I get what you're asking about having striking first, But when you have that sitting on your seat that gets to dictate what you get, how much money you get, and how you fight, how do you win a
Right.
fight?
Right,
Yeah.
right.
You,
Because
you,
I'm looking at we even got foreign legislators.
so how do you win a
Mhm.
fight with that? How do you win your fight? If the person you fighting is literally sitting on your seat telling you what you can and what you can't use.
Right. And 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 some of your people who American born, some of them don't even like you like that.
Well,
So those,
here's a higher power. Here's a higher power. Like in New
And
York,
the
right?
thing about it is, a lot of these people are from countries that are not friendly towards us.
yeah.
Now, you know the funny thing about that, where you just said that we just had it where in New York, right?
But Samuel Dickstein is sitting up here from Russia.
Now you're starting to understand why I say, listen, man, that war ain't gonna go too pleasant. It's gonna be a quick war because you got too many motherfuckers that are not for you sitting at a seat that ain't for you. Like you got the what's the damn person name? The mayor of New York. Literally, him and some of his friends that are in the Senate, they found out that they were getting funded by European what are the Czechs or the certain Russian groups. So if they're paying them that make the laws, how the fuck that work for you? How that work for
Well,
Yeah,
you?
didn't,
we
wouldn't they say
pretty
that
much, because
even
I'm
even
sitting up here looking at, we got the goddamn delegates sitting up here from
yeah.
goddamn Russia and Prussia and Japan. I'm like, wait a minute,
Didn't
these
they,
countries are not even friendly to the United States. What? How did they get in here?
wasn't that
Well,
the big thing about Trump? He was linked to Russia too, because that was the
well, see,
big thing with him.
well, that's the thing about it. That's the issue is when you having these types of people that have strings on your politicians, you can't have a holistic fight
Right.
because how you gonna fight me and I own you? That's like you try to fight your mom or your parent, but at the end of the day, guess what, nigga? I could just kick you out the house. Once I call the
Right.
police, you done. So you trying to say, well, we're gonna go to war with Russia, but two of them are sitting on your goddamn sitting in the goddamn throne room. Well, you think
Wait,
they gonna?
we got somebody from Taiwan up in here, and Hong Kong,
Yeah.
Vietnam.
The Alps. Literally the Alps right there.
All you got to do is listen. All I got to do. Let me tell you a quick little secret. All I got to do is get over to America, have my babies here, and raise that motherfucker to get to your seat of throne. And then after that, say, hey, whatever we need for our country or our people, you pass it, regardless of whatever. You pass that motherfucker. But that just pass it.
And not
So
only that, buy all these lands and buildings and stuff too.
come on now.
They,
Majority of our ship rights or transportation rights are being bought out by foreigners. That's
right.
not a that's not a threat. That's a fact. That's a fact.
Every U.S. city there's a Chinatown.
So I wonder how many Americans are sitting over in Russia on their political boards.
None, none, none. Putin
None.
be like, I think you at the wrong hotel, buddy. This is not the hotel. You definitely ain't gonna sit in while we talking about weapons of mass destruction. When you
Mm-mm,
better go over there to that gay bar. You at the wrong place, buddy. It ain't gonna go down like that here.
mm-mm. No, and, and I, that's what I'm saying. It's like it's we I guess if you would call it like our name brand is just gone down the tubes, and a lot of it, like you said, because we bringing all our enemies over here, and we thinking that we got them under control.
Well, it's not that we so called. It's worse than just bringing them. We open the doors to openly having. That's what I'm saying. Like saying that, yo, we're not going to participate in the Israeli war. How are you going to say that when their motherfuckers are literally our politicians in your goddamn space? So it's
Right.
not like you really have a choice. You, like I said, it's not about how you figured that the American people, look. Because why would I have to listen to you and you're not my people? How even as faith is looking at their backgrounds, you're not their people. You're not. Their people are who they're allied to or who they're aligned to. That's what I be saying, man. It's talking about a battle. Shit, we done lost that a long time ago, baby. We done lost that a long time ago. I knew what time it was when they were firing, when they were kicking veterans out they were kicking soldiers out the military during Obama. They were like, "Hey, bro, y'all are getting out." I said, "Oh shit."
Mm.
You just now, can you pull it up? How many people did Obama release from the military? It was a big number. He
Hold
just
on a second.
he put us out. He just put us all out. That was during war. That was literally during war. He said, "Hey, y'all getting out." I know. I was in the number. Thank you for your BA rating. I appreciate it too. But shit.
Yeah, so that literally killed your that killed your
Let's
army.
see. He pulled 10,000 troops in 2011 and an additional 23,000 by the summer of 2012 from
That's,
Afghanistan.
that's 33. So that's a big chunk of your force right there. Now I
Right.
want you to understand. You're firing your active force that is actually military seasoned trained. That's like you going to your company and you're saying the people who do the extra overtime or can work multiple branches, I'm firing you. This is not no myth. This is a fact. But literally, it was all over the news. Like, yo, what are you doing? Like, dude, I do more than just one job. That's why I tell people, like, yo, I did more than just infantry. I did infantry. I also drove vehicles. Also did field artillery. I was doing a lot of shit. I was over there that long. If I were to put Melissa on there, I've been over there for fucking 8 years of my life, and just there alone. So now you're saying go home. Do what? What do you want me to do when I get home? That's all. I live majority of my life over there now. What do you want me to do here? I don't know. You'll figure it out. Guess where they're at now? They're on the streets. They're on antidepressants and shit. Hello, fentanyl era they ain't just come out of nowhere.
It's
So
true.
they ain't come out of nowhere. You can't take somebody out of one environment and just throw them back in another environment and say be normal. You can't do that. Doesn't work. Y'all, we forget what happened to all the veterans that came out of Vietnam. They had shell shock. They weren't normal. They were too fucked up. So we just repeated it, the same practice again. Why are you giving foreign aid to other people, but then you're bringing your own people back, but not getting the proper mental health treatment? It's
So do
failed. It's a
you
fail.
do you think
Mhm.
that in addition to there being a lot of foreigners in public offices and political offices here in the United States, and the mere fact that we got all of these people coming in, illegally into the country, most of the illegal immigrants being from Asia, um, which is kind of interesting. The money that we're spending on illegal immigrants, is that hurting the country to the point where, that's the reason why the inflation is so high too?
Yes, because what is the money supposed to do? It's supposed to do what? Circulate, correct?
Right.
But what are the immigrants doing with the money when they get it?
They send it back to their country.
So how's it circulating? If you if I have if I'm pumping transfused blood into your system, but you have an open wound, what's the body initially doing still? It's dying. It's running up a fever. If that's an analogy that anybody else out there can understand. We have an open wound that's not properly getting treated. Now, mind you, when COVID happened, you know what they did to all the American immigrants? They kicked the asses the fuck out of their country. Hey, y'all get the hell out. They didn't
Yeah, I
say y'all,
remember
sir.
that. I do remember that. They
They,
told us to get the hell out.
they did not. South America, other countries, they were like, hey, y'all got to go. It was, but a good old America. Oh yeah, y'all can still come. What? Are y'all testing these people? Do
Well,
y'all even know what these people are?
now that I know how many non-American born politicians we have making these decisions, now I know why they're here. Why we're getting this legislature, for them to have all this money, because half of these people that serve in the country wasn't born here.
So how do you shut that? You can't really shut that down. You feel me? You can't. The pipeline. Granted, there's a video. There's a video up there where I remember in Florida, and this is how bad it's got. That I know how we feel about DeSantis. I don't like the guy either. But DeSantis was like, um, he wanted to get the immigrants out of Florida. But sadly, the immigrants are now part of the American body chain. We cannot get them out. So guess what the immigrants did in retaliation? They purposely stopped working. And but see what happened was what we found out was majority of the places where they were working were essential places that we needed. What we should have did at that point was we should have opened up state programs that once they all had left, listen, if you need a job, we will give you an incentive pay for a year to come. We'll train you to work this job. But then it would have started fixing up the clots. You feel me? All the
Mhm.
immigrants are doing that. Oh, cool, cool. Okay, so we got some guy coming out of Brother Speak High School. Cool. So get Demetrius and his friends. How much are we paying? $15? Fuck that. Paid them $18 an hour to work there. Now I want you to understand we're giving y'all a head start in pay. We're gonna drop y'all back down to 17, depending on if you do good, you'll keep that pay. If you don't show any improvement, we're gonna leave you at 7. We're gonna put you back to 18, 17. But we'll at least give you a head start. I know some of y'all saying, no, hell no, 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 no. We're filling in the gaps because you're training up a new workforce. Not only that, you should open up school programs to start retraining your next working class. That's something immigrants have over American children. American immigrant children have. Their parents train them to take over their position. American parents do not train their children to take over. We train them to do fucking TikTok and YouTube and glam videos. Fuck that. You need to be learning an acquired skill. Whether it be home economics, shout out to Faye talking about we don't train how to be the next generation of parents or citizens. That was a thing that was in school. You got to say the pledge. You learned civil duties, civics, home economics, carpentry, masonry, welding. If you didn't go to college, guess what you learned? A trade.
Auto shop. I remember auto
Yep.
shop too.
And yeah, an auto body shop. And guess what? If you did so well in those fields, ROTC or whatever, guess what? Guess what that meant? They would have gave you a certified letter because at the end or close to your senior year, guess what you could have took? You could have took the test for that job and been walking on certified. So you didn't have to go so much to a trade school because you got certified, but you did 4 years in high school learning that trade while getting your education.
That's why the workforce back then was built differently. They were already learning that at a young age. It's
Well,
Right.
you
not
know,
really. Go ahead.
we talking good shit right here. This is good conversation right here. Nobody's gonna stop and click the link, and nobody's gonna stop to listen to what we're saying right here because for the last, I want to say, hour or so, this panel has been on fire. I just want to say thank you so much to Bro Speak. Thank you so much, Demetrius and BMT, for your contributions in this particular conversation about war strategies and, you know, where we stand as a country, because this is what we really, really need to be talking about.
Oh, no doubt.
But
I
I'm
hope we
sorry.
have more. I hope we have more conversations like this. Like I prefer. This is really what, as a people, we really should be discussing, because these are things in 2024
that are gonna
that
shape
right,
yeah, instead of Simone Biles and
right. I don't give a shit about that.
yeah.
What I care
Yeah.
about is listen, like, uh, like I literally just talked to a young man at the gas station. It was at the Spanx gas station. I said, "Hey man, your tire is flattening." Oh man, I'm gonna have to contact my dad. You don't know how to do that?
We live in the age of information with phones, and you want to call? Gee,
But see, here's the thing about it, Dimitri. Even before having to go to a phone, that would have been something you would have learned as a child. I
Yeah.
learned that as a kid.
yeah, I learned that with
My
my
dad,
dad.
my dad had me out there. My dad had all of us out there as young boys
Brought me
learning
out
how
the
to
car.
jack up
Watch
a
this.
tire. Right. If it was soft ground, there's a reason why you sometimes you saw a ply board in the back of your trunk. You put it in there, and so that way you can have something under your tire. Start trying to get it up. Like, it was things like that that you taught them, and you're like, "Dad, what the hell am I going to use for?" It's just good to know. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was stuff that make you self sufficient. And this is not just for men to know. Women knew stuff too.
Yeah,
I
I
know a
know
lot,
how to change my own tire and spark plugs and, you know, a few other things. I know how to do a PCV valve.
but
Yeah, you know, yeah.
see, that makes you a functioning person, adult. And see, the
And
thing about it is, a lot of these jobs are being replaced. This is not no. This A lot of these jobs are being replaced. Like, everybody wonder, well, what about this? What about that? What about? See, when you learn how to get the basics down, it makes a more functional household. Makes a more functional household and society and unit, because then you all can actually complement and compromise with each other. But you don't. Listen, I just now had a conversation with this woman. She has 3 children. She's satisfied with working at McDonald's. I said, "You have 3 children. You living with your mom. Why you going to stay there at McDonald's?" Well, why? I'm getting a check.
You could get a bigger check.
But see, if you're not trained to think past that,
Mhm.
you're complacent with just that it is. Versus, see how you just said you could go get a bigger check, or you could probably go get 2 jobs
Well, I
until you get a
kind of
better job.
disagree because we need people like that. Somebody is got to, you know, ring the register. Somebody's got to cook the burgers.
Ideally, though, that
Somebody's
would
got to take
be
the
high
orders.
school kids
That's the
or
Ideally,
thing.
college kids.
but high school kids are smarter, you know, now.
See, now,
True.
look what you're saying, Faith, and this is why the process is going backwards, because McDonald's are called entry level jobs into the workforce. Yeah, we all know that they're entry level jobs. This is no diss to anybody, but that's actually what it is. It's an entry level job. After that, at that point, you're supposed to be moving on. This is stuff that usually college kids or people just trying to get on their feet or just trying to get used to the workforce. They're doing those type of jobs. Now, That's fine. But now when you're talking about building a household, they're not going to tell me, hey, you be submissive to my McDonald's paycheck. The fuck? And you got three
Oh,
babies?
hell no.
But,
Please.
but, but, but see, so that's why I said
Yeah,
woman with three kids staying at her parents' house on a McDonald's income. No. At
Yeah,
that point,
yeah.
that's
She
why
needs
that's why
she
that,
needs
that's
something
why
else.
Demetrius said she needs to be looking for a better job. And so I said, hey, guess what? At the port, they're looking for reach drivers and forklifts. I can't do that. What are you talking about? You drive anyway. All you're doing is learn how to work forks like you're playing a goddamn game. Except it's just you're dealing with heavy equipment. Put on some long johns,
I
get in
drove a
there.
forklift before and it wasn't hard. That's
It's
actually very easy.
but see the thing about it, and mind you, you literally the training is only 2 days. It's only 2 days. Start out pay for forklift drivers is 18 an hour. It's 18 an hour, and it's pretty damn good
Better
benefits to
than
it.
McDonald's.
But hold on. But see, again, when you're only trained, it's like a horse that's always on a rope or an elephant that's on a rope. That even after you take the rope off of them, they still can't see themselves free of actually
But
out doing that.
I do see a lot of older immigrants that come through here and they're working those fast food restaurant jobs. I do see a lot of that now.
Yes, they're doing that. They are doing that. I have seen that. Like I pick at and um call McDonald Melamundo Mart because literally there's only one person that pretty much really speaks English is the person at the drive through. At that point, you go inside McDonald's, it is goddamn Mexico. It is there is not a lick Negro in there, but that one, but the guy who takes out the trash and cleans out the greaser and fights the raccoon in the back, and the girl who works in the back, goddamn, as the shift leader.
Well,
Everything
shoot,
else is all
out here in
but
Arizona, we have a lot of immigrants, a lot of people that don't speak English out here. Like I had just gotten to an altercation with a older immigrant lady that didn't speak a lick of English. What y'all laughing? I mean, I didn't wasn't fighting her
I
in.
feel you, but they get mad when you don't speak their language at the drive-thru.
Yeah, they
Oh
get
yeah,
mad
yeah.
because they can't understand you.
yeah.
Right, but I was at the checkout. You know how they have it where you can scan your stuff as you shop at Walmart
Yeah.
now. So that now you go to the checkout, you just scan the barcode and you cool because you done paid with your phone. Why does heifer stop me and she couldn't speak a lick of English, and then she grabbed my cart and took my cart to security, and I knew right then that she was accusing me of stealing.
Mm.
And I'm
To be
sitting up
honest,
here like,
I'm gonna sound. This is gonna sound a type of way, but I'm gonna say it anyway. I think there should be like an English standard. Like you should
No,
like.
that's treason. You're gonna get in trouble with our politicians on that one. You need to
Yeah.
learn their
I'm not
language.
saying that you can't speak your other language. Just like you need to learn some like basic phrases at the very least.
Nah,
yeah,
you're
because
gonna
I
get
mean, I
canceled for
couldn't
that.
understand nothing that she was saying until I got in front of the security guard, and then I knew what was going on. And I had to show the security guard my phone, and he was explaining to her in her language that I had paid with my phone.
But see, that's the thing. Again, this goes back to what you said, sprinkle, sprinkle, of when we were saying that when you have it where politicians are telling you that you need to start learning their language. You need to start
Mhm.
learning their language. So when they're saying you need to learn their language, not they need to learn English or learn how to learn about being an American. You need to learn to speak their language.
Do they even still have those the English courses for the immigrants in school?
I don't know.
Brother, speak.
I
Maybe you need to learn
truly
how to speak
don't know.
Spanish and quit being ignorant of them.
Uh,
I don't have a problem with people trying to learn like other languages, but here there should be an English standard. Like you should know the basic everyday phrases
But
before they
see,
before they hire you. Because if you get in some sort of situation, like an everyday situation, and you can't communicate, well, guess what? You're you're crap out of luck.
but here's the problem about that, brother. Like, one, in schools, they're more for teaching their ways rather than our ways. They're more for actually when it comes to laws. This is a big issue, and this is a big issue I've seen in South Carolina. Like, is the frustration of usually around Friday and Saturday when them goddamn Mexicans get drunk. Lord have mercy, boy. They get them cases of goddamn beer and they get in their work trucks. Watch out, especially on 95, but they can't drive for shit. And they be crashing them damn motherfuckers. How do
Mm-hmm.
you goddamn put the person in jail that's not even goddamn goddamn American? How you put them in jail? They're gonna just let them out. And we got multiple goddamn news stories and issues of that. Like, damn, then we just revoke his license. We'll send him back home. No, no, you can't do that. He on work visa. Guess what? He gonna come right back. Even though he done ran over a goddamn two people, he gonna come right back. Even though this man got caught trying to sleep with a little girl, he gonna be right back. Even though this person got caught selling drugs, they gonna be right. You see what I'm saying? The
Yeah.
law ain't catered or fixed on. And I know you work at the system, brother Speak. So you done seen that. Good luck trying to prosecute these motherfuckers. You can't. You can't prosecute somebody that we don't got a system for.
Yeah. Well, they had this big case where these it was a gang. They beat and killed these two white chicks that somehow they got involved with them. They were supposed to get the death penalty. They reached out to Mexico. They got commuted to life. That's how much power that these people do have over here, and it's gotten even worse than since you know they in big positions of power in the state here in Texas. And shoot, they doing. I mean, they doing what they're supposed to do, but at the same time, it's like it's like some of these people were so greedy for money that they will sell as long as they good. They don't care about the rest of the country.
Well,
Mm.
they have a update to the Title 8 law. And this is the law that Biden is currently ignoring. For those who enter or re-enter the United States without permission, should be facing criminal charges. So they updated the law to add that a person who comes in on a visa or lawful immigration status, but they overstay their visa, they should be fined and imprisoned for up to 6 months or both. Do you think that they are actually enforcing these?
Of course not.
No, definitely not.
of, of course
Definitely not.
not. Because they were really enforcing it like they should. That would take a lot of our workforce out.
Exactly. That's what I'm thinking. You know what I was thinking, bro? Speak. UPS.
Where I
I was
work, same thing.
I was thinking of
Because
UPS just now.
yeah, that too. You A lot of these grocery stores. Shoot, there's so many places where they are all around. If they would have really enforced that law, you would literally cripple the American economy. That
Especially in rural areas like rural Texas. Definitely.
mhm. Yeah, that's why Biden is like ignoring it because he know what's going to happen. He know how his people hire all these immigrants and give them these positions of power because they don't want to pay people like they should. So if they were to do that, yeah, that's going to cripple a lot of these economies. And people, like the some of these Hispanics that be sitting on outside of Home Depot and stuff like that. A lot of people use them people. You you gonna
But
you gonna
here's something that I don't think a lot of people know. But if these people come here and they squat here for at least 7 years, there's a 7-year rule for immigration here in the United States. And this is a policy that they renewed just last year. It basically says that the cutoff date that an immigrant may qualify for lawful permanent resident status is at least 7 years. So if they just squat here for 7 years, they might just be grandfathered in. And I first heard of this law because Trump was trying to have it amended, and now I see why he couldn't get it amended. This is just as bad as the anchor baby stuff. And I'm looking at all of this and I'm thinking to myself, you know, there has to be some kind, because ever since BMT made their statement earlier about people trying to sabotage from within, this I think is a huge and a blaring example of us being sabotaged from within. I think that this, really and truly, we should be in a state of emergency. This
yeah.
should definitely be considered state of emergency. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I agree. I was kind of thinking the same thing. We have people here who, as long as I'm good, help the country. They don't care. As long as I'm good, they'll protect themselves, make sure they good. But everybody else, oh well. That's why I think, like you said, with all these immigrants coming in, letting them stay here and all that stuff, it's all because of money. They don't want to pay out. They want to keep their money right where it is, and everybody else, oh well, sucks to be you. It's 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 really like the toxic form of common capitalism. It's care for yourself, but all these other people, oh well.
Well, I don't know. Have any of you ever been to any of the borders?
No, I have not.
BMT,
No, I haven't.
you haven't? Um,
Oh, is El Paso a border city?
Mm,
I'm not sure if El
I'm
Paso
pretty
is.
sure it is.
It's not
I
that
think
far
it
from the.
is.
It's not that far from the border. It's
Okay.
it's not, it's not that far. Like it maybe. I know it's
I
less than
do
100 miles from the border.
I do know that Arizona's a border state, and when I go to that border, I see non-U.S. citizens protecting the border.
Oh wow. Oh wow.
People asking me for my ID and my just if asking me if I'm a U.S. citizen, and they barely speak English.
Mm. Hell, even in Texas, because they so short, they got us.
Yeah,
They
in certain
got
areas,
prison.
most definitely.
They got prison guards going to the border. Now these prison guards, we're trying to deal with inmates. We're not trained to deal with immigrants like that. But they got us going over there. So I can about imagine they got people who can't speak English and they think, oh, they ain't gonna do nothing. They so grateful to America. Okay, you can think that if you want to, but when it really go down, yeah, shit, it
A lot of
Mexico.
the major criticizers are people who have either have their allegiance elsewhere or come from immigrant families. That's what
Yeah,
I'm
say
gonna
that.
say on that. I'm sorry, did you
Yeah,
say something, bro? Speak.
no, I was trying to see. Can you repeat what you just said? I'm
I
sorry.
said a lot of the people who majorly criticize the U.S. Just in general, whether on a local level or a federal level or just nationwide, they have their allegiance elsewhere or they come from immigrant families. Like I
Yeah.
know Bell Hooks. Bell Hooks hated America. The BLM people hated America. And there was a Latina woman who was at the head of that too. So
Right.
a lot of the
Yeah, I think.
people who majorly criticize America, they're not even they're
They're
not
not
boots
from
on the ground people for real.
And they allied with people who really do have an axe to grind. They weren't accepted like they felt they should in America. So
Yeah, they were ostracized or something.
right, I mean, it kind of goes back to a lot of these uh people who are they have a real issue with their people, especially black folks. And when they were talking about people who are like conservative, all of a sudden they for Trump and stuff like that. This guy said it, and it made perfect sense. Is either um, people who they want to piss off black women, people who are they drunk the American Kool Aid, and people who just wasn't accepted in black culture. And that's
yeah.
what I think is going on. And when you talk about these people who speak heavily against America, it's kind of the same thing. Especially the third one, they just was not accepted. So yeah, yeah, bring this place down. You know, yeah.
They
So
have a
it's
vested interest in it,
hmm?
Well,
and
in
that's
the
that's
in,
that's why I was saying what I was saying earlier. I don't know if
Yeah,
y'all agreed or not. Like when I was saying the SJ the people who call themselves modern day SJW social justice warriors, the ideas that they are coming from happened a little bit or were developed a little bit before the time I was born in the 2000s. Okay, like they reference people like Bell Hooks, Alice Walker, Karl Marx, like all those people. They
and
reference those people all the time.
and a
I
lot.
who does it the most? I think that dude that I was telling y'all about last time who had the locks. Faith, who I shared on the screen, Professor Odie. He
oh,
references bell hooks a lot.
And those people, they weren't accepted by the culture. They have an axe to grind with America, and there is a and also there might be a financial incentive with it too as well. So it's yeah, it's It's just
I think that it's all financial. Just like Trump warned us that China is going to eat our lunch. He warned us. And Biden said, "Oh no, no, China's not going to eat our lunch." But who is he and his son affiliated with the most? They're in
China.
bed with China.
Yep.
So we got, these crooked politicians. We got people who are not even American born sitting on political boards and, making decisions for the country and for different states. We got people in positions of being on border patrols and our militaries that's not really American. And we don't seem to see the problem with this. We keep saying that this is a melting pot and this country belongs to everybody. But I disagree. I think this country belongs to those that were born here.
Should
Exactly.
should be born. Yeah, but you the sad thing is you got people who were actually born here, and because hey, like I said before, it's like hey, as long as I'm good. Everybody else, oh well, they don't care if this country goes to hell because they can just take their money and move somewhere else. They good. Or
Ignorance.
yeah, or they can just buy their in the next group that's coming to take over. They can just buy their way in. Either way, they're gonna be good. They believe they're gonna be good. So this yeah, this and you seeing the fallout from it right now. I mean, you know, like BNT was saying earlier, we at the weakest point ever where they might try us if they really wanted to. They might want to try you.
I think that we need to make moves right away to stop spending so much money and redirect those funds towards our defense.
Mm, yeah, yeah. I
But
hear
at
you on
any
that
rate,
one. Yeah.
8.5 hours, y'all. I think I was not planning to. I did not wake up this morning and say I'm gonna do a marathon stream.
Now do it again tomorrow.
No, but it was good having a conversation with you guys. The conversation was so good. I couldn't end it. I couldn't pull the plug. Hell, I barely want to pull the plug now. But I just want to thank everybody for coming up. Anybody got final thoughts? I tried to do final thoughts like 2 hours ago. So let's see if I can successfully get through final thoughts now. Who would like to go first with their final thoughts? Or
um,
okay,
I'll try it. Bottom line is, man, you got to be careful out here. A lot of people who are you may think they your friends, you may think they're your boyfriend, they may think your girlfriend, that you may think they really have the interests of you or the country, but really they don't. And and if they catch you slipping, yeah, well, you see how the country is right now. You can't even walk in your sometimes you can't even walk in your own neighborhood because you don't know who your enemy is. So man, I just say, man, be careful. Stop thinking that you're gonna find your paradise with other people. You better look inside yourself and make sure you're good. Because when it boils right down to it, the people that you have taken care of, that you know you can trust, that's all you got out here. That's it. So anyway, thank you for having me up here, Faith.
So I definitely say thank you for having me up here, Faith. Um, I would say this has definitely been a great show. I hope you do break it down to sections and have more directional conversations like this. Especially, these are things that we actually need to start being focused on. I get the little trivial thing that a lot of people at social media tells you to, but right now the country and the world is shaping. Uh, we don't know honestly who's going to be the next president. That's a scary thing. We really don't know. We when it's going to foreign policy, we are looking at the break of possibly a world war. And right now, everybody right now is strung out on with the economy. Y'all just saw Thanksgiving and Christmas was very, very hard for a vast majority of the population of the U.S. So right now, we definitely need to have. I hope and pray we have more conversations in this direction of topics that we can discuss. But I believe that we are well equipped as men and women to have these conversations and structure them to have them to give people things to actually work towards or to be more knowledgeable of. You know what I'm saying? So if y'all don't, check them out for yourself. Look up some good world events or facts and stuff happening in our country, and email Faith and let her just check them out. She's big on politics. I think this is something that we could definitely speak on as politics and things going on that us as people we need to be aware of. So thank you for having me, Faith. I definitely enjoyed it. Good talking to you again, Demetrius, Brother Speak. Love you, Faith, and all the rest of y'all. Y'all take care.
All right, guess it's my turn. So, what I want to open my closing statement is nothing that we set up here, me most of all, was anti-immigrant or anti-American born people. It's just if you're going to come over here, things have to be done a certain way as to not put people who were born here at a detriment, okay? That's first and foremost. With the regards to the original topic, um, hey, leave people's significant others alone. And ladies, if you suspect that your man or your partner may be being unfaithful or has violent tendencies or is willing to enact those violent tendencies on a woman or anyone really, then it might be best to get out of those situations. And that's all I'll say. Peace.
All right. Thank you so much, Demetrius. Please do come again. All right, guys. I am tuckered out. I did 8.5 hours with you guys. Marathon stream. Definitely am going to try to chop this up because we got a lot of different segments here that were really good. The last portion of the segment should have actually been the first portion. And goodness. Great talk with BMT and Bro Speak, Demetrius, Hagashikata, Mela, and I keep forgetting everybody that came up here. Hustler and Muscler came through as well. So, shout out to all of them and thank you very much for joining the panel. I appreciate each and every one of you. And with that, I want to say if you're listening to the replay, if you are daring to listen to this long stream on the replay, please hit the like button. Please support the stream via Super Thanks. It's always available. And if you want to also hit me up at my Cash App, that would be $ Lady in the Truck. There you go. $ Lady in the Truck. And with that, I have to say, love each and every one of you. Catch you later. Bye bye for now. Till next time.